Good morning. I'm a little too close. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? And I banged my camera around a little yesterday. I apologize for that. How is everybody doing? Are you having a great day? Too early to tell? I'm with you. It's way too early to tell. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We are here for the Laurie Shaver um, buried husband murdered alive trial. Sorry, I'm getting a weird feedback in my ears. There we go. And so we're all here for it. We're just waiting on the courts. I hope this finds y'all well. It is early. Hi, out and about, Diane. Uh, I hope not, Miss. Miss Kevin, you are the first. Good morning. Good morning, Toxic. Oh my gosh, y'all. It is so early for me. Oh, I was up. I didn't go to sleep until what? 3:34 a.m. my time, and now I'm awake. It's 6 my time. So, yes, it is a wee bit. I'm trying to go the wrong direction here. It is wee bit early on my time here. But good morning, Miss Morales. Good morning. I tried putting together my ATEM and had a different struggle this time. So I'm just going to wait for our fabulous RA to get back into action before I try that again. So, yay, it's 5 a.m. I have to start work at 6. Mine disappeared too. Are y'all, well, was it because I wasn't live? Was that the problem? I don't know. I have no idea. Don't know. So the a court, I'm waiting for court to start. The jury was to arrive and be ready to go at 8 a.m. their time. So while we're waiting, why don't we go ahead and do some birthdays? Um, I don't want to forget those. I found out that there were more people watching that than I thought there was. So I don't want to leave anybody out on their birthday. We only have 4 birthdays this morning. Oh, let me get this mouse to work. Put it over there. I'm so sorry, guys. Well, it looks like it's showing up now. Okay, I'm going to kind of bring this down a little bit. It's too early for
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Mandy Bland. Happy birthday. Stephanie. Oh my gosh. Stephanie Pate. Oh my gosh. Happy birthday. Sharon. Happy birthday. Randy. Happy and blessed birthday. And April. Happy birthday. I hope you enjoy it all. Good morning and have a great day at work. Happy birthday to your part-time boss, Britta. Happy birthday to all those who have birthdays today. Um, the older I get, to me, birthdays become more important. I used to not care about my birthday. Now I kind of do. The older I get, the more of a miracle it feels that I've reached that point in age. Let me go. Let me. I haven't logged into my page and popped up comments, so let me go do that now, and I'll pop my comments up. There we go. Pop chat. Put it over. Because I hopped on so quick. Um, do you have live chat visible or just top chat? I don't know why that does that. Well, I have no fan chats yet. So yeah, toxic. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry now. I will be doing my beadwork today while I am on. I have got to get this stuff finished, and I may not make the deadline because I procrastinated. But um, it is what it is. Coffee. I love coffee. I love tea. I love the job and it loves me. Mm-hmm. Like I say, the first sip is the best. Oh, okay. Britta, is everything okay? Oh, didn't mean to do that. I'm going to go over to my. Right now, I don't know why I struggle seeing when things go live. Don't know. Don't know. But we'll keep watching. Let me get to Discord. For those of you who don't know, and I personally don't know the whole story, okay? But we we're learning as we go that see, see. So what was I gonna say? Oh, the trial. Laurie um, Shaver is accused of ending the life of her. Is it her husband? Her daughter claimed responsibility for it, but ultimately her daughter was 7, 8 years old, I believe. So that don't fly with me. Um, and then his remains were found under a not a pit, a burn pit, and that to me is like. And she claimed that some other person is the one that put him in that burn pit. So I'm like, girl, we got a lot going on here. Oh, there's the view I want. So I am anxious to get into this and learn more. This was not a case that I was following. So I truly, truly do not have much knowledge of this case. Like when I first started, I am kind of like the alternate juror on this case. So it is what it is. For those of you who are up at 5 a.m., thank you so much for joining. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let me see what we can find. We should have court feed any second now. Yesterday they did their opening statements. Let me refresh page. They did opening statements yesterday. And they had one witness. Yeah, it's not flying with me with the lover walking in while she was being abused, especially when he ended the relationship. Yeah, I heard that. My brain just couldn't wrap it little neurons around that one. Mm, that did not feel right either. Okay. Okay, be right back is fine. So last night last couple of days, have you ever gone through YouTube and like I said, guys, we're waiting for it to start, so be patient, please. Um, I was flipping through YouTube and I have kind of gotten stuck on watching how they take the Sprinter vans and they turn them into like mini RVs. And part of me goes, oh, that's cool. I'd like to do that. But then I see how they have to potty and shower, and I'm like, I don't know about that, y'all. I don't know about that, y'all. I think if it had one, some of them have those little micro mini showers and bathrooms all in one. That might be okay, but doesn't make sense to me either. I don't think the daughter had anything to do with it. No, I doubt it. She may have walked in on it, but I don't think she had anything to do with it. Oh gosh, that's so good. Speaking of good, guys, I want to introduce you to our very first sponsor. For those of you who have never met this sponsor, they have some of the best coffee I've ever had in my life. It really is good. Here we go. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Kirk option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor, go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com, order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, show them some love. Do you know how you can get a cup of coffee and you start drinking it and it has that bitter aftertaste? Well, part of the reason is because it's not freshly ground and it's not freshly roasted. And with this, you don't get any of that. It's fabulous and super smooth. And I'm just in love with this coffee. While we have a moment, I'm going to hop on and go ahead and share about our second sponsor. Um, you know what? I'm really, really blessed to have these sponsors. So thank you guys so much. As the Gravel Drops is a Discord channel that is perfect for all you law nerds, court junkies, trial jerks, whatever you choose to call yourself. It is amazing. This is where we get a large part of our content, especially documents. They are following approximately 500 cases, and the mods over there are amazing. They have some of the research people I have ever seen in my life. If I need a document, chances are I'll find it there. So if you are a person who loves to dive into legal documents, and really devour a case, hop on over to As the Gavel Drops in Discord and join and enjoy the reading and all of the tea you can find as the gavel drops. So I'm just so blessed to be a part of them. Oh, uh, mm, mm, mhm. Yeah, let me go find that. Mm. It used to be here. Not, I'll hand type it. Ah, okay, let me see that screen again real quick. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have it memorized. Here we go. Hey, y'all, please help me. Okay, that's what I needed. Let me drop the comment. There we go. HitchmanHomestead.com. They really are good. And do you know what's nice is you will get so spoiled. Now, if you don't live here, there is shipping, of course. But, but, um, let me show you what I'm drinking right now. I gotta pull it down anyway. I love her label for this. This is half and half caffeine, half decaffeinated. And look at this. It's a mocha. Isn't that great? So in here you have um Come on. Try not to damage the box because I give them back to her and say just refill them for me, not for a regular customer, but for me, trying to save her some money. Yep. So you get 12 in a box, and you get 4 boxes. So 12 times 4 is 48 for $40 a month plus shipping, y'all. That's good. That's a Keurig option. You can get the whole bag um, as well. You don't have to just stick with the Keurig option. Okay, let me recycle my page and see if I can find this broadcast. Why am I not finding again? Hmm. Okay, well, they're probably waiting. All right. So they are fabulous. Who asked for me to drop the link? Oh, toxic. Yeah, I'm getting there. I've got to wake up, y'all. I got to wake up with you. I'm tired. I've had only about 2.5 hours sleep. I hate it when you can't get sleep. I just could not turn my face. Oh, anyway, back to my. I've been. I was binge watching or just laying there and letting him flip. We'll be honest. The videos about these people who take these sprinter vans and turn them into cute little campers. And they're darling, but I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could do it. There we go. And I'll just do this. HitchmanHomestead.com. There we go. So, have y'all seen those? Have y'all? Oh, I didn't either. Today's going to be a long day. Do you know why? Do you know why? You have any idea why? Because, because this is happening for us today. It is the first time that Diane and I have done this. I don't think there's anybody else doing this. If you know anybody who's deaf and hard of hearing, please share with them my channel because we will be interpreting tonight's debate between Trump and Harris. Yepers. And by the way, no politics, pineapples, please. But the deaf community has to rely on captioning. And as in politics and other parts, other there's a lot of vocabulary words that we don't use every day. So the deaf and hard of hearing don't really get to fully understand everything that's being said. So does Diane and I thought about it, and we are going to interpret tonight. I'm a little nervous because politic interpreting is not vocabulary that we use every day. Um, she'll do better than I will, but I'm going to be. Someone said, "Well, who are you going to interpret and why?" We're interpreting the people based on who I can hear the best. And for me, that's Trump's voice. I listen to both Harris and Trump, and that's who I can hear the best. It is not based off of my political, excuse me, now I got the hiccups, her political views. It is all based on who can, well, she can hear both of them perfectly. I cannot. Oh boy, is right. Oy vey. So make sure the pineapples are up and down, straight up and not upside down. Thank you. But that said, I am excited and nervous at the same time. This is not something that's easy by all means. I'd rather do court than do this. Um, and we will just give it our best. I'm sure that we'll have some critics out there. I'm sure we'll have some critics who will be happy to tell me what I did wrong. And they can say all they want. Nobody else is doing it. This is volunteer. So there you go. All is well. And it starts at 8 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock her time, and 7 o'clock on the West Coast. It's going to be fun. So I was telling y'all about these little campers. Uh-oh. Guys, we have a launch this morning. SpaceX has made a launch. Let's share that, why don't we? I have not seen a launch in a long time. While we're waiting for the trial to start, we're going to go ahead and watch this just for sheer entertainment purposes only. I'll get the volume up there sometime.
To count down. The crew is in their seats. The vehicle is actually being loaded with propellants as we speak. That began at T-minus 35 minutes. The launch system is armed, and we
Hello,
have gotten
Britt.
the okay to go from the crew. They are ready to go to space.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We've got their new EVA suits on board with the crew.
To kind of sit there and enjoy it and sense it. How was it for you?
Launch was the most fun I've ever had. I was just so excited, and people had been asking me like, are you going to be nervous? And I thought I would be, but I just, again, I kept waiting to get nervous and it didn't come. And then they're counting down from 10. And I remember saying, let's do this.
Oh.
And I might've had an expletive in there too. But then, we're hearing the 10 count and it's delayed because of the delay from mission control. And so we're hearing like they're on maybe 2 whenever we're actually lifting off. Right. But Jared was giving us his own count. And I remember he said something like, all right, guys, get ready. And then we felt this big jolt. And then, of course, a lot of G-forces that came on really quickly, but it was just so smooth. Yeah. And I remember I had the biggest smile on my face. Like I was having so much fun.
Yeah. And for me, it wasn't just sitting there idly going for a ride. It was thinking about, okay, what am I hearing? What's that pressure I'm feeling through my chest? Because this is happening probably just once, right? And so how do you share this? How do you tell someone what you're going through in this moment if you're not paying attention to everything? And so that's what I was really trying to do was, look between my toes at the window or look over at your screen, Cyan, and see, where we are.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could see how much you could see, because I couldn't see out the, I was laser focused on listening to Jared and watching the monitor. And I was surprised at how smooth it was, because I was expecting for it to be a little bit more, where the monitors are going like this, but it wasn't at all. Mm-hmm. But I always wondered, did you look between your toes and see? Could you see out? Were you able to? I did.
I remember right before we launched, just seeing it was very dark. Mm-hmm. But I don't think we could really see anything except darkness.
Yeah, I don't think we really could see anything except, and it wasn't until we got into space that we made our first orbit around it, where the sun was, rising from the other side of the Earth, that we actually got our first light from the sun enter the capsule.
Yeah.
Yes, and I remember saying out loud, "Is that the Earth?" And obviously, what else would it have been? But it was just so unbelievable. I had to say it out loud.
Yeah, interesting comment about first light. We'll be launching about it. It was fairly chaotic over the last hour. It's very hard to model and predict.
Stage separation confirmed.
Got it. Minus 9 minutes.
Last.
I'm just trying to get to the actual launch. There it is. There's the launch.
Go for launch.
NT.
Send
No.
that SpaceX.
Y'all, this is cool stuff. Good morning.
T minus 30 seconds.
We are waiting for trial to begin by watching SpaceX launch.
T minus 15.
I don't care if this is NASA, SpaceX. Anybody launching into space is freaking cool.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and launch. Go Falcon. Go Polaris. Copy 1 Alpha.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Y'all, that's a lot of G-force. Wow. And the camera stayed on. How in the heck the camera stayed
T
on? I don't know.
seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Power and telemetry
Wow,
nominal.
speed is
And we're
almost
throttling
900
down
miles
at
an hour.
Throttle down.
For max Q.
Almost 1,000.
Next call out. The vehicle supersonic. And there on the left side, we got the
Falcon
Polaris
9
Dawn
is
crew.
supersonic.
Thumbs up from the pilot on the left side there.
Max Q.
We're throttled
one,
back
throttle
up
up.
to power.
I would expect to see more shaking
And we heard
inside the
call out
cabin.
Bravo.
Copy 1 Bravo.
That just tells the crew what would happen should they need to initiate anything. But right now, everybody making nominal callouts on Falcon 9.
I would expect
views
a
from
whole
the
lot
ground
more
camera.
shaking.
And nice view from inside Dragon.
MVAC chill is underway.
The announcement lets us know we've begun the final chill of the second stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T plus 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Wow, this is kind of cool. They all have their heads kind of
2
the same
minutes
way.
into flight. Everything continues to look good. We'll have in half a minute 3 major activities.
I don't think that camera's
Shutdown of
moving.
the 9 Merlin
it?
1D engines.
No one's
Stage
moving.
separation,
Throttle down.
and then ignition of the second stage engine. Throttle down. We're holding a constant acceleration now for the crew, just below 4 Gs. So you're coming up 70 kilometers.
6,000 miles
Preparing for MECO.
an hour. Is that miles an hour? No. No, that can't
Main
be
engine
miles
cut
an hour.
off.
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed. Copy 2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
As you can tell by the cheers behind us and the views on your screen, the first stage booster now on its way to attempt landing on Just Read the Instructions. Second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that the first stage has not yet reached its apogee. You can see the altitude there. Lots of thumbs up there. Excuse me, from pilot Scott Kid Poteet. Now 3.5 minutes into the Polaris Dawn mission.
I guess with the kind of G-force, it's hard to move.
Continuing to
Hey, Miss
make
Britta
its way
Eller.
up
We had a
towards
launch
apogee.
this
You'll
morning.
see that altitude begin to
Hi,
slow down.
gratefully broken mom. Welcome.
Dragon
Welcome.
SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Great news there, indicating
Melissa Webb, welcome. We
second
are
stage
watching this,
trajectory is looking good.
waiting for trial to start.
Now the
This-
grid fins have deployed on the first stage. If we get first stage views, we might be able to see the Florida coast in the background. Oh, they're right there. Yeah, we sure can. Once again, our drone ship is attempting to land on, our booster is attempting to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions.
Drone ship, just read the instruction.
Now, the next event coming up will be the entry burn, taking place around T plus 7.5 minutes. This burn will utilize 3 of the engines on the first stage. That helps to slow the booster down.
When
as it
all
comes into
else
the
fails,
atmosphere.
read the instructions.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
I don't know. I've never seen this gracefully broken, Mom.
Following the entry burn, we will see the landing burn, and that'll be around T plus 9 minutes. That one will be just a single engine burn. And that will bring the booster down for a soft landing on our drone ship. Around the same time as that, we expect to see Dragon be injected into orbit. Everything continuing to look good for second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. Beautiful glow with that MVAC engine nozzle.
So they're just going straight up
See
and
the
coming
crew
straight down.
settling
Dragon
quite
SpaceX, trajectory
Pretty
nominal.
cool. Wonder how much they had to pay for that ride. Good morning,
cruising's
ADHD.
pretty
Jelly
comfortable
bean.
there at
Dash
T
law
plus
nerd.
6 minutes. They're at
Morning,
about 4
love.
Gs.
Waiting
and
for trial.
Everything looks good.
Watching this rocket.
First stage continuing its descent back down to planet Earth. We can see the crew remain
I'll be
with
right
their
back.
visors down in the locked position. That'll remain that way until they are in orbit. Everything continuing to look great with the second stage engine burn there, as well as the
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
We're about 30 seconds away from the first stage entry burn. This is the first of 2 burns that the first stage will perform. Designed to help reduce the amount of drag experienced by the first stage.
Stage 2 FTS are saved.
All right, standing by for entry burn begin on first stage, there on the left-hand side of your screen.
And right on time, you can see on your left-hand screen that the entry burn has begun. There's 3 engines lit on that first stage vehicle. And this is about a 29-second burn and helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering
Wow,
the
this
Earth's
is
atmosphere.
cool.
There you can
Good
see that the engines have
morning.
now shut down on that first stage. That concludes the entry burn. And the cool part about this, with the stage 1 vehicle returning back to Earth, is we get to fully utilize the atmosphere. The atmosphere actually
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
the atmosphere actually scrubs about 70% of the velocity on the vehicle. So we use that entry burn to help slow the vehicle down. Then we utilize the atmosphere and the drag from the atmosphere to slow the vehicle down. And then we do have 1 single burn for the landing burn.
Copy, Shannon.
And next up will be SECO 1. And that is second stage engine cutoff 1, and that'll be on the second stage. That MVAC engine on your right-hand screen will shut down and allow the vehicle with Dragon attached to coast.
MVAC shutdown.
And there's that shutdown. And the landing burn on the first stage should be starting up here momentarily. And there it is. Landing burn has begun for
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we show the scene.
and a lot of events happening right there, but you can see that the stage 1 vehicle has touched down. Just read the instructions. A very excited crowd there. Here in Hawthorne, we've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown and orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
Wow, that's pretty cool to watch.
Impressive crowd for 2:30 in the morning here. We can see the crew.
So it took 10 minutes to go up and down. That's pretty cool.
There on the left-hand side of your screen. Now that the MVAC engine has shut down, they are able to just kind of float free. We might catch a glimpse of the 0G indicator. Can't quite tell if they've. Oh, it looks like it's in the upper right-hand corner. It'll come back into view here. Once again, they will keep their visors on until given the okay by core here on the ground.
Okay, guys, we are going to switch because there we go. Let's get me. Oh, no, I'm going to have to be on this side today. So we are now waiting for trial. The sound is on. There's just nothing going on. Doesn't the ceiling tile look amazing? What are we going to name the ceiling tile today? We need to name. We had different names. Sometimes people, let's name the tile. The George of the jungle. Never mind. Yes, maybe that's the problem. I'll have to do it later. But my camera decided to go its own way a second ago. So, yeppers. Is there anything else we need to take care of?
2020 CF 2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Nick Puccio from the state of Florida. Bruce Bussman from the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver. Ms. Shaver is seated to my right.
Ms. Shaver, please state your full legal name and raise your right hand.
Laurie Filmer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
You solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the
What?
truth, so help you God. Thank you. All right, are there any preliminary matters before we call the jurors in?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, you may recall back when the state had filed their motion to allow the deceased father, Mr. Shaver's father, attend the trial, sit through the trial. We had invoked the rule of sequestration at that stage. We'd asked the state to advise, the court directed that they advised Mr. Shaver that he was not to be making any statements. So at that stage, the rule had been invoked. Yesterday, throughout the trial, the state has had present a good many of their witnesses here observing the openings and the testimony of the foremost witness at that date. So we ask that these witnesses that have been present, that they be excluded, barred from testimony, and that the state thereupon now advise the remaining witnesses not to not that they would advise them about the rule of sequestration
I
having
don't
been
recall you invoking the rule.
Pardon me?
I don't recall you invoking the rule.
Yes, I did. I did right at that stage. I said, Judge, we're invoking the rule of sequestration. We'd ask the court and we'd ask the state to instruct the father that the rule's invoked and he's not to speak to anybody at that stage. And for purposes at this time, the rule
The
of
motion you
sequestration.
invoke the rule or you invoke the rule in court?
I invoked it here before the court.
All right.
Mr. Wicks invoked the rule during the perpetuation of the testimony of Jessica Holcomb because we had technically started the trial at that stage. When we put her on, he said that he wanted to invoke the rule then. And the rule has been invoked. I've informed all the witnesses that they are not to discuss anything that has gone on in this case. And the only listed witness that is testifying
For the moment.
present is that
For
Shaver, the witness
the
that
moment.
he said was allowed to be here.
There
I'm
were
beating.
witnesses on newsreels last night watching the news. The rule had been invoked. Witnesses were present in the courtroom yesterday, and that was specifically regarding Mr. Shaver. We weren't talking to Ms. Holcomb. Ms. Holcomb was released from her state.
What other witnesses specifically were present that you're concerned about?
Ms. Shaver, yeah.
Okay.
Who was present?
Sharon Shaver. It was noted in the opening statement that Sharon Shaver would be testifying, Brian Shaver, Stacy Shaver, and I did see Tamara Dale here yesterday along
This
with
is
many
why-
CSI agents. And I
He was sworn in.
cannot identify the CSI agents because I was not there on scene. So how would I be able to distinguish who is going to be testifying and who was sitting in the courtroom yesterday?
Your Tamara Dale was not here. Sharon Shaver is the decedent's mother. I listed her as someone that you might hear referenced, but she is not testifying. She was listed as a B witness. The CSI individuals that are here are all CSI individuals that were not even working with the sheriff's office at the time of the discovery of Michael Shaver's body in the backyard. None of them are listed witnesses. They are CSI agents that are allowed to be here to observe the court process as a learning tool. And there's nothing to prevent people that are witnesses and that weren't even with the sheriff's office at the time of this investigation of being present.
Well, it sounds like the individuals that were present are not being called to testify. Is that correct, Mr. Camuccio?
Yes, sir.
Who was it the state's acknowledging was present?
Douglas Shaver.
Nobody else.
No witness that's being called has been in this courtroom in violation of the law.
Okay, and nobody's watched the news?
I can't control that.
Well,
I've told the witnesses that they can't discuss the matters that happen in court.
So they're not to be present
different
in
than
court. They're not to
watching the news,
discuss
Your
the
Honor.
any testimony.
Discussing in court and
with
watching
any
the
other
news are
witness.
two different things, Your
we
Honor.
have screenshots, Judge, of people that
So,
listed witnesses on.
yeah, and these aren't really good. I guess my concern was during opening statements, Mr. Baskley stated that we would hear from the mother, the father. The father, we had the motion hearing on. The mother, the brother, the sister, and they were all sitting in the courtroom yesterday.
The brother and the sister were not in the courtroom. They were sitting outside the courtroom the entire time.
Starting out good, guys.
Judge, I would just, in an abundance of caution, I would suggest when the witnesses approach that the court make an inquiry whether or not they've spoken to anybody or watched anything on TV to assure that there was no violation of the rule. And for any lack of confusion at this state, again, we'd invoke the rule of sequestration, ask the state to advise the
The court to inquire of every witness or
each witness that takes a stand, whether or not they've spoken to anybody, whether they were in the courtroom yesterday. And if they were, and they were listed, they should be
Sir, you're
barred.
making the allegation that there were individuals in the courtroom that should not have been in the courtroom. You tell me who you're concerned about, Mr. Wiggs.
Well, my client just advised the court, the mother and Tamara Dale, we suggest, was
They
present.
cannot be there
And
if they're
Brian
going
Shaver.
to testify.
Brian Shaver.
Stacy Shaver was here.
Okay, so Brian Shaver, Stacy Shaver, and Sharon Shaver. Who else?
Tamara Dale.
Okay, those four individuals.
Pardon me?
The court will inquire of those four individuals then.
You want me to bring this Brian Shaver and Stacy Turner in right now, Judge?
Are the other individuals present as Tamara Dale's here?
She's not here. She hasn't been here at all this week because she's not testifying until later. And as I said, Sharon Shaver is not testifying.
All right, well, let's bring them in and the court can make the appropriate inquiry.
Y'all, this is going to be a spicy trial. I may have to cover Boone in the morning and this at night. I may have to. Y'all hearing me okay? This is in Florida. He's not mad. He's probably just irritated. This is not how you want to start your morning with a pissing match. Once for dang
Your Honor,
sure.
this is Stacy Turner. Brian Shaver has not arrived yet this morning. I thought it had. Where would
Yep,
you like?
pretty
How about
much.
the podium, Ms. Turner. That
Yes,
shouldn't
Britt.
take very long. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Stacy Turner,
Okay, and spell your full name.
STACIE TURNER.
All right, and were you instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone?
Yes.
Okay, and have you discussed your testimony with anyone?
No.
Were you in the courtroom yesterday?
No, I was not.
Okay, and have you viewed or been influenced by any media reports, newspaper, TV, otherwise?
No, the very end of a story was on this morning, but I did not see it. I just heard Laurie's name mentioned.
Yes, ma'am. All right, State, do you wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, are you satisfied with the responses, sir? Okay, and again, please continue. The rule is invoked. It remains invoked. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Do not view any media concerning the case. Do not do any research concerning the case.
Yes, sir.
All right, and please remain outside the courtroom.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything further? Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I wish I could be in the courtroom.
Is there anyone else present that is of concern?
I can double check to see if Brian.
If you would, sir. Thank you.
Those of you who don't know me, thank you for joining. I'm Ada Kay. I am doing some bead work while we are watching today. I am way behind on a project.
He's not here.
It's just
I'll make
starting.
sure we try to fit that in.
Then the court will inquire as to the other three named individuals as they arrived, and they are Sharon Shaver, Brian Shaver, and Tamara Dale.
Very well.
Sharon Shaver's not testifying.
Okay.
Okay,
Then she's not a concern, so just Brian Shaver and Tamara Dale.
very well.
All right.
Judge, I have one other matter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we've been drawn up to the bench a few times, and
Is it the standing objection that you'd like to make?
Well, yeah, I want to make it very clear for the record, see where we're going to proceed on this, but I want to make it very clear. And I'm going to hand the court the prior decisions, which the state has copies of.
He's doing what he should for his client.
You see some cover notes on the first page, and that's just an outline of the
Nah,
Smith
it
versus
wasn't.
Carlisle decision
Andrea.
and the Volker decision. Both cases are attached. We got drawn into this because there was earlier talk about the concept of inference stacking. Mr. Camuccio and I addressed the matter, and there was some argument that took place about it. I went back and I knew the rule had been changed, but I wanted to see how it was changed. And I came upon the Smith versus Carlisle decision. And that decision is cited at 378 Southern 3rd, 1213. It's a 2024 decision. It looks like out of the first DCA. What the case did was it broke all the history down, and going back to Knight and Sims and Law, and going back to the Bush decision, which had revoked the concept of inference stacking. What it said was, yeah, the inference stacking doctrine is gone. And it went back and it said, what thus is imposed is the decision of Volker versus Combined Insurance. And that side is 73 Southern 2nd, 403, Supreme Court decision back from 1954. Yikes. And in it makes this statement: stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test which may be analogized to the criminal rule concerning circumstantial evidence, only if the prior or basic inference is established to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory. Now, when I'm drawn up to the court, I've advised the court and I've advised the state, what's the primary inference that you're trying to stack this inference on top of? And Mr. Camuccio's argument has repeatedly been, make your motion for a JOA at the end of the trial. Well, to follow Mr. Camuccio's logic would do away with 90.401 relevance, and it would do away with 90.403 whether there's any prejudice by the inference to be drawn. So everything that Mr. Camuccio would propose through any proposed circumstantial evidence would be relevant in the mind of the state, and the defense would be required just at the conclusion of the case to move for a judgment of acquittal. So I think that the state would need to verify the inference that they're building, their primary inference that they're offering any substantive evidence. That's what the case would suggest. Further, Judge, I provided the court the motion to exclude digital data which had been filed in this case and to strike the business record certifications. In it, and we got drawn into this at the bench the other day, the state had spoken about they were in possession of business records from Facebook, and that they were verified, and that they were to be offered, and that all these inferences could be drawn that this was Laurie Shaver. You may recall in our prior hearings, Mr. Camuccio was advised in the court, Mr. Wiggs can't just introduce a business record and assume he's just going to get the evidence and the documents and the evidence. What I did for the state and the memorandum
90%.
you'll see was I set forth all the known predicates for the introduction of digital data.
Majority of trials
it's not sufficient just for
based
one
on
party to
circumstantial
object on
evidence.
predicate without offering and showing the opposing party what the predicate is. So in there, you'll see I'd cited Monceau, State versus Love, a number of cases as to how the predicate was established in other cases. I'd also asserted cases that dealing with confirmation of the data and how matters had to be authenticated to show reliability, that you could not just introduce a business record and say the predicates met. The state went beyond that later, you may recall, and it filed a request for a summary to be introduced into evidence. I advised the court that what the state was doing was the state was going to try to stack inferences and conclusions within it that did not constitute a business record. And the case that I cited in the primary motion was Yisrael, Supreme Court decision, where an after arrest document generated in preparation of litigation was not a business record, and clearly outlined that case and discussed it for the court openly. Now, none of this was contested in the hearing. Nothing was contested. We introduced it in the form, likewise, with digital data, testimony of Richard Connor, the predicate standards. The state just kind of covered their eyes on it, I think, thinking they're going to show up and just say, well, here's a business record and here's the inferences we conclude from it. Now, again, that brings us back to Carlisle and relationship with the digital data. So I supply that to the court instead of having to approach at all stages, advising the court that when we call them out or call the state out as to relevance, that's the authority that the defense is relied upon. That's the obligation for the court to inquire. When we talk about digital data in reference to that, those are the predicates that are set forth before the court and the state, and ask that the court hold the state to their predicate requirements as set forth by the court. So with those, Judge, we just preserve the record and ask that the court enforce the law and call the state out on these issues. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State's response.
Your Honor, these issues have already been litigated. You've already made your rulings. I will point out, as I did up at the bench yesterday, that the defense, first of all, is relying on a civil case, Larry D. Smith versus Carlisle Industrial Brake and Friction, is not a criminal case. The case that it refers to being Bolter v. Combined Insurance Company, once again, is not a criminal case. But the case that he cites clearly talks about how the Florida Supreme Court in Bush has done away with this standard that the state must do away with any reasonable hypothesis of innocence, and a conviction can stand based on circumstantial evidence alone. So their reliance on this civil case is misplaced. It's not saying what he says. The case that this court needs to rely on is the Supreme Court's decision in Bush. But all these other issues have been litigated. We have rulings, you've done orders, and simply rehashing all of this is inappropriate.
Judge, if I may, just respond to that. Judge, you have not signed an order saying the state has a right to avoid any predicate obligation. But I just read to the court what the Smith decision said. And the Smith decision said a test which may be analogized to the criminal court. So while it was a civil case, they were relying on the standard to be imposed in a criminal case. So the state miscites one that the court has never entered an order saying you can avoid any predicate obligation, state. The obligations are still in place, and those obligations are set forth in the memorandum to exclude the digital data. They're also set forth in Smith versus Carlisle and Volker. And that's plain, it's on paper, and the court could not, even if it wanted to, state, Mr. Camuccio, don't worry about 90.401. Everything's relevant. Don't worry about 90.403. It doesn't matter if anything prejudices the defense. Everything's got to be analogized when it's tendered to the court.
All right. Anything further? All right. Thank you. Are we ready for the jury? All right. Please call in the jurors. Thank you.
Make it clear on the record. I don't know. Make it clear on the record. I don't know. No, just write it on.
Yeah, I know I'm talking to somebody else through Discord. Yeah, that was an interesting little thing. I had to rewind it to listen real quick while I was talking. My apologies. Oh, they're moving in here. If you guys can hear any kind of fan sound on the microphone, let me know. I got to get some here moving. Maybe my hot coffee is keeping me up. I don't know. Okay, good. Toxic. I think I need to buy some bot. I don't even know how to do any of that stuff, but I'm sure RA will
I see that
be able
all of
to
the members of the
educate
jury
me on
have returned and are seated in the jury box. Thank you again for your time and patience this morning. State, you may proceed.
State calls Rita Merritt.
Toxic, you're doing great. I always need advice. I appreciate it.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to go. Good morning. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Rita Merritt, RITAMERRITT.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The
Please
wife
proceed.
to the person yesterday.
Good morning, Ms. Merritt.
Good morning.
You're a little soft-spoken, and we're trying to make sure that that microphone picks up everything you say. So you can lean in and talk. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Rita Merritt.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
I did.
How did you know him?
Through my husband, Frank Merritt.
And how long did you know him?
For about 6 months or so.
And were your families friendly? Did you socialize together?
Yes, sir, a couple times.
And did you ever go over to his house, to Michael Shaver's house, to visit or socialize with Michael Shaver?
You're good, graceful.
Yes, sir.
You're Grace.
And did you
I'm gonna call you Grace
socialize
if you don't mind.
at other locations?
I often
other than
forget
either
to
of your
turn on my
homes?
mic.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And did you meet her through Michael and your husband?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her and recognize her in the court today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point her out, just say, describe something she's wearing?
The tan jacket.
Now, did you meet Michael or Laurie first?
Actually, I met them together.
And I want to take you back to November 7th of 2015. Did you see Michael and Laurie Shaver that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. And where did you see him?
At the Florida Flywheeler show.
What kind of event was that?
It was an event that had like old steam engines and tractors and kind of like a swap meet type of place.
Who all was there as far as your family and their family?
Mike and Laurie their 2 kids, Aiden and Isabel.
And I
My
can say
husband
that because I'm
Frank,
a country
my
bumpkin.
daughter Carly, and myself.
And did you see Michael and Laurie Shaver interacting together?
Yes, sir, when we first got there.
And what was the demeanor of those individuals while you were there?
Objection. Just calling the witness to speculate on the mental process of another individual.
It's an individual's lay opinion of another individual's demeanor. So,
What caused their mental impression?
all right, overruled. You may answer.
Describe their.
It seemed to be there were some tension between them.
Why would you say that?
Well, when we got there, we met up, and it was like, I don't know what happened. They just were their friendly selves.
Now, at some point, did Mike, Laurie, and their kids leave without you and your husband and your daughter?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you guys arrived separately in different vehicles.
Yes.
Now, on that day, was that the last time that you either spoke or saw Michael Shaver?
Yes.
When you were over at their house, did you ever observe anything that was being utilized as a fire pit?
No.
In the backyard, was there an area where the family had started some sort of construction of something that they wanted to put in there?
Mike had talked about digging a duck pond. They had ducks and chickens and stuff, and he had talked about digging a duck pond for his ducks.
And had that excavation, had that hole started to be dug while you were over there socializing?
The last time we were there was in September, the last time I was there, and I don't believe at that time that he had started it, but we did talk about it.
I have nothing further at this time, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, ma'am, please score.
Yes, sir.
He's being real formal.
Ma'am, you testified that y'all socialized, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You never observed a murder, correct?
I'm sorry?
You never observed a homicide.
No, sir.
Okay. Most you're saying is y'all went out to some truck show, I believe, and that somebody was in a bad mood.
Yes.
Okay. That would cause you to speculate about their mental problem, correct?
Objection.
No, sir.
No? Did somebody say I'm in a bad mood?
No, sir.
Okay. Did it occur to you somebody may have health issues?
Health issues? No, sir.
How was the temperature?
It was early in the morning, so it wasn't that warm then, but as the day went by, it got pretty heated, yes.
Very hot, did it not?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So your conclusion, somebody was in a bad mood, doesn't take into consideration other factors such as correct? Health issues, temperature outside, correct?
Correct.
And they surely don't relate to any homicide that was committed, correct?
I would say no.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? May the witness be excused from her subpoena? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Mr. Wiggs and I approach real quick?
Yes, sir.
The volume and everything seems to be a little more, as far as microphones, seems to be better. Yeah, this is going to be really annoying really quick. You're correct. 100% on that. I think so. Gracefully, I think so. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. those of you who are joining, I need to share something. If you know anybody who is deaf or hard of hearing and relies on sign language, please invite them to my channel, which is where you are now, because tonight we will be interpreting in American Sign Language the debate. Please understand we do a pineapple no politics. However, as interpreters for the deaf, Diane and I will be interpreting the debate tonight. I'll need your prayers. Never done this one before. So that's going to be a little nerve-wracking on my end. I hope that y'all come and join us. Even if you don't, if you're interested in the debate, go right ahead and come on anyway. We appreciate it.
All right, please proceed.
Celebrated your birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hello,
All right, good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand.
Happy birthday.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Right here, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I just did it.
Good morning.
Judge, we approach this momentarily.
Yes, sir.
What? Again? Come on, dude. Quit this mess. Have an amazing, 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 amazing day. I can't get this song out of my head.
Ma'am, I notice you have your head down. Are you okay? Okay. Do you need a break? Okay. Were you just taking notes? Are you feeling well today? Okay.
Who are
Any
they
follow-up
talking
questions?
to?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Who are they talking to?
All right, sir. Please state your full legal name.
John Adrian Borglum.
Please spell your full name.
John Adrian. B as in boy. Orglum as in Mary.
All right. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly
Hey
swear
guys,
or
I gotta go
affirm
back for that.
any
Forgive me.
B as in boy. Orglum as in Mary.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm John Borglum.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Shaver?
So I was Michael's leader at Disney for a few years. He actually worked for me on 2 occasions. First time was when he was in his 4th year of his apprenticeship in the monorail shop. So that was from roughly August of 13 through August of 14. And then in 2015, or in 2014, he transferred to Epcot when he completed his apprenticeship. I also transferred to Epcot in April of 2015, and that's where Mike worked for me again.
When you refer to yourself as his leader, is that basically a supervisor?
Yes, sir.
And in order to work as a mechanic at Disney, what did he have to do to get that position?
So Mike actually completed a 4-year apprenticeship as a mechanical apprentice in order to be able to work at Disney, and then also complete an exam in order to be able to work as a attractions mechanic in one of our attractions.
And how was he performing as an employee?
Mike actually performed really well. Was not happy on a personal aspect when he transferred to Epcot from the monorails, because I was at monorails. I wanted to keep him. But I was really happy when I I transferred to Epcot, and he was once again working for me.
And when, in the course of the time that you were supervising him, was there ever any discussions of his advancement within the program?
Yes.
Judge,
Hearsay, sir.
Hearsay.
All right. Overruled.
So I was actually, in late 2015, I was actually ready to promote Mike to a working foreman position, which would have involved a pay raise. And that was primarily due to his work ethic and the way he was respected by the teams.
And had you made him aware of that consideration?
Yes, sir.
Now, as a mechanic at Disney, well, specifically when he went through the apprenticeship program, was he issued tools by Disney?
So there is a small set of tools that are issued by Disney. It's just a standard set that they're issued. However, each cast member is allowed the opportunity in order to be able to purchase and bring in their own set of tools. So those tools are can be also be generic ones or specific for whatever task it is that they are performing in the attractions.
And even the tools issued by Disney once he completes the apprenticeship program, do they then belong to the individual?
That I don't recall.
Now, does Disney maintain records of employment that include absences, whether or not someone called in sick, didn't call in when they were absent, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and show defense what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit U, proper business record certification, business records from Walt Disney work. Michael Shaver.
Judge, we're going to object to the objection or to the certification, excuse me. The records are just improper bolstering at this stage. They're not relevant, probative. This witness has no probative testimony other than to try to bolster a man who's not here. It's not probative pursuant to Smith versus Carlisle and Volker as well that I've cited to the court.
All right, state's response.
Any sort of objection to the business record certification is untimely, as not for the business record certifications board. These Disney records were not done prior to trial, and we are going to be talking about his attendance records, which are contained within.
It does not alleviate the relevancy, whether or not there's an objection made prior to trial or not. The state still has to show the probative value, regardless of whether they want to introduce it. Under Smith versus Carlisle and Volker, it's not probative evidence to just bring a man in and try to bolster somebody's testimony to try to throw some ammunition out there on behalf of the state. Again, it's not probative in any matter.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Objections overruled.
States move in States U into evidence, States number 9.
And States U will be admitted into evidence as States number 9.
Now, Mr. Ford, when prior to your testimony here today, have you gone back and reviewed Mr. Shaver's attendance records during the time frame that he was working at Disney?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Now, I want to take you back to November of 2015. Was Michael Shaver scheduled to work on November 10th, 2015?
Yes, he was.
And Your Honor, I would ask at this time to publish the contents of States number 9 to the jury.
Whether he was supposed to show up for work one particular day does not alleviate or does not answer the question.
Can we approach?
All right, let's have a sidebar. Thank you.
Wow, y'all. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I got a lot of things dinging on me over here. Apologize. I don't know what's going on. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. I appreciate it so very, very, very much. I'm trying to do something. I'm not ignoring you by any means. Trying to do something. Okay. I'm trying to do something that I've not done before. But I'm trying to get rid of something and see if this works.
Orland, I'll direct your attention to the page that's numbered on the bottom. That's 986. Do you have that page in front of you?
Almost.
Okay.
986.
Now, on November 10th, 2015, was Mr. Shaver scheduled for work?
Yes, he was.
And did he show for his scheduled work?
November 10th, he's actually documented as a no call, no show, which means no call, no show means he was scheduled for work and he did not call in, whether it be call sick, call whatever, in order to let us know he was not coming into work.
And what was his next shift after November 10th, 2015?
So it would have been November 10th, which actually would have been his first day coming back to work after his 2 days off. So November 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. So there's 4 consecutive no call, no shows.
And all of those are reflected in the records that you're referring to there?
Yes, sir.
And the going back through his attendance at Disney, had he ever no call, no show for work before November of 2015?
No, he had not.
I'll just quickly go through those records appearing on page 97.
I would love a counter. I've got
990.
to get my ATEM Mini Extreme connected. I'm waiting on getting time with Mr. Arkley to get all that worked out. I've got the iPad for it. I've got everything else set up. As soon as we get the ATM connected, we'll have it.
Attendance.
The one for 926
on
top one.
The date on
Hey,
991
Ms.
showing
The date at 991, the very first entry is 8/31/2009.
So in that 6-year period prior to November of 2015, no call, no shows.
That is correct.
Once Mr. Shaver had failed to appear for work and didn't call in, first of all, was that concerning and unusual to you based on his prior experience?
Yes, it was.
And so what did you do?
So the first night, I would have actually asked the team members who know Mike best if they knew something was going on, if he had reached out to any of them, and I would have sent him a text message.
Did you ever call him on the phone?
Not the first night.
And how were you communicating with him then?
At that time, it was via text message.
And did he or someone in possession of his phone correspond back with you?
On the 13th was actually when I received a text back, because by the 13th, that had been 3 consecutive no call, no shows. By Disney policy, 3 consecutive no call, no shows. It is a
Are you kidding me,
automatic termination of employment with a company.
Seriously?
So I had been texting and trying to call his cell phone in order to find out what was going on, as well as if there was issues, in order to offer assistance, because Disney does have Disney assistance program where if things are coming up, we're able to help out, especially for outstanding employees. So I had reached out to Mike, and on the 13th is when I got a text message back. The text message stated along the lines of
Projection. Judge, we can approach.
All right, sidebar, please.
Oh my gosh, we need a sidebar counter. I can do that, but I can't put it up there. Anybody go back and tell me how many sidebars we've had? How many sidebars have we had? I can put it up there. I can't put it up there, but I can keep track of it. Let me rephrase that. I have a counter. I just can't get it up there. I don't know how. I mean, he is getting on our nerves, but do you know what? He is doing his job. So what can I say? There's a static in there that I'm not liking, and it's not on my end. I guess it's their air conditioning. ADHD, I'm so sorry. Count as a little blessing. They are blessings.
All right, so the judge overruled that. What was the
Objection, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That's
What?
inappropriate.
All right. Please proceed.
Again?
Thank you.
What was the response that you received?
So the response I received back was having issues at home in Georgia right now. Either fire me or I'll quit. I'm not coming back to work.
And
That's unusual.
his personal
That's
property,
not
the tools were still at Disney.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever
a way
come
you
back
would
and get
talk
those?
to your boss.
No, he did not.
Did you ever reach out to Laurie Shaver to ask her what to do about the tools?
No, I did not reach out to Lourie. I still continue to try to reach out to Mike. Part of the process that we have with the company when somebody leaves the company, whether on their own volition or whether they were terminated, is their tools are their property. So we do not maintain or keep their property. So we make every effort in order to return the property back to them. Since Mike's toolbox was in the attraction, made every effort in order to return the toolbox. At that time, it was actually shortly after that, so it would have been early December, is when I received a snapshot of a message that Frank Merritt had received in order to turn the toolbox over to Frank.
Now, have you seen or actually spoken with Michael Shaver since November 7th of 2015?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Borglum, tell us about your IT experience.
IT experience, very minimal.
Do you? Do you hold any kind of degree in IT?
No, sir.
Okay. And when you say you received a message, you don't know who you received the message from, do you?
Other than the fact it comes up on the phone as the message for the caller ID showed it was Mike Shaver's cell phone.
Okay. Do you know where that was sent from?
No, sir.
Do you know what router it was sent from?
No, sir.
Do you know what Michael Shaver was doing 24 hours before he last showed up for work?
No, sir.
Do you know who he was with?
No, sir.
The last 24 hours.
No, sir.
Do you know who was with Michael Shaver the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Do you know where Michael Shaver was at?
No, sir. I do not. I would have assumed he would have been at home, but no.
That's your assumption, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, aside from the records that were introduced, did Michael have any?
Okay, I want to say this. We are already complaining and moaning and blanking about this attorney. Guys, this attorney is doing his job. He's doing his job for his client. It's irritating to us, but let me tell you, he's amazing. He's doing a good job at irritating us.
Any complaints at work?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there a Kendall Davidowski?
Good morning, Miss
Somebody was saying at
Kevin.
work?
Good to see you, my dear.
There is a Kendall Davidowski at Disney, but
Yeah.
I don't know whether he was dating her or not.
You know if she had filed any complaints against her?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you don't know if those are a complete statement of all the records on file with Disney, do you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Well, I
And you
wanna
don't know
announce
who Kendall Davidowski
is
is?
now
I know
our
who
mo-
Kendall
one of our
Davidowski is.
YouTube
She also
mods.
worked for
Welcome
me during a period of
aboard,
time.
please.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not Mr. Shaver had a relationship with her?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State? All right. You may step down from the witness stand. You're released from further testimony, sir. Thank you and have a good day.
State call Brendan Burns.
Files are still there. Yes, thank you.
No, we're having a lot of open mic stuff going on. That sheriff is standing awfully close. Oh, don't shush him. I want to hear. I want to hear what this man has to say behind the mic.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. All right. Please state your full legal name and spell your name, please.
My name is Brendan Robert Burns. It's BRENDEN, Robert, ROBEERT, Burns, BURNS.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Again, my name's Brendan Burns. I'm an airline pilot by trade, but at the time I was a aircraft mechanic.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And how did you first meet Michael Shaver?
As I was an aircraft mechanic at Warbird Adventures in Kissimmee, Mike came in as a volunteer to help work on some aircraft projects, race airplane, etc.
And when you say he came in as a volunteer, what type of role was he wanting to volunteer to do?
As an aircraft mechanic, I guess any tasks associated with working on our race airplane mainly.
And that area where he started to volunteer, did you start a friendship with Michael Shaver?
I did, yes.
And through that, did you meet his wife, Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Do you see her in the courtroom today, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes, I do. She's wearing a tan coat.
Now, what types of things would Michael Shaver do for this race?
Honestly, whatever was requested of him. One of the first things I remember him being sort of assigned to was we were building a new canopy for the race airplane. So he was molding some styrofoam for a mold of the canopy. That was one of the first things I remember.
And were there times that his wife, Laurie Shaver, would also participate in the activities of this race team?
Yes.
And how would that come about?
Well, Laurie would attend the races, and she helped out in the merchandise booth. We sold T-shirts, hats, and other paraphernalia.
Did you ever go over to their home to visit or socialize?
Yes, I did.
And was there a period of time,
Careful with
in
that.
case I didn't ask, what was the period of time that you knew and were friends with Michael?
I believe it was late 2012 or early 2013 through fall of 2015.
And was there a period of time you were friends with Michael that he had moved out of the home and was living in the hangar?
Yes, yes.
What time frame was that?
He lived in the hangar, I want to say it was late 2014 or early 2015.
And during that time, was he separated?
Yes.
During that time that he was living at the hangar, did Michael Shaver start dating someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name was Kendall.
And was that somebody that also worked at Disney, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
After a period of time, did you see Laurie Shaver start coming back to the hangar when Michael was living there?
Yes, I did.
And what types of things would she do when she would return to the hangar where Michael was staying and living?
Well, I saw her talk to Mike outside. One time there was some pizzas in the break room, and I asked, and someone said that Laurie had bought pizzas for the race team.
And after this period of time, in the summer of 2015, did Michael Shaver leave the hangar and return to live at the marital home?
Yes, he did.
Are you Facebook friends with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And have you, during the time that you've been friends and since his disappearance, been able to look at the pictures and things that have been posted on his Facebook?
Yes.
And here at this time, I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked for identification, states V, of Facebook records with appropriate business record certification, as well as 2 individual photographs labeled states X and states W.
We can approach.
Carmen, Mr. White wants to approach.
All right. Sidebar, please.
Had to go get breakfast, y'all. That is so funny. Thanks for letting me know, Toxic. I'll go back later and watch and try and catch us up on all the sidebar counts.
You're at this time, based on business records, notice, and certification, provided by Meta. The state removed states V, the Facebook records of Michael Shaver into evidence in states number 10.
All right, states V will be admitted into evidence of states number 10.
Yes, same objection, Judge.
All right, sir, overruled.
Now,
Go place. Go.
first, I'm showing you a photograph taken from those records that's been labeled as states W. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And first of all, who's that a photograph of?
That's Mike Shaver.
And how do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize this photograph because I took this photograph.
And what was the circumstances that you took that photograph?
Mike and I were fishing behind my house that I lived at the time.
And when would that event have occurred?
This was in June of 2014, I believe.
And after you took that photograph, did you share that with Michael Shaver?
I'm sure I did, either via text or I tagged him on Facebook.
And at that time, did you have a working phone number for Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And what was that phone number?
It's.
Do you have it on your phone?
It's on my phone.
Looking at your phone and the entry that you have on your phone help refresh your memory about what his phone number was?
Yeah.
Did you ever change it at any time during your friendship since you had that number programmed?
He's been dead how long, and you still have his number?
Can you go ahead and look at it, please?
Sure. The phone number that I have for Mike Shaver is area code 352-431-5121.
All right, this time the state will move State's Exhibit W into evidence of State's Exhibit number 11.
Same objection, Judge. Improper predicate.
Objections overruled. States W will be entered into evidence as states number 11.
Now, did you see this picture appear on Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Yeah, at some point.
And when was the last time you had any contact where you either saw or spoke with Michael Shaver?
It was early October 2015.
And when something is posted onto Facebook, when you're going through, does it have dates and things that correlate to that posting as you're looking at the post?
Typically, yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and present this exhibit that's just been embedded into evidence. When does this show that photograph was uploaded on?
I get it.
It shows it was uploaded March 8 of 2017.
I'll go ahead and publish for the jury. Is that the photograph that we've been talking about that's on the screen?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and show you another
Ladies and
photograph.
gentlemen of the jury, if you
joining us
wish, you
this
may get up from your seats if you would like to get closer to view the photograph. So feel free to move about the jury box, and if you need to, Deputy Olmstead will allow you outside of the jury box so you can view the photograph or any exhibits more closely.
Hey. Never heard that before.
And that applies to all exhibits. Feel free to move about the jury box and out of the jury box as needed.
Out of the box, too?
Showing you previously embarked as X. You recognize this photograph.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that photograph?
It's a picture of some random bar somewhere that might.
Where did you first see that photograph?
On Facebook.
Okay. And specifically, whose Facebook profile?
That was Mike Shaver's Facebook.
And when you saw that photograph on Mike Shaver's Facebook profile, why did that individual picture seem unusual to you?
Well, he's not in the picture, and I don't recognize any person in this photograph or the place it was taken.
And the looking at that photograph, did you do anything to kind of look into the where that photograph came from?
Not really. I mean,
But as the photograph that
Why
you were
would
looking at
he?
from Facebook that was posted on his profile, you do not recognize Mr. Shaver in that or any other individual?
That's correct.
All right, this time the state removed states X into evidence. It states number 12.
Judge, same objection. Is an improper predicate.
All right, sir. Objection is overruled. States X will be admitted into evidence as
Boy,
states
they're
number 12.
losing every objection. Every objection they're losing.
And does this photograph, which I'll publish show when that was posted?
It says it was uploaded January 2nd of 2018.
And I'm publishing states 12.
All right, request to publish is granted.
That is the exhibit itself. That's how it comes in. The as far as the writing on it. Go ahead and publish the physical exhibit to the jury.
Once you view that, the physical exhibit, please pass it around to the other jury members. Thank you.
Boy, this judge has got the patience of Job. We're going to zoom
Not an
zoom
IT
through all that.
personnel, correct?
That's correct.
Get caught up with time.
Mr. Wiggs?
There we go.
So this digital data went back between you and Michael, allegedly, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. You don't know who was on the other end of their router, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if it was a male or a female, correct?
Correct.
You don't know how many people were in the residence, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if it was intercepted anywhere, correct?
Correct.
You're not an IT personnel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you present during the demise of Michael Shaver?
I was not.
Do you know anybody that was?
I do not.
Okay. So this digital data is supplied to say, essentially, I saw him in this period, I believe, correct?
Yes.
I sent him something, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember Laurie Shaver's child, Erilyn?
No.
You don't remember that child?
No.
Okay.
Would there be a reason for him to remember that? Just curious.
Did you turn over your computer to law enforcement?
No.
Did they issue a warrant to secure any information from your system?
No.
Very well. Thank you.
All right.
That was interesting.
Redirect.
Do you know any of Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's children?
Yes.
Who were they?
Isabel and I forget the little boy's name.
Any children that you had after Michael Shaver, would you have any way of knowing? And has there ever been any inference or discussion of any text messages or anything that you would receive from Michael Shaver on your computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
May the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay.
The State Hall, Robert Mercado.
All right. Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to go. All set?
Yes.
Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name's Robert Mercado Jr. ROBERTMERCADO.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Robert Mercado.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know Michael?
We first met at work in our apprenticeship, mechanical apprenticeship, and from there on we hit it off.
When you talk about your apprenticeship at work, where did you?
At Walt Disney World.
And were you guys going through the apprenticeship at the same time?
We ended up at the same location. He was a year ahead of me.
How long is that apprenticeship?
It's a 4-year apprenticeship.
Now, through Michael Shaver, did you ever meet his wife, Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And did you ever go over to their house to visit or socialize?
Yes, multiple times.
And in November of 2015, what kind of vehicle did you have?
I had a gray Explorer.
And in November of 2015, did you ever go pick Michael Shaver up from his home and take him anywhere so he could leave his family?
No.
Did you ever take him to Georgia and drop him off anywhere up there?
No.
Going back to November 2015, did you have any upcoming plans with Michael Shaver for later in the month?
Yes, we were planning on having Thanksgiving together.
And when you talk about having Thanksgiving together, who all was involved with that Thanksgiving?
It was going to be his and my family at his house.
And so when you talk about his and your family, would that include Lourie and his children?
Yes.
And did you have children?
Yes.
How old were your children in comparison to his?
Older. Mine are a lot older than his.
When was the last time that you physically saw or spoke in person to Michael Shaver?
It was at least a month before we were making plans for Thanksgiving.
Did you ever receive any contact about those Thanksgiving plans, either canceling it or doing anything with those plans?
Yes, I messaged him multiple times a couple weeks before just to solidify the event, and after that, he just texted me back saying that we were canceling it.
Was there anything unusual about your correspondence with him about that event after November 10th of 2015?
Yeah, he kind of just stopped talking to me and said he wanted to be left alone.
Was that out of character for him?
Absolutely.
And have you spoken on the phone, any contact that you can verify was in fact from Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Mr. McCarthy, did you ever go over there, transport Mr. Shaver to or from the residence?
Yes.
Okay. What was that regarding?
Depends, really. Which time you...
Was there more than one time?
Yeah, I used to go over there all the time.
Was there any time that you transported, removed any goods of his, any items of clothing with him when he was leaving the residence?
The one time I picked him up from court and took him to his residence.
To obtain some things?
Yeah, to pick up his.
Okay. And were you there at any time when there was any violence between Mr. Shaver and Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. So you witnessed that?
Yes.
And there was a 911 call, correct?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Did you have to get between Mr. Shaver?
I had to get between both of them.
Okay. When Mr. Shaver left the residence,
I took him home with me that night, and then the following day, he stayed at the Warbirds Museum hangar for roughly better part of a year after that.
okay. Did you witness any homicide in this case?
No, sir.
You know what Mr. Shaver was doing 24 hours before his death?
No, sir.
Do you know who was present with Mr. Shaver?
No.
4 hours before his death?
No, I do not.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Of his stuff so he can leave the residence, and while he was doing that, I started to hear arguments, and they started fighting, just arguments. And at that time, when I walked in, I noticed that she had a gun in her hand, and she was waving it around, saying she was going to hurt herself. So I separated them, removed the weapon from the area, consoled her, try to calm her down while he got the rest of his stuff, and then we left.
So when you're referring to some violence that you observed between them, you never saw Michael Shaver touch or strike Miss Shaver in any way?
No, he would never.
The only thing that you saw was Miss Shaver brandishing a weapon and making threats?
Yes.
Nothing further?
Mr. Wiggs?
Was 911 called?
Not that I'm aware of at that time, no.
Okay. Did you see anything happen to Mr. Shaver?
Not that night.
Okay. Mr. Shaver was acting aggressive on that night, correct?
They both were.
They both were. Okay. And Mr. Shaver's the one that left the residence, correct?
Yes, I took him with me, yes.
Out of his necessity because of his act of violence, correct?
It was for the betterment of both of them that he left.
He left by law, correct?
Not that night, no.
Not that night. It was a different night?
It was the previous night.
I see. Okay. And you came to retrieve his belongings with him, correct?
Yes.
And he was acting violent at that time?
No, he was not.
Okay. You just stated you got in between the two of them?
Yes.
Because they were acting violent, correct?
While he was trying to retrieve his stuff, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for testifying here today. You're released from any further testimony. Thank you and have a good day.
State calls Corey Lutzow.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
All right, guys, we had a customer.
All right, sir. Please raise your right hand. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Corey J. Lutzow. It's spelled C-O-R-Y. Middle name is J-A-Y. Last name is spelled L-U-T, Z as in zebra, O-W.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I swear.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corey Lutzo. I work.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Shaver?
I worked with Michael Shaver at Disney, at Epcot at the attraction Spaceship Earth.
And approximately when did you start working with him?
Roughly about spring of 2015, when I transferred from being an attractions cast member to a mechanic.
And at that point, had he already gone through the apprenticeship program?
Yeah, actually, he had just graduated the apprenticeship program.
And as a mechanic over there, were you working at the same attraction with him, a different attraction? Well, how was that?
We were working at the same attraction. I was actually introduced to Mike on my first day on the job. He was going to be the guy that was actually showing me around the attraction and, getting me acquainted with everything.
And would you ever visit or socialize with Michael Shaver outside of work?
No. We messaged a couple times on Facebook, text message here or there, but never really got the chance to socialize outside of work because with my stint in the military, I was always busy going between Disney and doing the military thing. So never really got a chance to socialize outside of work.
Did you all work the same shift?
Yes, we had the same days, same working days, same days off.
And what shift was that?
So our shift was third shift, and we had Sunday, Mondays off. So we would usually come in on a Tuesday night, and then we would clock out early Saturday mornings for our weekends.
Where do mechanics at Disney get their tools from?
So during the apprenticeship program, when you go through the apprenticeship program, you get your tools assigned to you, and then you get to keep those upon graduation. And then if there are any other specialty tools that you would like to buy, we have a Snap-on and a Mack truck that will come around usually on Wednesdays. So if you want to make any personal purchases, you can do so.
Now, when you purchase these from the Snap-on or the Mack truck, do you get better deals than if you go into like Home Depot or something like that?
Yeah, give or take. A lot of the times, I know me personally, me and Mike, we actually ended up buying like the same product. They had a deal where you can get a 1/2-inch impact, a 3-inch impact, with battery packs, whole 9 yards that usually would retail about $1,500–1,600, and we ended up getting them for like $700–800.
Now, as someone who worked on the same attraction and the same shift as Michael Shaver, were you familiar with the tools that he had?
Yeah, his toolbox was right next to mine.
And do you have similar tools to what he has?
Yeah, generally. So with the attractions, with the apprenticeship program, they give them what they classify as a basic tool set. I don't exactly know how many pieces were in that tool set, but both his set and my set were almost identical.
And what kind of condition was his tools in?
I mean, just normal wear and tear, but he took pride in his tools just like mine. I mean, they were strategically placed, very well marked, so it was easy to find if we needed to borrow each other's tools.
And as far as the cost of these tools, you said you had very similar workup in your kit?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so you are familiar with the value of the tools through your own personal experience?
Oh, 100%. I keep track, very accurate track of how much I spend on my tools.
And what is a rough estimate of the tools that Michael Shaver
Why would he do
had
that? Tax exemption.
that you had an opportunity to observe and were comparable to yours?
I would probably say his toolbox comparable to mine was roughly between $3,000 and $4,000 worth of tools.
When was the last time that you had any contact with Michael Shaver?
Last contact I had with Mike was the weekend he went missing, which I would say probably like around the 12th and 13th of November of 2015-ish.
Are you given an estimate of that date?
I believe so, yeah. It's been so many years since it's happened.
Was your last contact with him at work?
Yes, we had clocked out of work, and we usually all walk to the parking lot together, and we all say, hey, we'll see you on Tuesday. And then they're like, and everybody reciprocates, and then we all go on our merry way.
if the work records indicate that the last day that he worked was November 7th, would that then have been the last day that you had contact with?
Yes.
And you said you guys worked the same schedule, same shifts?
Mm-hmm.
So the November 10th being the next day he was supposed to come in at work, was he there?
No, he was not.
Did he ever return to work?
No, we did not see him.
Had you ever tried to reach out to him after he stopped showing up to work?
I reached out to him that Wednesday. So the second day he did not show up for work, I reached out to him via Facebook and said, "Hey man, just checking on you, make sure you're good, Never got any response, but I did get a read receipt because if anybody knows social media, if you're on Facebook Messenger, the little icon will drop down showing that it's been read, and it showed it was read.
Objection. Judge, he's testifying. Excuse me.
Sidebar, please.
Wow. Really? You're going to throw bones over that? Well, the thing is that somebody read the message. He's not saying who read the message. He's just acknowledging that the message was read. I'm back. Hey, Miss Trial. Oh, thank God the surgery was a success. I have been praying for you, but didn't want to bother you. Just been waiting to hear the wonderful news. I expected to hear that good news. Thank you so much, Miss Trial. And prayers for healing now. That's going to take some time. You don't get over that in one day. But we're glad to know that you're back. We've missed you, my love. A lot of people are just going off online about her. And once again, I did not get to watch. I don't really know much about this. This was not on my radar. I'm more involved with other trials, but this popped up at a time that I didn't have anything else.
Please describe to the jury how, in your personal experience, you had knowledge that that message was received.
So when I opened my Facebook Messenger, after I had sent the message, I had noticed again the little icon that shows your profile photo had dropped down, and it showed that it had been read. Usually, when you open a message and it hasn't been read, the icon still remains high. So I saw that the message had been read, but I did not receive any messages responding to what checking in on him.
Did Michael Shaver ever return to Disney to pick up those tools that you talked about?
No, he did not.
Have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since that time that you all left work on November 7th, 2015?
Nope, did not. I've not seen him or spoken to him.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Hey, some of these sidebars are because the question's not being asked appropriately.
I heard about how he died, but I don't know 100%. No.
Okay. What you're going on is speculation, correct?
I guess you can say that.
Right. You were not present when it's in the demise of Michael Shaver, did you?
No.
Okay. You don't know who responded to any email that you may have sent to Michael Shaver.
I never said I sent an email. I said I sent him a direct message via Facebook. That's not an email.
Right. In the form of an email communication, correct?
You tried to trick him,
Again,
dude.
That's not an email.
Okay.
It's a
communication.
It's a communication. It's a direct message, almost like a text message.
And you're not an IT guy.
You never claimed that to be that, no.
Right. I didn't say you did claim to be, but you hold no degree at IT, correct?
Nope.
You don't know who was at any location that may have intercepted that, correct?
No.
Thank you. Let me ask you one more question. You know what Kendall Davidowski?
I've heard of the name, but I've never met her.
She work at Disney?
My understanding is she worked at Disney, but she was not in my location when I was there.
You know if Mike was dating her?
Nope. Again, all I know is I heard of the name, but that was it.
Okay. Do you know anybody Michael was dating?
Nope. We never talked about that.
Thank you.
State?
Nothing further. You can be excused.
All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Stand called Laurie Shaver. Oh, Judge, I think we might want to dismiss the jury for a moment.
Yes, sir. We'll take the jurors out for a comfort break. We'll be in recess for about 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Let's see where this really go with it.
Okie dokie. There we have it. What I understand though that most of this stuff is really and technically. I'm gonna mute that fan. Can't do it. I understand most of this is laying the groundwork. The next person coming up is Brian. He's one of the ones that it was accused of being in the actual courtroom. Okay, let me rewind that. Sometimes and I'm hearing in court, but you're not. Go figure. Well, I'll scooch that back and replay it.
Recent.
Okay. And have you viewed anything?
J-V-E-R.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I will.
There are a few preliminary questions that I'd like to ask you. Were you in the
That
courtroom
was
yesterday?
weird. I could hear it, but you couldn't.
Okay. Have you
happens. It's a
discussed
glitchy
your
sometimes.
testimony
I
with
appreciate your
anyone?
patience.
No, sir.
Okay. Has anyone discussed their testimony with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research regarding the case?
No, sir. Well, yes, I have in the past, not recently.
How long ago?
Just kind of keeping a little current with it, but I wouldn't say recent.
Okay. And have you viewed anything in the media recently?
I saw it on the news last night, just
Okay.
on the local news, but that was it.
All right. And State, do you have any questions?
Mr. Shaver, you didn't watch the live stream or anything?
No, sir.
That were covered?
No, sir.
When you talk about research, you're following news media to follow along with your brother's case?
Yes, that is correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Did you see something on the news last time?
I saw about the court proceedings, about the jury selection and stuff.
Okay. Had the state communicated with you about the obligation not to be communicating with other witnesses or reading any data?
Yes, they did.
When did they do that?
It's probably been, I think, probably about a month ago.
Okay. All right.
Anything further?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And we are having a sidebar. For those of you who don't know, well, first of all, I know I have some new people listening in. I want to say thank you so much for watching and hopping in. I'm normally not this active behind the
All right.
camera
Are
with
the
other
parties ready
things,
for the jurors, or would the parties like a comfort break?
I was going to suggest that we're kind of at that 10-15-year-old.
Yes, sir. Let's take a 5-minute comfort break. All right. We're in recess. Thank you.
But I have a beading project, like massively coming up, that I have to have done. And if you don't know, I am Native. I'm Irish Native American, and I honor both sides of my heritage. I do play the tin whistle. I play the native flute. I'm very instrumentally inclined, but I also do beadwork. And someone asked what I was making, so let me show you some of the stuff I do. My outfit for Native American, which is called regalia. This is my custom pattern. I designed it, and I'm making these. It takes hours and hours, sometimes up to 60 hours to bead something this big. Just depending on how detailed it is. So yeah, and this is how it starts out. I got 10 of these to do, and I'm supposed to be done by September 23rd, I believe. Is a big powwow that a friend of mine is head lady dancer, and I wanted to go in my regalia, and I wanted to have it all complete. But if it's not, it's not. It'll be okay. But I will be going. Oh, I do want to go check in on Brandy on X. That's what I wanted to do. Let's go check on Miss Brandy on X. Okay, Miss Brandy. I'm looking. Rita Merritt, wife of Mike's friend and co-worker Frank Merritt, who testified yesterday, just finished. Notice of jurors head down. Okay, let me read it starting from beginning. Good morning from Lake County Courthouse. Laurie Shaver, trial day 2. Starting out with arguments outside of the presence of the jury. First, she gave a list of Mike's family that was in the courtroom yesterday. Her attorney wants them excluded from testifying, which we see that didn't happen. Borglum said Mike was a great employee. They noticed juror's head down, young female, and asked if she was okay, if she had her head down because she didn't feel well. She said she was fine, just taking notes. Her hair is very full and it covers her face. I think they may have thought she was sleeping or sick. In my humble opinion. I'll put the in my humble opinion in it. So that's coming from Brandy herself. So that is news from the courtroom. Thank you, Miss Brandy. We appreciate you so very much. We love it when we can get some inside scoop. Okay, here comes everybody back.
Narrative and emotional state.
Ooh, 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 I gotta go back. I gotta go back. I want to catch it.
Yeah. Look at his coworkers. They look like crap. And his family didn't care. They didn't know what he was up to. Yeah. Look at his coworkers. They look like crap. And his family didn't care. They didn't know what he was up to.
Sorry, I'm trying to amp this up so I can help.
You may be seated. I see that all
Missed it. I'll go
your
back later.
hand. I see that no hands were raised. And all right, anything from the state? Anything from the defense?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Brian.
Something about emotional state is what they were talking about.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Brian Douglas Shaver, Brian Douglas Shaver.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Wait
help
a
you
minute.
God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Oh, didn't we just have Brian Shaver on?
My name is Brian Douglas Shaver. I was the brother of Michael Douglas Shaver.
And are you his older brother or younger brother?
I'm the oldest.
How much older are you?
I'm actually 13 years older than Michael was.
And were you still living in the home when he was
Wait
born?
a minute.
Yes, I was.
And was there a period of time where you grew up together?
No, my parents got divorced when I was about 15 years old, so Michael was only a couple years old. Now, we spent a lot of summers and Christmas breaks and stuff like that together, but not really under the same roof.
So after the time frame that your parents got divorced, then did Michael stay with one parent and went with the other?
Yes, I went with my father and he stayed with my mother.
And during holidays and summers after that, is that when you're talking about?
That is correct. That is correct.
And you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. Had you met her through Michael?
Yes, through Michael.
And about when did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
That was after they got married. They had moved to Florida. They had moved to Florida on 2 different occasions. It was the first time that I had actually met her.
Less than 3 hours sleep is already hitting.
Prior to his death, how often would you talk or see Michael Shaver?
They actually came to my house in Georgia 2 or 3
4th of July, we'd have a cookout and kind of a family get together. And then we'd, talk occasionally through telephone call or text.
And in 2015, were you living in Georgia then?
Yes, I was.
And was July of 2015 the last time that they came to visit you for one of those 4th of Julys?
No, it was probably around 2012, 2011 or 12. I'm not sure exactly the year.
During the time frame after that 2012 visit up until the time frame where Mr. Shaver disappeared, how would you communicate with him?
Primarily, I know I had a couple phone calls with him, primarily text or Facebook message.
And was there a time frame where you just were not able to get in touch with him?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably started in late 2014.
And after November of 2015, have you been able to have any sort of was there a period of time where you started to worry about his whereabouts?
Yes, when there was no contact, my mother had gotten sick, was in the hospital. We couldn't get a hold of him to let him know, about her sickness.
How was the family reaching out to let him know about his mother's sickness?
We called, text, Facebook message, Facebook, on the wall, whatever you want to call it, and tried to call, but like I say, and left voicemails, but there was no return.
And what period of time was that?
I really don't recall on that. Probably close to 6 months.
What year are we talking about?
I believe it was 2015, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
And would he respond to any of that?
No.
And have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
Well, I received some text messages no, let me rephrase that. I received some Facebook messages from what I believe was Michael, but at the time we didn't know he was missing, and I assumed that it was him.
And anything about the messages that caused you any sort of concern?
No, not at the time.
All right, sidebar, please.
My Lord have mercy. They have so many sidebars, y'all. I mean, it's getting ridiculous, but they're doing their job. I have to keep telling myself, he doing his job. As my daughter used to say when she was a baby, yob. I do my job. My little baby girl. I miss that little snot. Is in college right now.
Anything about the tone or tenor of those responses that gave you?
No, there was one particular one that, I assumed that it was him because there was nothing evident at the time that he had asked for my mother's phone number, our mother's phone number, and said that he had tried to get a hold of her. It was much after she was sick, and asked me if it had changed, and I texted back and said no, that it hadn't changed, and gave the phone number again just to make sure that he had the correct one. But that was I think that was the last communication I had.
Brief recess at this time. Apparently, electronic court reporting is having issues with recording the proceedings. So until that has been corrected, we'll resume after it has been corrected. All right. So please take out the jurors. Thank you.
Gee, gads. Really? Oh my gosh. Poor court reporter. Well, some of you asked for it, so you shall get it. You can see what I'm doing. I need to move it more this way because my hands don't go that way.
Thank you.
I don't know why y'all wanted to do it. How's it doing? Yeah, I'm afraid this is going to be the norm. It really is. But, you know, you can't help it if your court reporter has got a technical glitch. You can't do anything without your court reporter. So,
But they're currently working on the issue.
this is a good time to go to ladies' room. Get on thy knees and pray. Yeah, you might want to mute those mics. I'm surprised nobody's told him because this was happening yesterday too. So I'm really surprised nobody told him, hey dude, your mic's hot. Shut up. But it is the way it is. Okay. Some of you have asked. I am doing okay in school. Not A's yet, but that's okay. For someone who hadn't been in college as long as I have, it's going to take me a little bit to get back on the boat. Get back in the boat. So that is what's us doing. Yeah, I know. Oh, good Lord. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I need to see if I can get this more that way, maybe. If y'all ever wonder what I'm doing, sometimes I have too many beads. It's too tight. So what I do is I put the needle through the bead that I want to pop out. It's called popping out.
Everything that was
You
stated
take
on the
pliers and you
record
pinch
was
it out and
recorded.
bust it.
So is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, is
Then
everyone
it
ready
pops
for the
out.
jurors?
Yes, sir.
And it
All right.
loosens up
Please bring
the
in the jurors. Thank you.
loosens everything up. Oh, thank you. Here's the final product. The final. This is the first one I did. I'm quite proud of this because I had never beaded before I did this. I jumped in pretty much with all feet. I was gonna say 4 feet. I only have 2, but with both feet. So anyway, it's gonna be the final product. But I've got literally I have 10 of them to do. And then they get linked together and sewn on material is called a drag. DRAG.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and patience today. Please proceed.
Mr. Shaver, is it fair to say that your contact with your brother over the years was not frequent?
No, I'd say it was more occasional than frequent.
And the various occasional responses that you and other family members may have received in 2015, 2016 through Facebook or other sources such as that, did that alleviate initial concerns that something was wrong with Michael?
Not to me, because I felt that there was communication, even though it was very limited. But that kind of took, the worry that he was, something was wrong.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Shaver, have you ever been to your brother's house?
No, sir, I have not.
Never even been there?
Nope.
So when we talk about communications, we're not talking about many communications, are
I mean, telephone and, visits.
we? Yeah. Did you call Laurie Shaver?
No,
Been concerned?
no,
Never thought to pick up a phone and call her?
no.
You stayed in this surface around 2014?
I believe so.
Okay. And how long did this go on before you thought something may be up?
I mean, when the communication stopped, we began to really worry that what happened to him. Where did he go? Did he disappear? Did something bad happen to him?
How long? What was that period of time that you said, hey, maybe we need to do something?
Probably a year.
A year. Okay.
What?
Was it in 2016?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay.
Are you
And
kidding
so
me?
you never
A
pick up a
freaking
phone
year.
and call Laurie.
No, I didn't even have her telephone number.
Okay. That's how close y'all were, correct?
I was not close with Laurie, no.
Okay. And you're not present, sitting here telling the jury you witnessed any kind of homicide, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You don't know what Michael was, who he was with the last 24 hours, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know about any altercation that transpired, correct?
I know of a previous one, yes.
Okay. You know of a previous one. Okay. Did you witness this previous one?
I did not.
Okay. And so you don't see any kind of altercation. You just say, hey, we heard from Michael the last around 2014, correct?
Correct.
And sometime thereafter, I don't know, we became a little concerned, correct?
Correct.
And yet we never call Laurie, correct?
I did not myself personally.
Right. Thank you.
Didn't have a number.
All right, State.
Nothing further, you may be excused.
All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Have you noticed he's not asking if they can be
They called
released?
Laurie
The
Shaver.
judge is releasing them. I am having a little
Good morning, sir.
there.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Let me know when you're ready to go.
That's what it looks like on the backside. This is just stacked. Just on the paper.
All right, sir. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Douglas Shaver, DouglasShaver.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Douglas Shaver.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, he's my son.
And how many children did you have?
I have 4.
And where is Michael?
Michael was he would have been next to the youngest.
At some point while he was a child, did you and his mother divorce?
Yes, we did.
And what type of contact would you have with Michael Shaver after that?
He would. I would have him during the summer months. I'd have him flown down, and then I'd usually have him at Christmas time.
What kind of contact would you have with him once he became an adult?
It was limited.
Did there come a period of time in 2014
Not every family
where
is super
Michael
close.
was not living with his wife, Laurie?
I really don't know.
Okay. And was Michael ever in the military?
No.
And that's important. Why?
November of 2015, did there come a time
Why is that
where
important?
The family started being concerned about Michael Shaver's whereabouts?
Yes.
And can you describe the things that the family started to do once they became concerned?
Just the I'm not much into texting, and basically what I was told from other family members that we're texting back and forth.
Objection. Judge hearsay.
Sustained.
My question specifically was, what types of things was the family doing once, not why you all were concerned, but what types of things were done once the concern began?
Then they just started searching and contacted the sheriff's department.
Were you able to have any sort of contact, either talking to Mr. Shaver on the phone or speaking to him in person after November of 2015?
No.
And once the body was discovered in the backyard of the Shaver residence, did law enforcement contact you about that discovery?
I was down there.
And were you present, and did you submit a DNA sample to law enforcement for future comparisons?
I did.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Shaver, you were relatively estranged from your son, were you not?
For a period of time.
Period of time, when did you guys have this reunification?
Pardon me?
When was there ever a reunification between the two of you?
I really don't understand the question.
When did you guys get back together? Get united?
Okay. In approximately September of 2014.
14.
Mhm.
Have you even been to the Shaver residence?
I've never been there.
Okay.
Except the day that when they discovered his body.
Okay. And you live where? You live where?
I live in Georgia.
Okay, so you're up in Georgia. You have some reunification. You never went to the Shaver residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you an obvious question. Obviously, you never observed a homicide in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You don't know how Michael died the night or day of his death, did you know?
Do I not know how he died?
You did not observe anything.
Oh, no.
Okay. You don't know who was present.
That's correct.
Okay. You do not know who was involved in any event leading to the demise of your son, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have
He's
a good
handling
day.
that
Thank
better
you.
than I would.
State calls
Wouldn't
Christine
want me
Forte.
talking. The victim's father, correct?
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Christine Corte, Chrisstine. Last name Corte, Quarte.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, I'm Christine Corte, Michael's sister.
And you said you're Michael Shaver's sister?
Yes.
And was he older or younger?
Older.
Were you the youngest of the family?
Yes.
And how much older was he?
8 years.
Did you grow up in the same home with him?
We did not, but he came down for the summer and I spent a lot of time with him during the summers.
Did you know or meet Laurie
Very briefly when I was a young child.
And where would you have met her? What state?
New York.
And in 2014, how often did you communicate with Michael Shaver?
In 2004.
One moment, please. Overruled. You may answer.
In 2014, how often would you communicate with Michael?
I talked with Michael a lot.
Actually,
through text and
Screen,
social
I'm
media,
getting ready to do mine.
and we
'cause
talked a lot
it's
about
getting in my
the
way.
family
It's
and
not
just catching up
playing, and I need to get my
everything.
meeting done.
Would you talk to the person on the phone or anything like that? Or was it mostly Facebook and text?
It was mostly Facebook and text.
Did you become engaged in 2014?
Yes,
Did you reach out to let Michael know?
I did.
Was he able to attend the wedding?
He was not.
Was there a period of time where the communication that you had with him changed?
Yes.
And can you describe the period of time that happened in college?
Yeah, so I initially told him about the wedding and that I was very excited for him to join. We would have all our siblings together. And then his tone started changing and it was harder to get a hold of him. And I could tell that there was a change in his tone.
Was there ever a period of time where you stopped being able to communicate with him as often as you had previously?
I sent some messages and text and he wasn't responding.
And was that normal?
No.
So previous, anytime you had sent messages, you would respond?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And sometime after 2015, that all stopped?
Yes.
Have you seen or spoken on the phone or in any other way where you can physically confirm that you were speaking with Michael Shaver?
My hearing aid just broke.
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
This was not a lengthy relationship with your brother or stepbrother, correct?
Yes, I've known him my whole life.
Pardon me?
I have known my brother my whole life.
Okay. Have you been in communications with him your whole life?
Yes, when he would come to our home for spending time with us during his trips, and then I communicated with him during all different methods: phone, text, social media.
Okay. Social media. How long have you communicated with him on social media?
As long as social media has existed.
Fix it.
You supplied the same records?
Yes.
Do they have those?
Yes.
Correct. And they showed your communications?
Yes.
And those go back, what date, do you know?
As long as social media has existed.
All right. Do you know if those have been verified through valid IP addresses, things? And they will remain?
I imagine when the records were obtained, they are verified because they're coming from the source. Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Shaver quit speaking to you, you just say that, correct?
There was a change in his tone. There was unresponsiveness, especially following 2015.
Okay.
The Michael Shaver residence. When we were called to inform that they had found his body, I went with my father.
You never even met, correct?
No, we were never invited.
Did you even know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. When did you meet Laurie?
When I was a child, I met her briefly in the state of New York.
So that's a long time that's taken place, correct, in this past?
Yes.
When Michael wasn't responded, did you pick up a phone and call your dear friend Laurie Shaver?
No, I did not have a relationship with Laurie Shaver.
Nobody did.
I do.
Through your communication?
I have met the children. Isabel and Aiden.
Their ages?
It's been, I think she's 16 now, and Aiden would be a preteen.
I would venture to say most likely toxic.
In 2020. When we were allowed communication.
What? Allowed?
And we were granted communication, and we spent time with them here. No, when we sought to have an opportunity to have a relationship with them.
Did you all retain attorney to seek custody?
Sidebar, please.
That's interesting, the way she phrased that. Pay attention to how she's speaking. Allowed. That to me is a good telltale. She's trying to convey the distance was not Brandy said he just called Laurie your dear friend, and she said, nope, I don't have a relationship
Did you speak
with her.
with an attorney
Wow.
about gaining custody of these children?
I did not pursue gaining custody.
Anybody in your family?
We did not pursue gaining custody, but out of fear for the lives of the children, a discussion was after she's been arrested. We wanted to learn our options to make sure that the children were protected and cared for.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, state. All right, may the witness be released from her subpoena? All right, thank you for testifying here today. You're released from any further testimony. Have a good day.
State calls Desiree Snyder.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated and let me know when you're ready to go. Make yourself comfortable, please. Thank you. Are you all set? Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Desiree Ruggles,
DESIREERUGGLES.
Okay. And if you could speak up a little louder and get as close as you can to the microphone, everything has to be recorded. Please raise your
RUGGLES.
Okay. And if you could speak up a little louder and get as close as you can to the microphone, everything has to be recorded. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Desiree Ruggles.
And when I had called you as a witness, I had identified you as Desiree Snyder. Was that a previous name of yours?
Yes, it was my maiden name.
When were you married?
August of 2014.
Okay, I got to say this. Y'all, do attorneys not today, if ever, do they not tell these people how to dress for court? This is actually ridiculous. Look at her. This is not appropriate court attire. Should I wear this one? Or should I wear that one? I think that's too big for today. Yeah, y'all. I'm like, what the hell? This is ridiculous. Y'all, when you go to court, you would wear your Sunday best or business professional. Meaning,
you know Michael
sleeves,
Shaver?
no armpits allowed.
He was my uncle.
And which of his siblings are you the daughter of?
Cece Turner.
And did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Had you ever met her?
Yes.
And prior to Michael's death, how often would you communicate with him?
Never. With him.
Yes.
When I was able to.
Did you communicate with him at all about the time frame where you were getting married?
I don't remember, honestly.
Did you send an invitation?
I don't believe so, but I don't remember.
Had you had communications with him after you were married?
Yes.
And he was aware of the marriage?
Yes.
And therefore aware that your name had changed from Snyder to Ruggles?
Objection.
Yes.
Leading judge.
Overruled. Please proceed.
So he would be aware of that?
Yes.
Now, in 2015,
Foundation
where you
question.
lived?
I was living in Lawrence at the time.
I'm sorry, where?
In Lawrence, New York.
Was there a period of time in 2018 where you reached out, 2016, where you reached out to Michael Shaver in an attempt to communicate with him?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Facebook Messenger.
And when
Oh,
that
hell
communication
no.
occurred, would that have been after the wedding?
Yes.
And after your nation?
I can't hear that talk.
And when you sent that message, was that through your profile?
Yes.
And so it would have reflected your name of Desiree Ruggles at that point.
I had gotten a new Facebook, so it might have been from my previous.
I'm going to show what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit Y. I'll show that to the defense.
Yep. Definitely. This is so inappropriate. And again, I am shocked that it's being permitted. I am shocked that they did not tell her to put a jacket. I don't care what the jacket is, put the jacket on. This is inappropriate. And the fact that she came dressed like that is just appalling to me. But I'm old fashioned. What can I say? What can I say? I'm an old-fashioned kind of gal. Um, I don't believe you should disrespect the court in the manner, and that this is not going to the mall. This is a formal proceeding, and you should dress accordingly. In my humblest of opinions, um, some of us are a little irritated with the attorneys. I have to say, though, he is, even though he's arguing a lot, they're going to the bench a lot. I have to say he's doing it in the proper manner. There's not fighting. It might be a little close. I mean,
Charles, I'm showing you communication sequence of why. Do you recognize this communication thread between yourself and the Facebook account of Michael Shaver?
Yes, I do.
And had you reached out to Mr. Shaver in 2016, and is that reflected there in those messages?
Yes.
And is that an accurate documentation of the messages that you sent and received from the Michael Shaver Facebook?
Yes.
At this time, the statement states why into evidence.
Same objection, Judge.
States number 13.
The objection is overruled. States Y is admitted into evidence. It states number 13.
he's losing a lot of his objections.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and start.
Doesn't matter if it's addressed or not. That's totally inappropriate.
First message that was sent here on
Totally.
August 15th, 2016. Was that message from you?
Yes.
And what was the content of that message?
I was just saying hello to my uncle.
Go ahead and read it directly to the jury so they can see it.
It says, "Hey, Uncle Michael."
And above that is the response that you received.
Yes.
And what was that response?
Who are you?
And did you respond to that?
Yes.
And what was your response?
I'm your niece.
Did Michael Shaver's
So the
Facebook
wife,
account
Laurie,
respond
didn't know
to
who
you
she
when
was.
you said that you were his niece?
Yes.
And what was that response?
I don't have any family anymore. I have no clue who you are. No, stop messaging me.
And that message appears to have been sent on September 20th, 2016?
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Go ahead and present to the jury.
Yes, sir. Granted.
Very interesting how that one went. I know, right, Dr. Bullbutter? There's no sense of formalcy anymore. There's no sense of dignity anymore. I know I'm sounding very old school, but there's just places that you just don't dress like you're going to play a game, or I don't know. I'm just appalled. Just appalled. Yeah, exactly. Well, it doesn't matter. A church, a synagogue, courthouse. There's just certain places. Job interviews, y'all. Oh my gosh, I saw this kid going in for a job interview in flip-flops and shorts. Even though it was for a fast food establishment, I'm like, dude, pantyhose, heels, skirt. The way we used to do interviews, it didn't matter what the job was for. My gosh, y'all. I tell you, if I ever hire somebody and they come at me like that, they ain't getting the job. Now, if I find out and they tell me, hey, this is all I have, I don't have anything else, I would be a little more, responsive to it. But, dude, unless I hear that in the interview, they ain't getting the job. If you can't take pride in yourself, you're not going to take pride in my business. People can disagree with me if you want, that's fine. But just get out of here, cat. Dag nabbit. I apologize. The cat came in here and was disconnecting things. Yeah. This wind noise is, I gotta take a break. I gotta take a break from that wind noise. I don't hear it, I feel it, and it's like someone's sitting here doing this on the inside of my ear. Ooh, I wish I could afford to hire somebody.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
And the last time you saw Michael Shaver was what, 2001? That era of time?
Around there.
Around there, okay. He was relatively estranged from his father, correct?
I don't know.
No, you don't know, okay. You made no trips to Florida, correct?
No.
You never went to the Shaver residence, correct?
No.
Michael Shaver was pretty much on his own outside the family, was he not?
No.
There were no visits, no homecomings, correct?
When he would visit us.
When was it? Last time you saw him? About 2001, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we've seen your email thread that's moved into evidence at this stage. Do you know the physical address it went to?
His Facebook profile.
Could it not be somebody at Starbucks using his account? Could have been, could it? Reasonable?
Yeah.
Right. Could have been somebody in Michael Shaver's house other than Michael Shaver, correct?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. Could have been Michael Shaver himself, correct?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
I think we're good.
All right, may the witness be released from our subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
That's weird.
State called Stacy Turner.
Okay?
No, some families are just not that tight. It happens. You know what I'm saying? We're not all.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Not everybody is that close.
I'm ready.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Stacy Turner, STACIE TURNER.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did know Michael.
How did you know?
Michael was my younger brother.
How much younger was he?
He was 11 years younger than I was.
Did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And when did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
I met Lourie, I believe she was in kindergarten. And she grew up with Michael, so I've known her for quite a long time.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver start dating when they were in high school?
They were in 7th grade when they began dating.
Prior to his death, how often would you communicate with Michael Shaver?
I would communicate with Michael every couple weeks to a month. Sometimes it was every other month. It kind of varied. You know, if we had a lot of news to share, we'd talk more often. If we didn't have a whole lot of news to share, we'd talk a little less.
How would you communicate with him?
Phone, text message, Facebook Messenger.
And did there come to be a time frame where you were not able to get in touch with him?
Yes.
And when was that?
The first time I was not able to get a hold of him was December of 2015. I believe it was December 4th.
And was it unusual for him to not respond to you?
For this particular message, yes.
And what was that message about?
My mother had become very sick.
All right, sidebar, please.
Why is there a sidebar? Really? Really? You're sidebarring over the fact that the mother had become ill. Brother and sister live in Texas, and I talk to them on and off, but not often. My other brother, who lives in Cincinnati with me, passed away in there. I'm sorry about that. But, I'll be honest, I haven't talked to my brother verbally since 20.
Why was it unusual to not get a response?
03.
That message in December of 2015.
My mother was sick. She was in the hospital. We were not sure if she was going to make it or not. And Michael and my mother were always very, very close. And I sent a message saying that he was very sick. I never got a response. So I did reach out to Lourie, who I did get a response from.
Did she tell you anything about Michael's whereabouts?
All she told me was that she would tell Michael that my mother was sick.
Did you ever hear anything from Michael after you reached out to him about his mother's sickness?
No.
Did you reach out either through phone, text, or Facebook message after that in order to check in on Mr. Shaver?
Yes, I did at various times, and I would not receive any response.
Have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wicks?
Ms. Turner, did you witness any homicide?
No, I did not. I live in New York, and they lived in Florida.
You don't know what happened in or any homicide?
No, I don't.
Correct.
No.
You never saw any altercation, correct?
I never saw any, no.
Okay. So here you're testifying as to a timeline when you last spoke to what you believe you spoke to was your brother.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know where any communique was sent or received, correct?
No, sir.
You don't know who received it, correct?
Who received the messages that I sent?
Correct.
No, I do not.
Okay. You don't know where it was received, do you?
No, I do not. I sent it to the number I had for Michael.
Right. You don't know whether the device was hacked, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know whether somebody within the residence may have been using the same router.
No, I do not.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, I know where you're going with
you,
this,
State.
and dude, that crap ain't gonna
I
fly.
thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The state calls Scott Matuccio.
They're going to say that they were hacked. Somebody else was on the router. That they didn't get the messages.
Right,
Yeah,
good morning.
they're going to
Please
go
come
that
up to
route.
the witness stand. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
It gonna get ugly.
And please state and spell your full legal name.
Scott Amatuccio, SCOTT-AMATUCCIO.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know Michael?
We were best friends.
And when did you first meet Michael?
It's about second grade.
And where were you all living at this time?
In a small town, Lawrence, New York.
And what about Laurie Shaver? When did you first meet her?
We had all known each other since about kindergarten. We all went to the same K through 12 school. I didn't really start to hang out with her until they started to date.
When did Michael and Laurie first start dating?
It was about 8th grade.
And the specifically, were you present when they first got together?
Yes, he asked her out in my bedroom.
Okay. And did he make any special requests to you at that time?
Yeah, he had me play Boys to Men in the background.
Aww.
Now, did you maintain a relationship with them after everyone graduated high school?
I did.
And did you stay in New York after high school?
Yes, there was periods of time where I moved to Florida, moved back to New York, moved back to Florida.
Okay. What about Michael and Laurie? Did they maintain their relationship after high school?
Yes.
And did you maintain your friendship with both of them?
Yes.
And did they stay in New York? What did they do?
We all tended to kind of follow each other around. It's just how it worked out. So, I would live in New York and they happened to be in New York. I moved to Florida. Eventually they would move to Florida. It just happened to work out that way. Eventually we all settled down in Florida.
And when they were living in Claremont, Florida, where were you living?
Gainesville, Florida, for most of that time. And then I had moved to St. Petersburg, Florida, toward the end.
Now, at some point, did you start dating a woman by the name of Katina Vasquez?
I did.
When did that relationship start?
That started about 2000 and it's been so long, 2006, 2007, that time frame.
Where did that relationship begin?
New York.
And at some point, were you and Katina engaged?
Yes.
And did she come with you and move down to Florida in one of these time frames where you were living down here and Michael and Laurie were living down here?
Yes.
And when they came down, did Katina and Laurie become friends with each other?
They did. They became close friends.
Now, I want to move to March of 2015. Were you still dating Katina at that time?
March 2015, no.
Was there, after you and Katina ended your relationship, did she maintain a friendship with Laurie Shaver?
She did.
Now, going back to that March of 2015, was there a time frame that Michael Shaver came to visit you at your home after the breakup with Katina?
Yes, if I recall, that was November of 2014.
Okay. I apologize about the mix up on the dates. When was the status of the relationship between Mike and Laurie at that time?
He didn't really talk too much about how their relationship was. I could tell there was some tension and they were on and off. I don't believe they were dating at that time.
Jack, there's speculation as to the emotional feelings and mental processes of another individual.
Sustained.
Did you see him in July?
You finally won
I
one.
did, July 2015.
Yay.
Where was that?
At his house.
And was this the last time you ever saw him in person?
It is.
After November of 2015, did you speak to him by phone or have any other personal communication with him?
No.
Did you attempt to reach out to him between November 2015 and 2018?
A few texts, and that's it.
Did he ever respond to any of your texts
No.
or attempts? Now, in 2018, did you have a conversation with Katina that she had about a visit to the residence in November of 2015?
Yeah, that conversation was actually that was toward the end of 2017, maybe early 2018. It was right after my then relationship had ended. That's how I can pinpoint that.
And did the information that you got give you further concern about Michael Shaver and his safety?
Absolutely.
Once you got that information, what did you do?
I first messaged, excuse me, I messaged Mike's sister on Facebook, told her what I had found out. I told her I'm going to file a missing person report based on that information. It was disturbing. I then called the sheriff's office.
And have you talked with Michael Shaver's family about their inability to get in contact with Mr. Shaver during this period as well?
I did.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, do you know about any injunctions that have been imposed against Michael Shaver?
I knew of one.
Okay, when was that?
2014, 2015, somewhere around there. I don't know the specific details of that.
A direct examination, we heard you recall dates pretty quickly, correct? Pretty specifically, correct?
Yes.
You remember an injunction, but you think it may be 14, maybe 15, correct?
Correct.
But you know there was an injunction, correct? Right. So Michael was not in the house for a certain period of time you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you know where any messages came from?
I know there were, I had never received any messages from Mike.
Okay. When was the last day you received a message, and do you know where it came from?
It would have been that around that time that was I had last seen him at his house, and I had never heard from him after that.
Okay. Did you witness a homicide in this case?
No.
Do you know where Mike was the last 24 hours of his life?
No.
Do you know what Mike was doing in the last 24 hours of his life?
No.
Do you know any altercation, anybody that was involved with Mike?
No.
Thank you.
All right, state.
Nothing further, Judge.
And may the witness be released from a subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
He's like, "Phew, I'm done."
They knew way too much information. He showed.
They have got to learn to turn off their mics. They got to learn. Oh, people were asking what this is. This is a wax. It's all natural beeswax, harvested friendly. So you coat the thread, it keeps it from fraying, and it keeps it smooth. It helps with knotting. Okay, now they're up arguing some more. I gotta get me some food, y'all. And it's only 10 o'clock. Gosh, I'm so sleepy. Forgive me. I only got about 2.5 hours sleep last night. I know that's the most interesting part of this is the hot mic. I left my ice water in here last night, and it's still freaking cold. Randy just said, hey, y'all, if there's any hot mics, let me know.
I apologize. I got. Has he been
Sensei,
sworn?
please.
Please state your full legal name. And,
Corey Stephen Anderson.
okay, please spell your name as well.
CORYSTEVENANDERSON.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly
That's
swear
how you
or
dress
affirm
for
that
court,
any
folks.
testimony you give today
Great man
shall be the
bun.
truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Corey Anderson, and I'm employed with the Lake County
I
Sheriff's
sure
Office.
did. I'll replace
And
it. Thank
how
you.
long have you worked with the sheriff's office?
Since 2005, so it's about 19 years.
Your current division or assignment?
Right now, I'm a corporal. It's a first-line supervisor in the Special
It's
Investigations
called
Bureau.
exhaustion.
And back in 2018, what was your position?
I was a corporal on road patrol, where I supervised the shift in the south end of the Lake County.
And as a corporal over road patrol, what were your duties?
So supervising this 5 to 7 deputies on your shift, approving the reports, responding to in progress or important calls that desire a supervisor's presence to be there.
Thank you.
Before we get into your involvement in this case, let me ask you, what is a well-being check?
So a well-being check is anybody can call the sheriff's office if they haven't spoke to a loved one or a friend or a neighbor. They can have the sheriff's office go out and acquire to ascertain the safety of the person that they're trying to get a hold of.
And in February, were you tasked with performing a well-being check on Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And part of that, where did you go?
So I went to the Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Was that in Lake County?
That is in Lake County, yes, sir.
And was that the last known residence of Michael Shaver?
Correct.
And
That
who
is
all
how you
was
dress for court, people.
there that you made contact with at that time?
So myself and Deputy Kyle Morrison.
Okay.
Mhm.
Who did you make contact with at the Shaver residence?
Oh, I'm sorry. I made contact with Miss Laurie Shaver.
And do you see her and recognize her in court today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then can you please point her out and identify her by something that she's
She's wearing a tan jacket.
And when you got there, did you tell her why?
I did.
And did you ask about her?
I did, sir.
What did she tell? Where did she tell you Michael?
She said that she hasn't seen him since, I think, October of 2014, and that he kind of just absconded the family.
Okay.
I got company.
And did she
I'll be right back.
mention to you if she had any phone or text contact with him since then?
She did mention that he had not reached out to the children or her in some time.
Did you ask her if it was okay to look in the backyard?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why were you interested in the backyard?
Part of the information that we received on the well-being check was that there was a new cement slab.
This here, sir. John, can we approach?
Come on up for sidebar. Thank you.
Did you go into the backyard?
Yes, sir, I did. I observed a cement slab in the backyard where there was, it looked to be like brick rock structure that created the fire pit.
Now, in the course of your law enforcement career, have you responded to scenes that involved bodies buried in shallow graves?
Yes, sir, I have.
And approximately how many times have you went out and made those types of observations?
I've been on those scenes, probably between 5 and 10 scenes similar to that. Yes, sir.
And was there anything that you saw about the cement slab itself that gave you some concerns?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
So as I approached the cement slab,
you could clearly see a depression that was approximately between 6 feet and 3 feet in dimension and about 8 inches depressed. It had the shape of what could be a normal sized adult body.
Did you take photographs of that cement slab at that time?
Yes, sir, I did. With my cell phone.
Showing defense what has been previously been marked as State Exhibit Z.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing witness what has previously been marked as State Exhibit Z. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir. I took these photographs with my phone.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the cement slab as you saw it the day that you were out there with the shaver?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time the state moves states Z into evidence as states number 15.
Objection.
Without objection, state C will be moved into evidence as states number 15.
I'm sorry, I skipped. It should be 14.
14. Okay, states number 4. Z will be admitted into evidence as states number 14.
Your request permission to publish?
Granted.
All right. Now, Corporal Anderson, is this the first photograph that's in states number 14? Yeah, it's right.
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, can you step down and just demonstrate to the jury the area that gave you pause and concern when you were out there?
I'm here.
Yes.
Okay.
And be careful, if you touch that screen, it's a touch screen, it may advance on you.
Sure, I understand. So obviously I took this picture, so I'm really standing right here looking at the cement slab. I believe Ms. Shaver was on my left and Deputy Morrison was across from me. As I approached, with permission to be on the property, I just snapped a few shots with my cell phone so that I could really portray what I'm actually seeing to supervisors, to the Criminal Investigation Bureau for further investigation.
I'll advance to the second photograph. Is this the other photograph that you took?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, can you show the jury the area of that depression that you previously described?
So this darkened area is the depression. So it was about 6 feet in length and about 3 feet in width. And it appears to be like a makeshift cement slab where it wouldn't be as thick and could have a depression if there was a shallow grade there.
And when we're talking about a depression, are you saying that it was not flat across?
Correct. So you could actually see where that darkening area is, where it was depressed and water would settle there, which is brought the dirt that stays in that area.
And just to make sure everyone's clear, can you just point to the area on that slide that shows this depression?
This is the depression here.
Thank you.
Darkening area.
Now, after these observations were made by you, did the sheriff's office obtain a search warrant to further search that area and the backyard of the Shaver residence?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in the actual excavation of that area?
I was not actually involved in the excavation, but I was on scene for scene security. So basically keeping the media away from the Shaver residence just so that we can maintain our
between the time frame that the scene, when you made those observations, did the sheriff's office maintain security with this scene until it was searched?
Yes, sir, we did.
And when we talk about maintaining that scene or securing it, what does that entail?
So it was 24-hour security where a deputy sheriff sat out in front of the property, and it was 12-hour shifts. So we had 24-hour coverage on that property until we secured that search warrant.
And during that time frame, were you able to maintain visual sight on this area of this cement slab? Not you personally, but they would be in position to observe it and make sure the property had not been changed.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Corporal, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what this ground looked like prior to this concrete being laid?
I don't, sir.
Okay. Do you know if this would have been dug out and it created a natural inclination for the concrete to be placed in?
I do remember Mrs. Shaver stating that prior to Mr. Shaver leaving, they were going to create some type of duck pond. But they didn't.
You have a little more experience in law enforcement investigations than a lot of people, correct?
Some.
Okay, some. Okay, you made it to the status of.
I had a friend come by and say hello.
Okay, and this dark spot led you to believe there may be a body under there, correct?
A shallow grave for sure, but
okay,
not necessarily a body.
Okay, we see a dark spot over there, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Was there a body over there?
Not in that specific area, no, sir.
Okay. We see shading back in here. Was there any evidence of a crime there?
I didn't see any, no, sir.
Okay. We see shadow areas throughout this, around these posts and stuff. Was there any evidence of a crime or a bomb or a body under any of those locations?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when y'all were out there
Doing the excavating, Ms. Shaver remained there at the residence, correct?
For most of the time, when she was free to leave.
Yeah, did she leave?
She did.
She did? Did she try to take flight in any manner, not return to the property?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir. All right, and may the witness be released from the subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
So, what y'all thinking? Oh gosh, y'all. Let me see your comments. I heard the trial was going to be a couple of weeks too. Yeah, she should have. She should have pled.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Attorney Camuccio is setting up a disc containing the perpetuated testimony of witness Jessica Holcomb. That video, that disc will not be in evidence. You will not be able to bring the disc and rewatch the video, so please pay special attention to the video, as you will not be able to watch it again. The testimony is the same.
Why
as
would
any
they
other
not
witness.
be able to watch
So
it
if you wish,
again?
please take notes.
I don't understand. That to me is interesting. Why would you not be able to do it again? I don't know. I'm confused. I thought that all of the stuff shown would be made available to the jury in deliberation. So please explain to me why this is not acceptable.
Say, for purposes. Please, you have the same call, Jessica.
Hey, Jessica Holcomb.
Okay, question was asked, what did my friend bring me? And why was I so excited? By the way, this is a glucose, and a, keto, test kit. Test my sugars to know where they are. I'm not diabetic yet. Don't want to be. But what's nice about this is that, I can test. It's awesome. Not sponsored, but awesome. Okay, for those of you who know.
Say, for purposes of calculation, you have the same call.
I out and about with Diane.
Hey, Jessica Holcomb.
For those of you who know, I'm a first responder. And no, I would not use this on anybody but myself or my own child. However, this is a sterile disposable skin stapler. And these are, as horrible as it may sound, good to have. There was a guy when I lived out in the ranch who was cutting and with a chainsaw some limbs, and the chainsaw got stuck, and he jerked down, and the chainsaw cut a gash from the side of his knee, angling up to almost his upper thigh. It was about 18 inches in the gash. And I did have one of these in the back of the car. We were waiting for the ambulance. We lived way out there, so it took a while for them to get there. And so I told him I can't use this on him, but he could. So these are good just in emergencies until you can get to the hospital, especially when you got big gashes and you want to just close it up enough to where you can put 2 or 3 staples in and then bandage it and try to pack it to keep the bleeding under control. So this is what this is. And then these are fabulous. They're like the steri strips, but I hate those. Those don't stick very well. My daughter had gotten a cut above her eyebrow. It probably needed a stitch, but I had a super little itty bitty 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 one of these things, and it kind of grabbed the skin and zipped it shut. And yeah, it was great. Okay, Brandy, there is information on this case. Where is the information? Oh, in general, yes, she does. So anyway, he brought me some stuff from my med bag. I'm having to replenish my med bag, which is highly expensive. And being that I'm volunteer, nobody pays for it. Yeah, I know that sucks.
A tarp. And they
Who's on the stand?
at the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What did you do for the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene investigator.
How long did you?
He's still on the stand. Okay, my bad, y'all. Forgive me.
Yes.
Showing you some marking states of the date for identification. Take a look at this item. Look at it. First of all, is that item sealed?
Yes.
What do you mean by sealed?
On our
It
podcast,
is
correct.
A brown paper bag sealed with evidence tape. It has my handwriting on it, describing what's inside.
Can you describe the process you go through when you actually find a piece of evidence, collect it, place it in the bag, and seal it?
So when we find anything of evidentiary value, we denote it. Basically, we photograph, video, anything to document it on scene. We put gloves on, we collect it in a manner that's deemed appropriate, and then we'll get the appropriate collection packaging, in this case, a large brown bag, and then put it in the packaging, and then we'll seal it.
So this large brown bag that I just handed you, can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes.
I actually have your YouTube page up right here. I have hers. I have mine. I have everything up. I wonder if that's a paper bag. Or is it a legit bag? A proper evidence bag? That actually has the chain of command marked on it. Okay, guys, this is driving me nuts. Really, y'all? Oh, God, that hurts, y'all. Yeah, no solo cup.
We ended up separating different quadrants. We were processing it for your day. This is labeled quadrant B. This one. Yeah, this is going to be the same blue part that over here.
Except for the additional processing that you have just described, the computer being the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it during the excavation process.
Yes.
This time you're going to state whether states A and the evidence is states 1.
They say we'll be moving the evidence, it's number 1 without objection.
You mentioned that item was taken back to the lab at a later time and processed further.
Yes.
What exactly you said was cut in quadrants?
Yes.
Explain what that process was.
Well, it's a relatively larger tarp, so we didn't lay it all out, document it. We didn't cut it into smaller quadrants in order to process it further. We looked at it from ALS, an alternate light source, and then we also processed it for latent fingerprints. We did find hair-like fibers on a couple of different quadrants that we collected, and then there was a defect that we found in one particular area that was of interest that we did cut away and collect as well as part.
Speaking of that defect in the area cut away in the approach game drawing? Yes, sir. Showing us the marking spaces in B as in boy. You take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it. Is it also sealed?
Yes, it is. With my handwriting on the envelope. Yes, that appears to be the piece that we cut away from the tarp.
Is it the same substantially the same condition as when you processed it and cut it away?
Yes.
This time state move B into evidence as stage 2.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, states B will be moved into evidence of states number 2.
Now, during the excavation process, once you removed that blue tarp that you just looked at, what was found underneath?
So the human remains were found underneath. At the very beginning, we saw the skull. There was a green strap wrench around the remains as well, and there was also appeared to be like a piece of fabric, like a tag with an elastic band, almost like a fitted sheet. The elastic from a fitted sheet left on the remains as well.
Was a Tupperware used in this excavation process around this period of time when you're uncovering the remains?
Yes, there's Tupperware used to collect the smaller bones during the excavation process, and then as well for all the debris and the remnants that were collected near the remains.
Once you put those remnants that you just described into that Tupperware, did you collect that Tupperware, that green nylon strap, as well as that piece of elastic?
Yes.
Any motion, Andrew?
Yes, sir.
Training mark states to E. Is this item also sealed?
Yes.
You can open it up, take a look, and tell me if you recognize the contents. What's inside?
Thanks, Pickle Nip.
Tupperware and
Substantially the same condition as when you collected them during the excavation process.
yes.
This time state move E into evidence of stage 3.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, states B will be moved into evidence as states number 3.
Did you also locate some clothing during the process?
We did.
Can you describe what kind of clothing you have?
So on the remains, there were socks, some boxers, and brown or black shorts.
And did you collect those clothing items as well?
Yes.
Can you explain how you collected those items?
So when the remains were removed from the ground, the medical examiner, the forensic investigator, and Dr. Sutton, they were basically in control of the remains. They were basically had sheets laid out where they were identifying certain bones and trying to lay out what pieces were there. So during that process, they were taking the bones and kind of sorting them out, and then they were taking the clothing, and we had the bags and whatnot for collection waiting. So they would just drop the clothing in the bags, and then we would take the bags and seal them.
Showing us the market states exhibit D is in dog. You mentioned he collected some boxers and some shorts.
Yes.
Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
What's inside?
The boxers and the Under Armour black shorts.
Are those items the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
I didn't hear you say that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. At this time, around the state, the states exhibit D is in dog, and then this is state 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states exhibit D will be moved ahead. That's the state's number 4. Thank you.
You also mentioned some socks were collected, showing the states exhibit C. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
This is StreamYard, not me.
The same condition when you collected them.
Yes.
This time, state would move C and then this is states 5.
Without objection, state C will be admitted in evidence as state's number 5.
You mentioned earlier there was a fire pit.
Yes.
How far was that fire pit away from the location where the remains were found?
The remains were found almost directly under the fire pit.
Was the fire pit broken up during the excavation process?
Yes.
Did you examine that fire pit?
Yes.
Did you locate anything, a piece of flooring in that fire pit?
Yes.
Describe that.
It's a piece of what appeared to be laminate flooring, like a wooden parquet design.
Did you collect that piece of evidence?
Yes.
Showing was the mark of State's Exhibit F, is in frame. You recognize that item?
This is my handwriting on the back of the bag.
Like the other items, is that also sealed?
It is. Yes, this is what was collected on scene. Yes.
Is it the same conditions when you
Do we have
collected it?
an autopsy report for him?
Any objection? State's F will be moved ahead.
Toxic.
That's the state's number 6. Without objection.
Yes, you do, Britta. Exactly what she did.
In direct attention to later on in the afternoon on March 10th, 2018, did you make contact with a man named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Where?
Out front on the street in front of the residence.
In front of the same property and residence that you have been excavating?
Yes.
And how did that come about? How did it come that you had contact with Mr. Shaver?
I was informed by one of the detectives that he was out front.
And who was Douglas Shaver in relation to Michael Shaver?
His father.
All right. Did you take a photograph of Mr. Shaver when you made contact with him?
I did.
Showing those marked spaces in the beach for identification. You recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes, that's that issue. Yes, I did that photograph.
This is fairly inaccurately depicting what Doug Shaver looked like at the time.
Yes.
This time, Shaver moved H in evidence to states 7, I believe.
Yes, sir, state 7. Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states that H will be admitted into evidence as states number 7.
Did you collect any evidence from Mr. Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
What did you collect?
I did buccal swabs.
And what is a buccal swab?
So those swabs are taken for identification purposes. It's basically a swab taken from the interior lining of the cheek.
And how do you go about doing it? What do you use to take the swab?
Basically just 2 swabs, gloves on, take the swabs, rotate the swab around the inner lining of the cheek, put it in a swab box, and then I seal it in an envelope.
Is the swab kind of like a Q-tip?
Yes.
Was Mr. Douglas Shaver cooperative with that procedure?
Yes.
And once you collected those swabs from Mr. Douglas Shaver's cheeks, what did you do with the actual swabs?
I put them in an envelope, sealed them, and locked them in my vehicle for
That must be horrible.
purposes, and then took them back to the
Sit
lab.
there and have DNA swabs so you can identify your son's remains. That's horrible.
How you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the envelope, and it's sealed.
Inside, helping to recognize the contents.
That's awful. Poor man.
Yes, this is the swab box that I wrote out with the swabs inside.
And are those the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them, Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
I'm saying we move G in the evidence to state 8.
Any objection? Without objection, states G will be moved into evidence as states number 8.
Were those swabs that you
It is
collected from
tragic.
Mr. Douglas Shaver sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for future analysis?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in that actual analysis done in Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
No.
Did everything you testified to today occur in Lake County?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. Yes, sir.
Officer, you go by deputy or officer, ma'am?
I'm not sworn, so investigator's fine.
Okay. Have you ever been a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Could you investigate crimes?
I do.
Just let me ask my question, please. I don't want you to interrupt, if you would, please. Is there a reason you left the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, Your Honor, relevance.
All right, come on up for slap one. All right, please proceed.
Going to Barry's Police Department, was that a promotion?
And sworn, yes.
Okay. Did you receive more pay over there?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ma'am, do you have anything that has affected your ability to perform your functions?
No.
Okay. Have any health reasons?
Objection, relevance.
He's digging.
When did you get involved in this case?
When I was given the call that I needed to respond.
Okay. Who called you?
I'd have to refer to my report, but I believe that we were told that there was a staging area the day before, and that we had to proceed to the staging area. So I knew that we had to report to the staging area, so we all showed up there. Search warrant was supposed to be given that day, and then
Oh,
we all
that's good
were
because
supposed
she
to
was on
proceed to the
scene.
property.
That good. That
Okay.
good.
Let's talk about some of your testimony. You testified you found the blue tarp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know where that blue tarp came from?
The ground?
Okay. Do you know who manufactured that blue tarp?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything to see who had it? Not a true question. Did you do anything in your investigation to see who manufactured that tarp?
I don't believe there was a tag on it, or if there was, it wasn't legible. No.
Okay. So I think that would be a no, correct?
That's what I just said, sir. No.
Okay. Now, did you find on that tarp any DNA associated with Laurie Shaver?
I personally didn't know.
Okay. Do you know if anybody did?
No.
Okay. Did you find any, or do you know if anybody found any blood on that tarp associated with Laurie Shaver?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know, you spoke about some hairs that were found?
Yes.
He's doing a good job.
Do you know if anybody was able to link up any hair within that investigation, within the evidence that you collected that could be linked to Laurie Shaver?
I collected it. I don't know what the results were.
Okay. There was a strap you testified about, correct? Could you describe the strap?
It was a green nylon strap, a strap wrench that one can kind of winch back and forth to tighten.
Okay, a strap wrench, correct. Is this used to tighten straps that you may use on a vehicle or a boat?
Tie down, something like that, yes.
Okay. Did you see a vehicle that in any manner you could link it had come out of?
You could use it for any type of vehicles or any application, but they're very common.
Okay. In your investigation, whatever you did, other than what you testified to, were you able to link that strap to the residence of Laurie Shaver?
My job would be to collect it, so you have to ask my detectives.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge whether or not that wrench or any of the straps could be connected to the residence of Laurie Shaver?
No.
There was some flooring.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Would you describe the flooring?
Alita Lay.
Like I said earlier,
That is so
wood
funny.
flooring, parquet design.
Thank you for joining. I know you've been over on 13th Juror.
I was informed that there had been remodeling done. Therefore, I collected it on scene.
And who did the remodeling?
I was informed that Lourie did the remodeling.
Okay. Do you know if anybody else did any remodeling on that scene?
No.
Okay.
Some of these questions I want to go, and should I? I would know this. How?
You know where Mr. Shaver resides?
It was in another state.
Okay. And you were at the scene that Mr. Shaver, he didn't just surreptitiously show up, correct?
Correct.
Viciously?
Somebody from law enforcement had contacted Mr. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Was Mr. Shaver advised that y'all wanted your office wanted DNA from him?
I was just informed he was outside and I needed to collect DNA from him, so.
And who told you that, or advised you
One
that?
of the detectives on scene.
Who was that?
I can't recall the exact detective because there was a lot going on that day.
Okay. Now, you testified that
I know. I
Mr.
appreciate it.
Shaver
I
was
really,
found
really
in
do.
the middle of the concrete fire pit, correct?
Well, underneath it.
Well, you
You're
testified on
amazing.
direct
Thank
examination,
you.
he was in the middle of the concrete pad. Did you not?
Well, I said underneath it.
Okay. So you don't recall saying he was in the middle of it?
I didn't say the exact middle of it. I said,
Okay. So let's specifically, through your testimony, you tell me where he was. underneath that pad to some degree of certainty?
So the fire pit had to be removed in order for us to access the remains. That's what I said, sir.
Okay. Now, where was he underneath the fire pit? Do you have any degree of specificity you could lend the court?
So
He was to the center left underneath the fire pit, facing 2 o'clock with the 3 o'clock angle.
pretty much shaped
God
after that.
almighty.
There was a point jutting down towards the residence. I want to say off to the left earlobe towards the point would have been probably the location we found him.
Okay.
There were initials on the fire pit.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Near the edge of the pit?
There were initials on the fire pit, and they were probably pretty close underneath where the initials were.
Okay. Which portion was he near the edge of the pit?
To the left hand lobe, if you're at the residence looking out towards the field.
Now you recovered some socks from
It
the pit,
really doesn't
correct?
make a difference,
Okay.
but what it does is show
Any items that,
the details of their investigation.
such as women's lingerie or anything of that nature?
No, the clothing that was recovered was on the remains. So
Okay. I'm not asking you what was on the remains. I'm asking you, did you recover any items that were... Let me ask my question, please. Did you find any items that were linked, that constituted women clothing?
No.
Okay. Did you locate any items wherein somebody may have wiped their hands that contained blood or any substance from another person's body?
Anything that was on or around or near the remains we collected.
That's not my question. Did you recover any items independent of the socks, the blue tarp, the boxers, the strap, the flooring, that constituted independent items that somebody may have used to bury the body, where they may have wiped their hands or their own body with it?
Those are all items I collected.
Did you collect something independent of what you testified to?
No.
Okay. Then you would agree there was no items of Laurie Shaver that were linked to this crime?
If the body had been there for 2 years, I have no idea what could have degraded or decomposed at that point.
So you know the body's been there for 2 years?
Per the medical examiner, that was what they had told us.
That's what they told you. Who told you that?
I just said the medical examiner.
Okay. His name?
The medical examiner, I have to refer to my notes, but the one that examined the body and actually did examine the bones.
Okay. You would agree, ma'am, on direct examination, you had your answers, correct?
Yes.
But now you're saying you'd have to refer to some notes, correct?
To find out what the exact medical examiner was in 2018, yes, I would.
Yeah, but you don't have any independent recollection of that.
To find out who exactly that medical examiner was in 2018 for this particular case, I would have to refer my notes, yes.
But you recall that this medical examiner had advised you that that body had been in the ground for 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. And out of the evidence that you recovered, we know from your testimony and what you've done in this case, there was no DNA associated with Laurie Shaver on any of that evidence, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. There was no prints on any of that evidence associated with Laurie Shaver, correct?
I don't believe so.
And the character of the evidence, none of it linked to any items within the household, correct?
So Brandy just told them that she can only hear it. Only the jury can see it.
Well, my job is to document and collect evidence on scene. I'm not there to investigate and go further.
Okay, but you spoke to the medical examiner, and you remember that testimony, right?
Well, a lot of times I am there at the autopsy or I do hear things, yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Aside from the collection of the evidence that you just spoke about, did you do anything else on this case?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wicks. Mr. Buster?
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And witness step down for witness. Release from her subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released for further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, too.
Sheriff, say submit the disc for that perpetuation as a court exhibit, not as evidence.
Yes, sir. So it will be submitted as a court exhibit. Thank you. All right, at this time, it is about 10 minutes after noon, and this will be a good time to take our lunch break. So please return by 1:30. Please return to the jury assembly room. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else for that matter. Again, should you see the attorneys outside of the courtroom, they have been instructed to ignore you. Please do not hold that against them. Please do not view any media concerning the case. Please do not conduct any research concerning the case. All right, thank you, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Sorry, guys. My daughter called in from college. Are we done for the day? I see people saying goodbye, all. Let me go back and see what they said from my end of the. Okay, my bad. I had to catch her.
Yes, sir. So it will be
My daughter
submitted
threw
as
her
a
back
court
out
exhibit.
to lunch.
Thank you. All right, at this time, it is about 10 minutes after noon, and this will be a good time to take our lunch break. So please return by 1:30. Please return to the jury assembly room. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else for that matter. Again, should you see the attorneys outside of the courtroom, they have been instructed to ignore you. Please do not hold that against them. Please do not view any media concerning the case. Please do not conduct any research concerning the case. All right, thank you, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Okay, that'll work, Your Honor.
In 2018, did you have a conversation with Katina that she had?
So, do I take a lunch break and come back, or do I just keep it running? Do I create a secondary live, or do I just keep it running? So it's 11:15 my time, so they're going to be back at 1:30 their time, which means they'll probably go live closer to 2 their time. So 1 my time, 12:30 my time. Yeah. I think I'll just leave this up. I'm going to just I need to create a slide that says courts in recess for lunch. I think I'll do that right now. And we'll be in recess. Are y'all doing okay? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Are y'all okay? I do have to go I do need to go pay a bill. Yeah, I know. And this kitten is going to get her butt busted. She loves my little hair ties. She loves my hair ties. So I think I will just do this little big old sign that says lunch break. Can you hear her moving that thing around? She's going absolutely crazy. Yes, we could out and about. And Diane, let me do this. Let me go pay bills because I don't want my power cut off. And when I get back, we'll watch it. Yeah. What is it with cats and hair ties? I don't know. So what I'm going to do is put up the screen that says lunch break. I will leave some music playing, and then I will be back quickly. I live in a very small town, so I won't be gone the whole time. When I come back, we will definitely um, watch a recap. Okay. I'll see y'all when on the about 30 minutes. I will be back in 30 to 45 minutes. They'll be back 12:30 Central. So basically an hour and 10 minutes. I'll see you in a little bit. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Okay, guys, I's back. Whoo, y'all. Oh, did we have any commentary while we were gone? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. How are y'all doing? Gotta reconnect my ears because I left the building. We back. We back. Okay, so there is a problem if you haven't heard. There is an incident that's happened between two planes at the Atlanta airport. And it looks like part of the tail of the plane has been taken off. So let's go back and kind of catch up and figure out what's going on. Are they talking at all? Nope. So it appears the tail of the plane has been chipped off. We do have fire EMS there. This green vehicle is an actual a fire truck for the airline company. Apparently, what happened is there was a collision between a larger airplane that was flying, I think, to Japan or somewhere over there, and this is a more of a smaller commuter plane. Not too sure what's happened. I'm going to try and find another channel with some commentary. But from what I gather, with what little I have seen with this situation, it is unknown to the injuries. There were er, there were some hi baby girl emergency vehicles there. The people were being evacuated. That doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to handle. I can't handle that noise. Let's see. Okay, let me get this one up and running. That noise, I just couldn't talk. I just couldn't take it. Just couldn't do it. Okay, let's begin and share and play.
Small plane has some sort of damage, and it was actually clipped by a larger plane. A large plane clipped a smaller plane, and we've learned that the smaller plane involved was a Delta flight operated by Endeavor Air that was from Atlanta, originating here in Atlanta, and it was headed to Lafayette, Louisiana. And that was Delta Flight 5526. If you know someone, who was on that plane and maybe curious what's going on. As for the larger plane, we've learned that it is a Delta flight from Atlanta headed to Tokyo.
Tokyo.
Delta
Okay.
Flight 295. So, we're working to gather a little bit more information about how this happened, and really what the impacts are. But you see a lot of activity there on the tarmac after the incident there on the taxiway at Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport.
And I think the good thing right now, if there's any good in this situation, Joy, is that flights taking off from there are not seemingly being impacted. So that is some good news there. But we actually saw passengers getting off of that smaller plane and boarding a bus. And as we're taking a live look here, you may remember, Joy, we were just in what we thought might have been a similar situation just a couple of weeks ago, where we were gathering new details about what happened with another incident involving a Delta Airlines plane. So right now, as we give you this live look, you can see that things seem to be moving smoothly there. But as we're looking closely and working to gather more details regarding the circumstances of this incident, right now still a lot unknown. But that smaller plane again happened to be a regional jet that was headed to Lafayette, while that larger plane was bound for Tokyo. So, yeah, that's basically what we have right now. And again, we know that anytime something happens there at the airport, that there will likely be an investigation, maybe with the NTSB. Other agencies will likely also get into this investigation to figure out what exactly happened here. But the good news, again, that the airport's operations have not been impacted. Still working to figure out if everybody's okay with them on the plane and whatnot. So again, that all is information that we're working to gather right now for you.
Hello, sneaky side. Okay. So, okay, let's do this. I'm going to do this is obviously a view from a passenger plane. That's a plane that's taxiing down the airport from the window. Apparently, the larger plane has clipped the back end of the smaller plane. That's what appears to have happened. So, sorry, I just inhaled a baked potato. This almost looks like eyes and a smile when you glance at it. Yeah. So, this is the best case scenario if you're going to have a collision with an airplane. Anything forward of that would have involved passengers and crew. So thank God it was just that tail end that was hit. Um, it's sad for the company, but grateful, so grateful nobody else is injured that we know of. Not to say there's not injuries, but they are currently trying to lift the plane. I hate it when you get a big old pepper flake on your tongue. Ugh! I'm not that great with pepper. Just ain't great with pepper. It is not disrupting, just FYI, it is not disrupting the normal flight patterns of that airport. This is actually on a taxiing lane. So, luckily, it was not on a landing or takeoff zone. As you can see, that large plane there is turning left to go and enter. But that's the larger plane is what allegedly had impacted with the smaller one. Sorry, guys. My daughter called. She threw her back out. And so I'm trying to help advise her as to what to do and how to do it. And boy, so they're trying to clear this runway. Um, they got to separate the tail. Oh, yeah. See the difference in sizes? See the big plane up there? And let's go back just a few seconds. So see the big plane here? This is the same size as the one that was hit. It is a computered. It's got 22 windows. It's either going to be a 88 passenger or a 68 passenger. If it's 2-in-1 or 2-in-2. But this is the size of plane exactly that had the tail taken off. It sheared this, what I call the dolphin fin, the fin of the, but it sheared that off in the impact. And luckily, that's where it was hit, and it wasn't hit any closer. So yeah, so they're going to have to find a way to remove that tail and then tow the plane into the hangar for repairs if it's repairable. So yeah, so thank God nobody's hurt that we know of, and that's awesome. So yay. No, that's not what I want. I want this one shared. Okay. Are you talking about the people, Karen videos, Morales, that when people go nuts? Yeah, there are going to be some people getting late. They're going to be delayed or have to be rerouted. But that is what it is. Well, the Tokyo flight was able to drive off. They were able to reboard those people on another plane. The ones who are going to be more delayed are the small commuter plane, excuse me, and that's the one that is going to Louisiana. And so there you go. Now, I think, who was it that wanted us to do a review? Yeah, well, I got to rebraid this. It's driving me nuts. Karen videos are okay. I just dealt with so many Karens. I'm just kind of like, yeah. Oh, boy, it feels good to get my hair done. I think I'll leave it for a while. I'll just pin it up here. Just leave it. So, but, I'm sure they are hilarious. My thing is I deal with so much of that. I've sat and binged watched a few. I have. I won't deny it. But it has to be, they have to be pretty rememberable for me to watch them. There we go. So oh, that's what I wanted to look up something and I couldn't remember. Okay, so really quick, Laurie Shaver and her defense team claim her daughter then ate fatally shot the husband, Michael Shaver, in self-defense to protect her mother. Lawyers and 4-year women accused of murder and claim the couple's 14-year-old daughter wants to confess to the fatal shooting. That's not what I wanted. Thank you very much. But I want to know what happened to the daughter. Hello. How are you, beloved? Okay. I'm trying to look up what happened with the girl. Where is the daughter? Do we know? Well, we have some movement in the courtroom. Okay, the motion said that the minor child has been apprised of the rights she would be waiving and possibly penalties she would be facing according to the motion should she testify. But where's the daughter? Do we know? Anybody know? I feel like bingo. Anybody know? Yeah. Excuse my neck popping. Miss Sneaky, how are you feeling, my love? I do not hear you, hun. Why do I not have any sound for you? No sound. You're not muted on my end. Well, your camera looks good today. You're muted. Everybody's saying you mudded. I know. I always have to go to that little speaker on the lower right-hand corner of my screen and make sure that it's selected. Well, not the only one who's not hearing you, love. That's strange. You want to pop out, restart your computer, and pop back in? Had to do that too. All right. We'll see you in a minute. So this morning we've had some testimony, but I have to be honest, there's not been much testimony that I've gone, you know? I think what I'm going to do, y'all, stay here. StreamYard will keep running. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to shut down my StreamYard and I'm going to reboot StreamYard just to make sure. Excuse me. So I shall return. Okay, we're back. Just want to make sure. I just wanted to make sure that boy, that was pretty perfect timing actually. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't on our end. Sometimes we don't know these things. So for that, what did my my clip? For that, I am just double checking. So we do have motion in court. I'm going to add it to stage. And do this. I'm going to oh, didn't mean to do that, y'all. Are you serious? Now my camera goes down. Go figure. Go figure. That's a good girl. My dog keeps slaying under my sleeve. What do you mean ran out of battery? You're plugged in. You've got 96% battery. What the heck are you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Okay, so let me pull this up real quick so I can hear her. Oh, I gotta hear me. I do hear me. Did it not disconnect me? Testing. Why can't I hear her? Her volume is at 100%. I'm just trying to get everything connected, guys. Let me go back here and see. Okay. Okay. We are all ready for court. Everything's up. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Y'all, I have so much stuff in StreamYard. I got to clean this stuff out. Delete. I have so many thumbnails up here. It's not funny. There, mo better. Don't forget, y'all, please share. Diane and I will be interpreting the 2024 debate, Trump versus Harris, tonight at 9 Eastern, 9 Eastern, 10 Central, and 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 7 West Mountain Time. So we'll be doing that. Also, please do not forget, do not forget, do not forget. We are proud to announce we are both partners and sponsored by As the Gravel Drops. It is a Discord channel that its sole purpose is to bring a community together that just absolutely loves and adores court documentation. If you're looking for a warrant, police arrest, affidavits, motions, uh, anything to do with the specific current trial, if anybody has it, they will. As the Gavel Drops is one of the top places for research and information. So please, please go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord. If you are a court junkie, that is a place you will soon call home. Oh, that is. Well, Sneaky, I rebooted myself. So if you want to hop in and see if it was a connection between us, that way it may not be you. It may be us. And we may have fixed it by both of us rebooting. So I rebooted my system, came back in. I know a lot of us complained about the little itty bitty fan with the Karen Reed trial. Okay, y'all, it's better than this ceiling. Ah, okay. Well, I apologize, love. You can comment away. All right, I have a side tone test my mic. I apologize so very much. It may be a cord. I always have an extra mic cord because those things just kind of go at will. At will. Yeah, not fun. Okay, since my GoPro is not wishing to cooperate, I'm going to go ahead and move it out of my way. We will not have any beating. I never know what to do when it comes to the beating because I know that I want to I really want to share that with y'all, but on the other hand, some people may not like it. I don't know. Some people love it. Some people hate it. It is what it is, people. It is what it is, people. That works. All right. Oh, and let me see. I need to check my Discord. I need to check Discord. It did not pop back up. Oh, I do have a message. Who is it from? Aww. Aw, thank you, Sneaky. That is so sweet. I'm wondering if RA is home because oh my gosh, no. No. Why would you zoom in that close? Ugh. I hate those tiles. Why would you zoom in so close? Sensei, I love you, baby girl. I got to get my foot somewhere. Okay. We share. Okay. As my friend goes, oh, I can't believe she does that all the time. And to me, it's like nails grating. I know I'm just doing some housekeeping, y'all. I'm going to read this, Sneaky, if you're okay with that. I hope you're not offended that I'm going to read this, but I love it. I'm going to actually print that. That is so awesome. Yeah. Secret, Sneaky Side sent me, Sneaky Side sent me something, and I'm going to read it today. There's a reason why that smudge brings out those tears so easily. Your spirit knows that when you smoke dance, you can hold its hand and it carries your truth to the Creator. Dust off those smudge bowls. Preston I can't see it. Fleming, I believe. I can't wait to get my glasses, y'all. Can't wait to get my lenses. That is so true. And that's interesting because I smudged my studio the other day. I smudged my studio. And it is not an evil thing. Christians use smudging as well as natives. Just saying. Orchid, that is gorgeous. I never got into that. I thought about it, but I never got into that. That that tiger is gorgeous. I wish they made some native ones. I would like to create my own. Now, that I would be interested in doing. Okay. So, I'm gonna put that on. I'm having to play the same music over and over again because, yeah, some of it's copywriting, even the ones that I have in my StreamYard. So it is what it is. I got to get out all organized. Whew. I wish you could see the puppers down here between my feet. She's so cute. Yeah. Sneaky Side, I love that blue hair. You could carry it off well. The only problem with doing your hair like that, guys, do you know what the problem with doing that? And see, I thought about putting some color like a purple or pink in my hair. And they have to bleach that section totally out of color to do it. And you will never get that color back in that section again. And so for me, it's like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. It's too much upkeep and maybe I'll get extensions. It's expensive. Shoot. I know how to bleach my hair and do all that. I just don't want to. I'm too old. I want to be pampered. I don't want to be the one pampering all the time. I want to be pampered. Someone pamper me, please. It would be nice to have a hubby to pamper me. I don't have one of those or a boyfriend. I don't have either one of those. Nope. I can't believe I haven't been married since, we separated in 2009. So 2009 is the last time. 15 years. I can't believe it's gone by that fast. My hair is kind of cool. Thick looking today. Not as frizzy. I'm working on it. I do eventually will get my ends cut, but I'm waiting for it to get to a certain length. Exactly. And I thought I was going bald here. No, this is all gray hair right here. All gray hair right there. So fun. My son told me, Mom, why don't you let your gray hair grow out? And I'm all like, I don't look my age yet. I don't want my hair to look it. A guy thought I was like 41, 42. I was like, dude, you're a horrible guesser at age. And she goes, his girlfriend was with her. And she goes, no, I was like, quite good at it. You stumped him. I'm like, gee, thank you. This beating is going painfully slow. I think I'm an instant gratification kind of gal when it comes to arts and crafts. And oh, by the way, y'all have been. I just did this. Child, shut your mouth. Why do I need to shut my mouth? I love that in my Discord, Sneaky, you have the ability in to make banners in StreamYard with our Discord and with Discord for as the gavel, if you can. If you can't, it's okay. No big deal. I need to figure out how to do what I guess it's a hotkey or something. Is it where you say the name of something and it pops up on the screen? I don't know. I don't know if I'm wrong in that. Maybe I need to get together with the expert, but I don't know if he's home and recovered. I need to just give him some time to recover, but I need to get a hold of RA. Your son when it comes to oh. Well, do you know what? I don't mind gray hair. I really don't. But I want it to go gray when everything is balanced. You know what I mean? I don't want to go gray. I don't want to have chunks here, chunks there. When it's mostly gray is probably when I will, because I got to tell you, I've seen some gorgeous gray hair, and we'll see what my gray is going to look like. I don't know yet. I'm not enough to be able to tell you. I will tell you there is a textural difference. Child, shut your mouth. Yeah. Um, and I understand that in a way he's being really nice. But as far as hey, mom, accept who you are. But for me, it's too blotchy. When it's more evenly distributed and it's the majority and not the minority. My daughter is only 20 years old and she's getting gray hair. Yepers. I told her that's all from her daddy. I told her she got all that from her daddy. I don't think that's true, but What the heck did I do? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, good. I thought I did a boo-boo. Anybody who's ever done this kind of beading knows how hard this is. And it looks easy, but takes a lot of patience. A lot of patience. I saw a lady the other day and I was shopping and our paths crossed a couple times at the store. And I saw her fabulous, long, gorgeous silver gray hair. And I'm all like, dude, when I get hair, I want it to be like that. Yeah, my ex-husband, I married him, he was 90% gray at 28 years of age. Yeah, it was really gray. In fact, people used to assume he was a higher level worker than he was based on his gray hair alone. Everybody assumed he was older just with a baby face. I'm all like, But I mean, there were times it came in handy. He had a client that refused one of the newer people in the profession. And so they sent him in, and he was in training too. And he walks in and goes, "Oh, thank God I don't have a young whippersnapper who thinks they know more than I do." And I just laughed. Oh my gosh, I just laughed. It was funny. It was really funny. Um, let's see. I think I started getting my first gray hair about 10 years ago. I found my first. I think it was. It was actually no. I I woke up on my 40th birthday, and I turned the TV on, and the captioning was blurry. And then I go in the bathroom and start brushing my teeth and all that. And I was brushing my hair, and I see a hair sticking up. And us women, we like to when we have the crazies. And I went to pull it, and I noticed it was gray. And that was the first gray hair that I noticed. Not that I had, but I had noticed. And I called my mama crying, "Mom, this sucks. I found my first gray hair and I need glasses. Everything's blurry." At first, I thought it was my blood sugar. So I tested it. My blood sugar was normal. Heart was normal. I thought maybe it was high blood pressure. Everything was normal. So it was just went to the eye doctor, and sure enough, I went straight into bifocals. I'm like, seriously? I can't even wear the normal lenses for a while. I had to go straight into the bifocals. And back then, the progressive bifocals were about $300 a pair for your lenses. Just your lenses alone were $300 for your bifocals. And I thought, okay, found frames for $200. That was $500. I thought, dang. Um, Actually, Mama paid for it because I didn't have money for it. And God, I love you, Mama. And unfortunately, this year my lenses are $700. I'm like, are you kidding me? Just the lenses are $700. And then the contacts are basically $100, $50 a month. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do on that end. I can wear them. I don't have a problem. Um, the thing is I need to make sure they can get the magnification fixed on the bifocal part of them. I didn't understand how they stayed, but they said they're weighted. Yeah, exactly, Sneaky. Sticks up all wiry like, "Hey, look at me." Well, my hair has always been straight, no body, no wave. I have the kind of hair that you can curl it. You can literally mousse it, gel it, whatever, spray it with hairspray, put it in rollers, take them out of rollers, turn around, spray it some more, and then go. And about an hour later, I'm straight as a board again. When I was singing with the Sweet Adelines, by the time we have a 3-minute song on stage. Well, 2 songs, and up to so that's 6 minutes on stage. I think our time limit was actually a total of 8 minutes for everything in between, but or whatever it was. But I'd start off and my hair looked fabulous, y'all. Looks great. If you sped it up, and I actually did this, and this was VHS back then, y'all. VHS. You sped up the VHS, you can literally see my hair falling. It was so sad. It was straight by the end of the performance. First time I performed and that happened, I mean, I got teased. So, well, part of the problem is, and I did have enough hairspray and everything in it, but part of the problem is those gel lights on stages are super, super hot. Miss Ada, I had gray hair even as a child, so I have almost never been without some. Oh, Robin Frost. Well, I was born a coal miner's daughter. No, I was born in the Tennessee mountain. This is true. I was born in Tennessee. Now, I was a towhead. I had literally white hair. Some people thought I was um, albino, but I had the pretty green eyes and all of that. So it was interesting. And then it turned that Irish strawberry red. Then I had cancer, and then it turned that mousy, what we call dirty ash blonde. That when you go into a building that has those nothing but fluorescent lighting, you look at my hair without the hair, without the highlights or undertones, it looks like it's got a green hue. Now that I'm going gray, that even exasperated. So, yeah. Thank God for my hairstylist. Although I need to find a new one because she's gone. I don't think she's there anymore. Which I love the way she colored my hair. She did such a fabulous job. But it was $300. But I got a lot of hair, so I had a lot of hair. So such is life. I've been bald twice. Whoa, come on now.
Okay,
Really?
the jurors are present, and Jessica Wade is approaching the stand. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I like this,
Excuse
Judge.
me, for the record, I see the witness has notes and documents before her. She needs to refresh herself. I ask that she put those aside for the moment so we know what her
If you could close your folder, please. You cannot read from your documents, but you may refer to them to refresh your recollection. Please state and spell your full legal name.
It's Jessica Nicole Wade, Jessica Nicole Wade.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Why do
So help you
everybody
God?
give their middle
Thank you.
name?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Please introduce yourself to the jury again.
Hi, I'm Jessica Wade.
Where do you work?
I work with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am currently a crime scene investigator.
First of all, what are your duties as a crime scene investigator?
So we go out and we observe the scene as it is. We document, collect, and preserve items of potential evidentiary value.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
Almost 16 years.
Can you describe to the jury your training and your experience that allows you to do that job?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal forensics with a minor in criminal justice. And then I also have on-the-job training here at the sheriff's office with approximately 500 hours of continuing education.
And what type of things did that continuing education involve?
The extra ones.
Yes.
The first one was basic crime scene school.
Guys, I am sorry if I'm a little laggy. 90% of my mods, not all of them, who have access to certain, I have 2 programs. Some mods have access to both, some don't. And I am pinning, I am managing feeds and doing it all myself today. So I appreciate patience. I apologize for any inconvenience.
That just goes over the basic procedures as a crime scene investigator, and then other classes such as bloodstain pattern analysis and just processing different types of crime scenes.
Can you estimate about how many crime scenes that you've been involved in processing over your almost 16-year career?
Approximately 400 or more.
Are you trained in how to collect the different methods of collection of different types of evidence?
Yes.
Once a piece of evidence is located and collected, describe to the jury the process that you use when you're actually packaging a piece of evidence.
Once we collect the item, usually they're collected in paper bags. The material's breathable. A description and the case number and anything that identifies the object and where it was located is written on the packaging, and then also again on property receipts. And then those items are submitted to our evidence department.
When you process a crime scene, especially a larger type crime scene, do you usually work in teams?
Yes.
Why is that?
So that the tasks can be delegated between the members on the team and to make sure nothing gets overlooked.
During the course of your almost 16 years, have you processed crime scenes involving buried bodies?
Yes.
About how many times?
Approximately 4 or 5.
Have you been to training that teaches you how to do that?
Yes.
When you are processing a crime scene, do you and the other crime scene investigators wear gloves and other protective gear?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to March 9th of 2018. Did you respond to 9850 Sandy Pines Road in Claremont?
Yes.
Is that in Lake County?
Yes.
When you arrived there, tell the jury a picture of what you saw and what was going on.
The scene was a large piece of property that was completely fenced off with multiple other fenced off paddocks for animals. The residence was a manufactured home, and it was closest to the road on that piece of property. And then there were multiple marked and unmarked law enforcement vehicles.
Was the scene kind of cordoned off with crime scene tape?
Yes.
What is that and what's the purpose of it?
The crime scene tape went across the span of the front gate, and that's just to ensure that nobody goes in there that's not supposed to go in there, and to limit the amount of foot traffic that goes through the scene while we're processing.
Was there somebody from Lake County whose job it was to make sure that no unauthorized people entered that crime scene?
Yes.
Had a search warrant been obtained that allowed you and other crime scene investigators, law enforcement officers, and the like to go to that scene to search for evidence?
Yes.
Is that search warrant signed by a judge?
Yes.
Once that search warrant was obtained, you all went out there to the scene.
Gas station.
Did you begin to process that scene?
Sorry.
Not immediately.
At some point, did you?
Yes.
Generally, what does the term processing a scene mean?
Again, it's where we go and observe what we have, and then to locate and document the items that are there.
During that process, were photographs taken?
Yes.
Who else was involved from your agency at the time in processing the scene?
There were multiple other crime scene investigators and several detectives.
You mentioned photographs were taken?
Yes.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit L, having previously been shown to the defense counsel. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I want to physically see some of this stuff, you know? Not necessarily the autopsy photos, but everything else I'd like to see. I wonder if Miss Jules is in court. I need to check in with her. Let's see how she's doing. She still had a few treatments left to do, I believe.
Yes.
Recognize them?
Yes.
We're going to go through them individually, but generally, what are those
I
photographs?
do know she wants to be at
Those
the Boom
are
trial.
of the scene throughout the process.
This time, State would move States L instance, states 15, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, States L will be moved into evidence as States number 15.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photo 1 of states 15. What are we looking at here?
That is a bird's eye view of the most of the property.
And
Yep,
can you,
I don't think we're going to get to see
with the
it.
court's permission, would help you step down and kind of point out to the jury what the different structures are.
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Well, thank you, Judge.
Can you just kind of point out to the jury kind of where the road is, where the main residence is that you described?
So the main road is up here, that's City Pines, and then this is the front of the residence, which faces the road, and then this is the back area with several sheds and outbuildings, and then the fire pit.
So the fire pit is kind of at the bottom middle of that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you photograph 2 of states 15. What do we see here?
That's another bird's eye view of the what would be the south side of the residence, and then showing that there's the pool and then the other sectioned off areas.
And the main residence, is that the top left in the photograph?
Yes.
And the fire pit that you described?
It's over on the far right.
And photograph 3 of states 15. What is this?
This is another view of the residence. This is the front of the main residence, and then back to where the fire pit is here, and then the furthest pasture.
And photograph 4 of states 15. What do we see here?
This one shows, here's the main residence, and then it shows a big overview of the entire property.
We see some vehicles on the main road down there. Are some of those law enforcement vehicles?
Yes.
Photograph 5 of states 15. What does this show?
This shows the back side of the residence, which is right here, and then part of the fire pit.
And is there an above ground pool behind the residence on the right of it?
Yes.
That fenced in section to the left of the photograph, what is in there?
That's where our pig was housed.
Okay. And we see the concrete section with the wooden stump sticking out. What is that?
That is where the fire pit is.
Photograph 6 of states 15. What is this?
This is the open area behind the rear of the residence, between that and where the fire pit would be.
Photograph 7, just a little further to the left. And where's the fire pit in this photograph?
And this one, the fire pit is over here to the far left.
Photograph 8, what do we see here?
Again, the back side of the residence, pool, and then the fire pit area.
Photograph 9, more orienting the jury.
This is, so the residence would be over here, and that's a small chicken coop barn area. And then right here in the front is the fire pit.
Was there a dirt mound located about
Yeah, me
400 feet
too.
away from the residence?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 10 of states 15. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Was ground penetrating radar brought into the scene to assist in looking around?
Yes.
And who brought that in?
Dr. Sutton with the University of Florida.
Was the ground penetrating radar run over this section?
Yes.
And generally, without going into real great detail, what did it show?
Dr. Sutton advises that she visualized an anomaly on on the screen, which shows basically that there's a disturbance within the dirt below the surface.
So what was done in this area that was about 400 feet away from the main residence?
As far as
Was it excavated a little bit?
oh yes.
Okay. Explain what was done and how that happened.
When we start out and we do, it has to be done layers at a time, usually a few inches, and each time we get to a certain point, we stop and document with photography anything that's there, so the lack or the presence of any items. And if there's nothing there, then we document the depths, and then we continue on into the next step.
And ultimately, after that process, in this area on the property, were any human remains found there?
No.
And about how deep did you guys dig to make that determination?
We ended up going about 6 feet deep.
Okay. All right, referring back to the fire pit that you described in that concrete slab, was there something written in the concrete slab in the concrete?
Yes.
Where, first of all, can you point where that was located?
It's right here on the edge.
Okay, and what was written there? What emblem was there?
There's a heart shape with the letters T, the plus sign, and L.
And was that kind of like in the concrete before the concrete would have hardened?
Yes.
All right, showing you again photograph 8 of States 11. Was there something unusual in that concrete area near the fire pit that drew your attention?
Yes.
First of all, just point where that was located.
Okay, it would be right here on the far side.
And kind of describe what was unusual about it.
So that area, it was kind of depressed. It was like sinking in, and then it's also got a lot of discoloration on it.
Showing you photo 12 of States 15. Where was that depressed area in this photograph?
The depression is right here.
On the bottom right of the photograph?
Correct.
And photograph 13 of States 15? Is that just another angle of it?
Yes.
Was ground penetrating radar also brought into this area and run over top of this depressive area?
Yes.
And again, generally, without going into great detail, what was found?
The Dr. Sutton, again reported an anomaly on the screen.
So what was decided to be done in this area regarding that anomaly?
At this point, we decided that it would be beneficial to do an excavation at this site as well.
Showing you photograph 14 of States 15. Can you describe to the jury how it was that you went about excavating this, the initial stages?
Well, first we had to document everything as it was, and then we had to remove the concrete so that we could start doing the excavation process.
And what was done with the pieces of concrete that were broken up?
They were set aside.
Showing you photo 15 of States 15. What does this show?
This just shows they're continuing to remove the concrete.
In photograph 16, what do we see here?
It's a continuation of the concrete being removed and kind of cleaned out.
Photograph 17, what does this show?
At this point, we're removing the
Okay, real
papers
quick,
that
what
are.
I'm going to do is I found some of the images. Okay. So we're going to go and look at those images, and then that way you guys can have a visual in your head what they're actually talking about. Okay. Okay. So we got that. I'm trying to find the overall home view. That's an odd shaped pond. Okay, here it is. This is what they're talking about. And I think it was either over in here or here, but this is where his body is under this. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? That's just to sit and know that your spouse or boyfriend or whatever you want to call him is underneath here deceased and you're lighting bonfires. What? Really? Really? Okay. And we're going to share this tab. This is the, I don't need two stream words going. Hey, there's Sneaky. This is the processing of the scene photo. Let's see if I can. Not all of these or her photos is the problem. And here's some more right here where they were excavating.
That is eerie. Can you guys hear me now?
Huh?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Was it the cord or what was it?
No, it was some settings in my computer that needed to be messed around with. But when you said it would be so creepy to be like around the bonfire, knowing that your spouse or partner is under there, like, yeah, that's some creepy stuff.
Look, I mean,
Like,
just us looking at this and knowing his remains are under those boxes.
yeah, it's just, that's not my idea of fun. I don't think that's most people's idea of fun. Some people have weird hobbies. See, we like to craft. See, I've got my knitting here. It's kind of tied up in my office chair right now. But some people have weird hobbies, Ada. Weird
Unaliving
hobbies.
people and then putting them in a fire pit and then having a party and doing marshmallows with their ashes going up into the marshmallow and burning in, and then you eat it. Is that a form of cannibalism?
I don't know, but I think it's like some sort of like ritual marshmallow sacrifice worship.
Oh,
but that is like
if
so
I was
creepy.
her friend and I came to her house with kids or whatever, and we did marshmallows out there and his body was in that, I would sue the living out of that woman.
Is this true? Apparently
What?
she got married there too?
Yeah, she's married to somebody else.
Dear Lord. This
And
one's
guess what? She got married at the fire pit.
She's a special breed, let me tell you. Because they don't make too many like her. Thank gosh.
I don't know how they decorated this, but it's an odd-shaped fire pit. I know if he's making a pond, but or his duckaroos, but
I think any cop that stepped onto that property looked at that fire pit and was just like, that's weird. That does not look like a concrete slab that was planned. It just looks like it was put there and
I
in a
have to
hurry.
say, I have to say, my grandfather had an area that he used to use for a burn pile. Then he excavated it and filled it with sand and then covered it in concrete and made a patio out of it. It was kind of misshapen like this because it was natural. And put plants, they put potted plants and stuff all the way around it. It looked much nicer than this. And then eventually he tiled it, but
yeah, I can see that.
What you got to make do, but he didn't bury a body under it.
No. That's like, getting to be oof. Yikes.
I love the way people
Woo! She is definitely giving Daybell vibes. Oh my dear Lord.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Some kind of special. So we're going to go ahead and continue court, but I just wanted you guys to get, some people didn't have a visual of this.
I did not have a visual. Thank you so much for that, because context is everything.
Well, they even took the log woods and concreted them in. So those are benches for people to sit on.
Those benches are concreted in?
Yeah.
That's the first time I've ever seen that. Have you ever seen that, Ada? I'm sorry. I've seen lots of like campfire areas.
Right now?
Never seen that. Oh, Eddie, in your hometown? Are you okay? Are the people that you know okay? How was your family and stuff? Ada, do you want to do that? You can hop on and do that. If it's close to Eddie, then maybe that should be something that you look at.
There's some people who can't handle it.
I leave that decision up to you
I don't know
because
why
I know
that
that you're
came out.
doing.
There's some people who can't handle that, and I don't want to be offensive.
I'm sorry to hear that, Eddie. That's awful. That's for my kid's school.
Well, what do y'all think? Should we cover this? Take a break from trial?
Let's talk with chat. Chat, what do you think? Let's go with what chat thinks. Chat, what would you like to see?
I know that you'll probably hop off.
Yeah, and that's okay, but I think we should go with what chat would like to see because that's the people that we're trying to be here for, right, Ada?
Huh?
I think we should talk to chat and see what chat would like because that's the people we're trying to be here for, right?
Let me see if I can do something. I might be able to do dual lives now. Let me see if I can create another live, and then y'all can keep listening to this, and I'll mute myself and talk about that one. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Let's see if I can make a dual live. So we'll do that. I'm going to go ahead and let this go now.
When you're performing an excavation like regarding the digging and the sifting process?
So once we, like I said before, we have the layers of dirt that we pull out. Once we pull the dirt out, they go into these buckets and then they get taken to sifting stations and we take turns sifting through. It's a fine mesh material so the smaller items are not able to fall through, and in case we don't see them in the dirt, we're able to find them in the sifting tray.
Is this a process that takes a half hour or so, or can it take a long time, sometimes days?
It sometimes can go up to days depending on what we're doing.
Photograph 18, what do we see here?
This is where a good portion of the dirt has been removed.
Photograph 19 of states 15, what does this show?
It shows a bone, or a possible bone sticking out of the dirt.
You point to the photograph where that is.
It'll be right here towards the center.
Photograph 20 of states 15, what do we see here?
That is the bone that was removed from the dirt.
What was done eventually with this bone?
This bone and anything else that we found bone related was then transported with the medical examiner's office back to the medical examiner.
Photograph 21 of states 15, what does this show?
This shows approximately the depth at which we found that bone.
And about how deep was that bone located?
About 20 inches.
You found that humerus bone. About what time was it in the day?
It would be about 17:05 or 5:05 p.m.
Now, considering it was probably going to be getting dark relatively soon and you still had more work to do, what decision was made about continuing or stopping?
At that point, we decided that it would be more beneficial to hold the scene for the evening and then return the following morning.
What do you mean by hold the scene?
To secure it, cover it with tarps and make sure that nothing else can get in, and then a deputy is then posted on scene overnight to ensure that nobody has access to the area.
So when was the next time you came back to the scene?
The following morning at around 7 a.m.
And
Ladies and
did
gentlemen,
investigators from the medical examiner's office also come to assist?
Yes.
Is that common for medical examiners, investigators to come to the scene and be involved in this process?
Yes.
You mentioned it was an investigator. The actual medical examiner, the doctor for the autopsy wasn't there. It was the medical examiner investigators?
Correct.
I understand. That morning were additional photographs taken of
All
the
right,
scene.
lovelies. Ada has started the other stream just to give you guys an update if you
This
want to
is how we
hop
left the
over to
scene
that
before we
one,
left.
but we are
We
keeping the
secured
tribe
the
going
tarp
here
over the
in this
opening
stream.
and
So
placed canopies over.
whichever you guys prefer to catch up on,
So that canopy
please
there
do
was
that.
placed by law
And
enforcement.
thank you very much.
And we see several different blue tarps. Are those law enforcement's blue tarps?
Yes.
And why are there some of those blue tarps that have dirt on them?
Those tarps were set up for the sifting station, so once it's sifted, it stays on that tarp.
I'm going to have you take care of this live for a minute.
Did you and your
Very much.
team
That's good.
continue this digging and sifting, the excavation process?
Yes.
What does this show? Photograph 23 of States 15.
Right here towards the center, it shows the edge of a blue tarp.
No, this is not a blue tarp that law enforcement brought to the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you come across things like this, like a blue tarp, how do you make sure that you don't damage the tarp or the item in the whole digging process? Are you using big old shovels or what are you doing?
Initially, we are using larger shovels. Once we come across any items that are deemed to be of evidentiary value, we then switch to smaller, like hand tools and brushes, so that nothing else does get destroyed or damaged.
Showing you photograph 24 of States 15. What
Okay, can I report this? This is happening live. Bear with me while I gather more information for you.
stations? Photograph 25 of States 15. What does this show?
Right here, we have the tarp, and then we found another bone.
Photograph 26 of States 15. What do we see there? And with this bone.
It was also eventually transported with the rest of the remains.
Photograph 27 of States 15. What else was found? What do we see in this photograph?
These are smaller bones, presumed to be probably from the hand bones. And they were placed in this Tupperware container, so they did not get misplaced.
I'm assuming law enforcement brought this Tupperware and used it?
Yes.
Okay, just to store the items?
Yes.
Photograph 28 of States 15. What do we see here?
Right here, we have another couple of bones that have been exposed.
And these photographs are just kind of showing the progression of the excavation process?
Yes.
All right. Photograph 29 of States 15. What else was located next to that blue tarp or underneath that blue tarp?
In the area of the blue tarp, you see this green strap. It's similar to that of like a ratchet strap.
Did you locate any part of like an elastic sheet with that strap or near the strap?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain what you found?
So the elastic that we found is consistent with what would be from like a fitted sheet from a bed. And then that all that was remaining was the elastic band.
I'm showing you it's already been introduced into evidence as States Exhibit 3. I'm not going to ask you to pull it out because we have pictures. But can you take a look at the side and tell me if you recognize what's inside? You want some gloves or something right there?
Yes.
You know, there. What's in?
In there we have the strap and a Tupperware container of miscellaneous also with it.
Photograph 30 of States 15. What does this show?
This is more of the bones that were exposed, again with the ratchet strap and the blue tarp.
Photograph 31 of States 15. What do we see here?
That has most of the tarp exposed, and then it shows the green strap that's kind of tied around the tarp.
And 32 of States 15.
This is a close-up of more of the strap, the tarp, and then you can start to see more bones that are exposed.
So was the blue tarp both on top of and beneath the bones in the strap?
Yes.
So is it consistent with the bones and the strap being wrapped in the blue tarp?
Correct.
Photograph 33, what does this show?
This shows the tarp being removed from the site.
And was that tarp collected as evidence?
Yes.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 1 in evidence already. You recognize what's inside of here?
Yes, that's the receipts.
And in the packaging I just showed you, is the blue tarp in different sections?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get
Be
to
sneaky.
explain why that.
Can you
we do
hear
that.
the news media on your side?
Photograph 34
But you can
states
hear me.
15. What do we see here?
Nope, can't hear you. Can just hear the trial. So I
I'm
can't
not
hear
muted.
yours.
Photograph 35.
Oh, I can hear you
tarp
right now.
fully removed.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
but just when you're
Perfect.
covering
And
the
what's the
So I
rest
can
of
bounce.
the
Perfect. This is
skeleton
working great.
eventually
We got
located?
two going at the same time.
And what do we see here in photo 36 of states 15?
That is part of the rest of the remains that were found along with the green strap.
Photograph 37, what does this show?
This is when we're actually removing the rest of the remains from the site.
The white sheet, is that a sheet provided by law enforcement or was that in the grave?
That is provided by the medical examiner's office, and that maneuvered it underneath very carefully, and we're able to lift out the remainder.
Was a skull found?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 38 of states 15. What do we see here?
This is the top portion of the skull.
Were photos taken to show the depth of where the bones were located?
Yes.
And what does photograph 39 show?
This is showing that the bones were located at about 36 inches.
About 3 feet down.
Yes.
Photograph 40 of states 15. Was any clothing located on any part of the human remains?
Yes.
What was found?
The remains had a pair of boxers and then a pair of Under Armour shorts and also a pair of socks.
Were those clothing items actually, were the bones contained inside of those clothing items as if they were being worn at the time?
Yes.
And were those items also collected?
Yes.
Showing you some introduced into evidence in states 4 and 5. Do you recognize the contents of these items? And what's in here?
That would be the shorts with the boxers and then also the socks.
During the excavation process, were any fibers that looked like hair collected as well?
Yes.
And what would happen with those items during the collection process?
Those items we collected and submitted as evidence.
During the sifting process, were any additional items located, such as, smaller bones, nails, things like that?
Yes.
What was found?
I'm sure we found a couple of the smaller bones, and then we also found some pieces of fingernail and some more hair-like fibers.
You mentioned that the human remains collectively were transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Is that customary?
Yes.
And who would have done that transport?
They have a transport unit with the medical examiner's office that does that process.
Once the human remains were removed from that hole, did you and your team members continue to dig further beneath?
Yes.
Why?
We continue to dig just to make sure that nothing is located below where the remains were found. And then once we reach a hard, compact area, we know that we've reached the bottom portion of that site.
Was anything of significance found below where the bones were located?
No.
Before the fire pit was dismantled by the heavy equipment, was that examined?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 41 of states 15. Was a piece of laminate flooring located within that fire pit?
Yes.
And was that item collected?
Yes, it was.
Showing you what's been already introduced in evidence in state 6. You recognize that item inside that bag?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the piece of laminate flooring.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit, showing you photograph 42 of states 15. What part of the residence do we see here?
This is the back door of the residence with the attached porch.
Photograph 43 of states 15. What is this?
will be the entry sliding glass door on the back side of the house.
Did you examine the sliding glass door that we see here in the photograph?
Yes.
Why?
We just wanted to rule out that there were any bodily fluids that may have been present at some time.
Did you use any other type of device to help you look for the presence of bodily fluids?
Yes.
What'd you do?
At this point, it was a little later in the evening when it was darker, but we used a chemical called Blue Star, and it is a preliminary test to see if there's the presence of blood, and it reacts with the hemoglobin and the iron in the blood.
And when you use that Blue Star, is it a spray or a liquid or what is it?
They come as tablets. We have to mix them into water, and then once they're dissolved, we can spray it using a regular spray bottle.
And when you sprayed the area of the track of the sliding glass door, what happened?
There was a reaction. The reaction that it has is a luminescence, so it turns blue if there is any kind of reaction.
Now, does that mean if it turns blue and luminescent, does that mean there's definitely blood there?
No.
Why?
Other things can react. Again, since it reacts with iron, if there's any iron in the material that we spray, that could also react, or some cleaning materials also can react.
So what did you do as far as documenting that area and collecting evidence from that area of the sliding glass door?
The area was photographed and swabs were ultimately collected from the area.
Can you explain to the jury how you would go about collecting a sample using a swab from an area like that?
When we swab something, we have to use sterile water. We put 1 drop of sterile water just to hydrate the sterile cotton swab. And then once that takes place, we can kind of go back and forth several times over the area to make sure we get a large enough sample of whatever's there.
Did you perform that process and collect swabs from both the inside and outside tracks of that sliding glass door?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence to states Exhibit J and states K. Take a look at those, telling you recognize those packages.
Yes.
Are they sealed now?
Yes.
Okay. If you could, there's some scissors right over by the witness stand. If you could open those up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes.
You recognize both?
Yes.
What's inside there?
Both of these are swabs. This one is from the interior of the lower door frame, and then this one is the swabs from the exterior lower door frame.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them from those locations?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, the state will move J into evidence as 16.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, states J will be moved into evidence as states number 16.
The state will move K into evidence as state 17.
No objection.
Without objection, states K will be moved into evidence as states number 16, 17. K is 17.
Were these two exhibits sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes.
As a crime scene investigator, do you have any involvement whatsoever in the actual DNA analysis?
No.
Showing you photograph 42 of states 15 again. Did you also examine an area beneath the deck?
Yes.
Generally, where did you look?
So it would be kind of right behind where the stairs are, but underneath where the door is.
Okay. Photograph 44 of states 15, what do we see here?
This is the underside of the porch, and this would be the area.
Photograph 45 of states 15, what does this show?
That is a close-up of the area of the siding and the porch underneath where the sliding glass doors are.
Did you see something? Let me show you another close-up. Photograph 46 of states 15, what does this show?
This just shows some unknown stains that were kind of exposed underneath.
And you said they're unknown stains. At this point, you didn't know what it was, right?
Correct.
Did you use anything like the Blue Star process you described earlier in this?
Yes.
And what happened when you did that?
Again, there was a small reaction, so that area was eventually swabbed and again turned in as evidence.
Again, just because it reacted doesn't necessarily mean it's blood, right?
Correct.
But out of an abundance of caution, did you collect the swab?
Correct.
Did you use the same process you just described?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence that states I for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This has the case number, my initials, and the date and the description of the item.
Is it also sealed?
Yes.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me you recognize the contents?
Yes.
What's inside?
That would be the swabs from the underside of the deck.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them that day?
Yes.
This time state will move I into evidence that states 18.
Objection.
That objection states I will be moved into evidence as states number 18.
And
Hey
was
guys,
this
thank
item
you
as
for
well
holding
sent to the Florida Department of Law
one.
Enforcement for further DNA
They
analysis?
are
Yes, it was.
lifting lockdown, but they are going to be transporting
Again,
the
you had no
students on
involvement in that
buses
process.
out first. There's one critical, and I
And direct your
think
attention
the
to
shooter has been
January
detained.
17th of
point.
2019. Did you and crime scene investigator Jessica Beard, now Jessica Holcomb, go to the Lake County Sheriff's Office evidence location, I guess, for lack of a better word, and process an item collected in this case?
Yes.
What did you process?
We processed the tarp.
And which tarp?
The tarp that was removed from the excavation site.
And what was your purpose? What were you looking for in processing the tarp?
We were looking for any kind of potential damage to the tarp and or bodily fluids of any kind.
Where did you do this examination, considering the tarp's pretty big?
We had to use the vehicle processing bay at the sheriff's office.
And what did you do? I'm assuming you didn't just start the tarp on the floor and start looking. What did you do to ensure that the tarp would maintain a clean area and things like that?
We placed a brand new clean tarp that was larger than this particular tarp underneath so that we could then do what we needed to do to process it.
Showing you photograph 47 of states 15. What do we see here?
That is the tarp that was from the excavation site opened up and placed on top of the larger tarp.
What did you do to examine that tarp or process it?
We visually examined it, and then we also used an alternate light source on it.
Explain what that is.
The alternate light source has several different wavelengths of light that are used, and you can use different colored filters, such as orange, red, or yellow, to then enhance the fluorescence that may be given off if there are any fluids exposed.
And what were the results of the analysis after you used that alternate light source?
They were presumptively positive.
Did you, at some point you said earlier that the tarp was divided up and cut up into sections?
Yes.
Why was that done?
We separated into quadrants, basically, so we could further analyze it and know which section we were working with.
When you were examining the tarp, did you locate any defects or damage to it?
Yes.
In how many different places did you find that there was a defect or some kind of damage?
There were 2 locations that we noted.
Showing you photograph 48 of states 15. What do we see here?
In this one, in the upper left corner here, we have a little bit of a tear.
And is your job as a crime scene investigator just basically to document what you see and any kind of anomaly?
Correct.
Okay. Photograph 49 of states 15, is that just a close-up of what you were talking about?
Yes.
Photograph 50 of states 15, what does this show?
This one shows that there's a small defect as well, right here towards the center of this image.
Is that a different defect than the one we just looked at in the previous photo?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 51, what does this show?
That just shows a close-up of the defect that we
3
found in the
feet
other spot.
is
I
not
noticed
very
there's a
deep
marker there, it says interior.
at all.
What does that mean and how did you know that's the interior?
So this was labeled as the interior side because this is the side that was ultimately wrapped around the remains. So we're calling that the interior, and then the other side would have been called the exterior.
In photograph 52 of states 15, what does this show?
That shows the exterior side, so the opposite side of the previous image.
And 53 is just a close up of the same thing?
Yes.
Did you do anything in particular with this area of the tarp?
Yes.
Did you separate this area from the tarp from the rest of it?
Yes.
And what was the point? Why would you do that?
We did that just so that it could be analyzed if it needed to be without sending the entire tarp.
I'm showing you states 52 already in evidence. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes, that's the piece of tarp.
That same day, did you also examine the piece of laminate flooring that we looked at earlier that was taken from the fire pit?
Yes.
What did you do to examine it?
We also did the alternate light source on that.
And what did that show?
That showed a possible result as well.
Again, does that necessarily mean that there was blood on it?
No.
Okay. Was that item also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be further examined?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Stand if I could use your switch. Okay, thank you. If I can get this on, or if I'm gonna just have to use the photos themselves. But let's go back to the agenda. Okay, you can step down if you don't mind, please, ma'am. Okay, looking at just, if you, and how should I address you, deputy or investigator?
Investigator sign.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this was the grave site as you represented in number 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any measurements from the residence to the grave site?
I did not personally, but somebody did, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge of the distance between the two?
No, sir.
Okay. Just looking at. Okay, you've spoken about number 5. You found some initials in there, correct?
Yes.
What were those initials specifically?
It's a T with the plus sign and an L, and then right above it is the shape of a heart.
So like Travis plus Laurie?
Presumably.
Yeah, okay. So somebody had embedded their name in this concrete, correct?
At some point.
Yeah. In perpetuity to express to the world, correct? A form of identification.
I would imagine, yes.
Okay. Not secret, somebody evidently was trying to keep, correct?
Didn't appear so, no, sir.
Okay. And let me see if I can find, okay. You had spoken about this area, I believe. You would run a ground penetrating device on that,
Yes.
correct? And you exhumed that area and no stuff in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that was a mess, correct, you would say?
It's just part of the process.
Okay. The fact that the ground may have an indenture in it, a dark spot, or a lighter spot, doesn't necessarily signal mankind or anybody that this is a body area, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So if we heard testimony earlier that there was an indenture and the concrete, that wouldn't necessarily signal the world that there's a body buried there. Would you agree?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And then this comical of this site, we're looking at number 11. In fact, we see more than one dark area, correct?
Yes.
And under those dark areas, there was just one body located, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me, the body was not located in the center of the Okay, let's talk about a little bit about the distance, the depth of this grade. You said that it was 3 feet.
Once
correct?
we were completed, yes.
Okay. How tall are you?
I'm about 5 foot.
You're 5'5". So if somebody was digging this area, standing in that site, okay, and it's 3 feet, where's 3 feet on your body? You're 5 feet?
Yeah, so probably about here. Waist
Okay,
high.
5 here. Okay. So the size of the individual would be relative to the ease in which that grade could be done. Would you agree?
Potentially.
Would make sense, would it not?
It could be. It depends on what they had available.
Okay, let's say I have a shovel. I enter into a ground area, and I'm gonna dig a grave. It would be easier for somebody to be taller to dig a 3 foot, ditch than somebody that's 5 feet. Right? Having to throw dirt
Presumably,
up and
yes.
above them, correct? Logically. Now, the items that were located in the grave, we're looking at number 29. There were some straps, correct?
Yes.
And there was a tarp, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there was, I think, a strap wrench.
It's part of that strap. I think it was
Okay.
just one long piece.
Okay, was it affixed to the strap itself?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge whether or not law enforcement took any efforts to look for, do any kind of financial audit on anybody's account to see where that may have been purchased?
I'm not aware.
Okay. I'd have to ask somebody else, right?
Correct.
Is that you down in the grave site there?
No.
Okay. That's the straps you're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're looking around the Shaver residence. Did you find these same or similar straps located anywhere else on the residential side?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you wouldn't have noted that or pointed that out otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Nikki, thank you so much for stepping in. This is kind of cool to have 2 lives at the same time going.
So we see
Good
It
to know.
35 inches,
It's kind
correct?
of
No,
fun.
we don't
It's
have
right
to
at
stop
36
anything.
inches, yes.
36.
Yeah.
I do need to ask you, what are you doing the 17th on Thursday? I've got to be out of town, and we've got the,
And you spoke about collection
what's her
of
name, trial going on.
some DNA data, correct?
I
Abel?
have a doctor's appointment in the morning. I have treatment in the afternoon, and my
I got to
best
turn you. Say
friend
that again?
Any results
got a
of the
doctor's
DNA
appointment in the
analysis?
morning. I have treatment in the afternoon, and my
Okay.
best friend is shooting a film up here. So the 17th is looking kind of crazy for me.
Okay, don't worry about it. We're good. I'll do it from the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You just submitted it in and it went to another person, correct?
Yes.
And again, there we have the tarp, correct?
Yes.
We're looking at that you recovered.
I'm very blessed
And
that your child is safe.
you made certain notations on this. It says drag, correct? What do you mean by the word drag?
So with this one, it looks more like it could be consistent with a drag mark across a rough surface.
Okay, let's stop there. Did you do any testing in this area that you marked as a drag to see if there's any grass marks, chlorophyll, anything were to indicate that that tarp had been used to drag a body from the residence out to the gravesite?
No, sir.
That would have been beneficial, correct?
I don't
Okay,
know what
guys,
was done
I'm going to pause this for a sec.
processing-wise, if it went to the state lab or
Crystal,
not.
4. Oh, wrong
And
one.
then there was a hole here. You noted it, correct?
Yes.
And then there was a stone mark, correct?
It's this one and then the back side of the same. Yes.
Okay. So those are the marks, etc., correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You have a seat. Now, ma'am, in your processing of this site, as I asked one of the other investigators. There was no evidence that was gathered by you or anybody else indicating there was any DNA in this site associated with Laurie Shaver.
I'm not sure that any DNA was recovered, and if so, I'm not aware.
Okay. You didn't personally recover any that you recall, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you know anybody else, any other investigator that processed the scene with you that recovered any DNA?
I believe I did most of the DNA swabs for this case.
Was there any hairs found in that site?
In the site, yes.
Okay. That wasn't mentioned on your direct examination. There were hairs found, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any of the DNA in those hairs were linkable to Laurie Shaver or anybody?
I'm not aware.
Did law enforcement do anything with regards, aside from the tarp, to the strap wrench?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, do you know if they did any investigation or forensic audit to look into anybody's accounts to see if anybody had purchased any strap wrenches or straps for a vehicle or boat?
I'm not aware, no.
You spoke about a laminate, a piece of laminate that was found in the gravesite, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if that laminate was linked in any way to the Shaver residence?
No, sir.
Do you know what kind of floor they had in the Shaver residence?
Previously, no, sir.
Okay, or at any time?
At the current time, it was tile and then like wood laminate in the bedroom.
Was it the same type of laminate?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
I think I asked you this earlier, but if not, I just wanted to make sure. You also processed the tarp for the presence of fingerprints, right?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
When you and other officers arrived on the scene the first day of the excavation, was Laurie Shaver there?
Yes.
I'm assuming she wasn't permitted to walk around the house or walk around the property while you guys were doing your processing, right?
Correct.
Where was she living?
I was told that she was in front of the property sitting in her vehicle.
You remember seeing in one of the aerial photographs her
Yes.
truck? From her vantage point in that truck, was she
Thank you,
able
Sneaky,
to see
for the redirect.
the fire pit in the concrete slab?
I believe so, yes.
Did she remain on scene for
Toxic
part
Orchid.
of the time that
I am doing a
you began
dub
to
live
process
right
the
now.
scene
We
the
had
first day you were
another
there?
school
At
shooting.
some point, did she
So
leave the area?
you see me
Because she
talking
was rented,
unmuted.
right?
I'm on that live.
Do you remember about what time she left?
It would be probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And at what point in your processing where were you focused when she left?
That's about the time that we moved from the back pasture area up towards where the fire pit was.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Joyce. Man, you said you saw Laurie sitting in her truck,
Lay down.
correct?
Yes.
Do you know what time her kids got out of school?
I'm unaware.
Okay. It would make sense if she's there and the kids come back from school, she may need to travel off-site, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She never fled the scene trying to evade law enforcement at any time, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. She was released.
Okay. All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. All right. Your next witness.
They called Dr. Kyle Shaw.
Okay. Now, please come up to the witness. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
All right.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Dr. Kyle Shaw, first name Kyle, last name Shaw.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Dr. Kyle Shaw.
Where do you work?
I currently work as a forensic pathologist in the upstate area of South Carolina, working for several coroner counties in that area.
What do you do for the coroner county? What do you do on a regular basis?
So I'm a forensic pathologist. My role with the coroner offices is to review cases that are presented to me and provide my opinion of cause and manner of death. In the coroner setting, primarily that involves performing autopsies as part of that process.
Where did you work before you moved to South Carolina?
At the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
What did you do for the District 5 ME's office?
I was an associate medical examiner, again, working as a forensic pathologist with a similar role, except that I was more directly involved in some of the investigative process and supervising investigators for the office.
How long did you work here in the 5th Circuit in Leesburg, right?
In Leesburg, for a decade, 10 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job as a forensic pathologist?
I got my medical degree from the University of Sydney in Sydney, Australia. Following that, I did a one-year clinical internship with the Southeastern Sydney Area Health Service, also in Australia. Following that, I returned to the U.S. and did the first 2 years of my general pathology residency training at the Eastern Virginia Medical School in Norfolk, Virginia. Following that, I did the final 2 years of my general pathology residency training at the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore. Following that, I did a one-year subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland. And then following that, I moved down here and took a job.
You're obviously licensed to practice medicine in Florida. Are you still licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
Can you describe for the jury generally what an autopsy is and what it involves?
In general, in most cases, an autopsy involves both an external and an internal examination. During the external examination, I look at the outside of the body and any clothing or materials that are with or on the body for evidence of natural disease or injury. I then move to the internal examination where we examine the internal organs of the head, neck, chest, abdomen, and pelvis as part of the routine we call full autopsy. And during the internal examination, again, I'm looking for evidence of natural disease or injury and trying to correlate those findings with the external examination as well as any investigative information that we have at that time.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you performed in your career?
On the order of over 3,500 at this point.
You mentioned earlier the term forensic pathology. What is pathology, first of all?
So pathology is a medical discipline that focuses on the study of natural disease as well as injuries, but primarily pathology is focusing on natural disease in general terms.
As well as forensic pathology when compared to pathology.
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology where we focus, again, on natural disease and injury, a little bit more focus on the injury aspect of things, and then applying those findings in a legal and public health setting.
Have you performed autopsies in your career on skeletal remains?
Yes.
About how often?
I would estimate on the order of 50 or 60. Again, there's a variation or a range of decomposition changes that range from early decomposition all the way to dry, disarticulated skeletal remains. And there's a few kind of in the middle there that are partially skeletonized that wouldn't necessarily be considered a, quote, skeleton, but somewhere on the range of 40 or 50 or so.
What do you mean by disarticulated remains?
Disarticulated basically means that's usually very late in the decomposition process, where the bones have the soft tissue holding the bones together has also decomposed, and the bones are separate. They're disarticulated. They're no longer articulated or attached to one another.
Have you performed autopsies on people who have sustained gunshot wounds to the head?
Yes.
About how many times?
Many hundreds. I'm not sure if it's to the thousands, but many hundreds.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in court in the area of forensic pathology before?
Yes.
About how often?
60 or 70 in court.
I ask permission to allow this witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me direct your attention to March 10th of 2018. Did you perform an autopsy on skeletonized remains recovered in the case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
How did those remains get from the scene to your office?
They were transported by one of our forensic investigators from the scene. She was present during the excavation process, and she brought those to the office.
Am I correct? You personally were not present, your medical examiner investigator was?
Correct.
Where is the medical examiner's office located here in the Fifth Circuit?
It's in Leesburg, so it's on 809 Pine Street in Leesburg.
Is a case number, a medical examiner case number, assigned to each and every autopsy you perform?
Yes.
Is that number unique to the individual autopsy?
Yes.
What was the autopsy number associated with this case?
2018-0428.
Is it customary, and it didn't happen in this case, that law enforcement was present during the autopsy?
Yes.
Were photographs taken during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit S for identification. Can you take a look at these images and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes. These are images, it's photographs as well as an x-ray, images that were taken at the medical examiner's office during the course of this examination. Not all on the initial day of autopsy, some are later.
Do those fairly accurately depict the skeletonized remains as well as some of the evidence that was packaged and things like that?
Yes.
This time state will move S as in Sam and evidence as 19, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Without objection, states S will be admitted into evidence as states number 19.
How were the remains packaged when they arrived in your office?
So they originally arrived in a body transport bag as well as some additional bags, basically to help contain the smaller bones.
Were those bags obviously sealed with evidence taken, things like that?
Yes.
What's a body transport bag?
So a body transport bag is a typical, what we call just a body bag. And usually a body, especially if there's any substantial remains involved, will go into that bag and zipped up for cleanliness and privacy.
What was the first thing you did when you received the skeletonized remains?
We start taking photographs. So photographs usually precede the examination, and then of course additional photographs are often taken during the course of examination. As also part of that process, at least in certain kinds of cases, x-rays will be performed.
In this case, did you lay the various bones out in what would be the anatomical position of the human body?
Yes, during the course of examination, those bones in a skeletal type of case, they get laid out.
Showing you photograph 1 of states 19. What do we see here?
This is part of the layout of the skeletal remains at the medical examiner's office. So just for orientation, towards the left of the image is the skull, which is on a foam support pad there. And then most of the bones basically going down to about the level of the pelvis.
Photograph 2. What does this show?
This is basically working our way down that same set of remains, just looking at a different area. So this goes a little bit lower. It includes the pelvis and more of the lower extremities.
And photograph 3 of stage 19. What do we see here?
And here we see the rest of the lower extremities. So over on the far right of the image, we see a number of small bones, and those are the smaller bones of the ankles and feet.
Were most of the bones that would normally be contained in the human body recovered?
Yes.
Were any bones missing?
There were a few small bones, predominantly of the hands, that were unable to be located, but very few.
Did the fact that a couple bones in the hand may not have been provided to you affect your ability to do an autopsy in this case?
Not substantially, no.
We've heard something about a humerus bone. Where's the humerus bone in the body?
The humerus bone is part of the arm, or the upper arm. That basically is from where I'm indicating on myself, from the shoulder to the elbow is the humerus.
Did you examine the skull in this case?
Yes.
What did you do to examine the skull?
So as part of that examination, again, x-rays are performed, images are taken, or photographs are taken, and then during the course of that, some cleaning is usually performed. In a case like this, where the specimen or the bones may subsequently go for anthropologic examination, I usually do very little other than, again, some general cleaning and general examination.
Why would you do very little if they're going to go to be examined by an anthropology lab?
So sometimes these bones are very brittle and very delicate, and usually I find that once I'm able to document them, that the anthropologist is more of a specialist specifically in bones. So it's usually valuable for them to see those bones in as pristine a condition as possible. So I'm usually very delicate with what I do have.
You mentioned x-rays were taken. What does photograph 4 of stage 19 show?
So this is an x-ray of the skull. Now the lower part of the jaw is absent. It was disarticulated. It's just not in this x-ray. But what we can see is over towards the left and bottom, we see the teeth just for orientation. And then towards the right of the image, so that red dot was just on the teeth. Now over on the right of the image, there's a bright white spot. That bright white spot is radiopaque material that corresponds to a projectile or bullet.
Showing you photograph 5 of stage 19. What do we see here?
So here we see an image of the back of the head, or the back of the skull. This has been rotated around so that the top of the skull is down and the bottom of the skull is up. And right in the middle of that image, we can see a round hole, which represents a gunshot wound. In this case, a gunshot wound of entrance.
Can you point in your own head generally where that gunshot wound was located?
It's approximately here, as I'm indicating on the back of my head.
Did you locate a projectile inside of the skull?
Yes.
And explain how you did that.
So the x-ray let me know that it was there. I was then able to carefully basically reach into the skull. We can't see it in this particular image, but the skull is basically sitting on the top of the spine, and the bottom part of the brain transitions into the spinal cord, and where the brain exits the skull and goes down into the spinal column, there's a hole, and that's called the foramen magnum, and it's on the order of approximately an inch or a little bit bigger in size. So it's a decent sized natural hole in the skull, and I was able to reach in there, feel that bullet, which was loosely adherent but not firmly adherent. It came loose very easily, and I was able to recover that and retrieve it out of the foramen magnum.
And why would the projectile or the bullet actually have adhered to the skull?
So when soft tissue decomposes and begins to dry out, materials sometimes will stick to it. That soft tissue, as it decomposes, forms a little bit of a glue-like substance. So there were just a little bit of residual decomposed tissue that had dried around the edges of that bullet and caused it to basically be loosely stuck there. So it was not rattling around originally, which is why it was first noted on x-ray.
did you observe any kind of an exit wound or damage to the opposite side of the inside of the skull as if the bullet entered the skull and hit the opposite side?
So although there were some fractures of the skull, there was no impact site that I was able to identify, nor that the anthropologist subsequently reported. There was no exit wound, and there was no obvious impact site.
Once you recovered the projectile out of the skull, what did you do with it?
That was packaged up and turned over to law enforcement.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence of State's Exhibit M is in Maine.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
You look that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So the outer bag here has been previously sealed. It has some labeling on the outside that appears to be related to law enforcement's numbers.
Thank you.
Inside is a small envelope, and the envelope bears a medical examiner's office label and the medical examiner's office case number of 2018-0428.
Y'all welcome our 2 new members.
It is, yes, and the original one of the seals, one of the evidence tape seals, has my signature and the date of March 10th, 2018.
Yes, Daddy.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected out of the skull?
Thank you, Andrew.
Open up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents of that package.
Sure.
I got to go back to my beadwork.
So within this envelope is a bullet or projectile, which appears to be consistent with the same or substantially the same, appears to be substantially the same as the projectile that I recovered in March of 2018.
And I'm also showing you photograph 6 of States 19. Is that a picture that you took of the projectile you removed?
Yes.
This time State would move States M as in Mary into evidence of States 20.
Any objection? Without objection, States M will be moved into evidence of States number 20.
You said obviously the projectile would have entered through the back of the skull. Can you, beyond the projectile traveling back to front, are you able to determine the path of travel and with any other specificity?
Not definitively. One thing to kind of keep in mind when we're doing these examinations is that a typical bullet has 2 main profiles. The bullet is a little bit elongated and tends to have a rounded tip, like a little bit of a cone or a rounded cone shape. So when that bullet is facing directly at you, the profile is round. When it is off center or tangential at an angle, so we have perpendicular and we have a little bit of an angle to perpendicular. As it rotates away from perpendicular, it takes on more of an oblong or ovoid shape. So when that bullet enters the skin or skull, when we have a round hole, that tells us that the deviation is not dramatic from perpendicular, from a right angle, because if it is a fairly dramatic angle, then we have normally an oblong or irregular skull entrance. In this case, the skull entrance is rounded. However, because of the absence of the brain, in other words, I can't see the path.
It seems like we've temporarily lost Ada for just one moment. She will be back. I will try and bring up the trial temporarily, but she will pop it on when we have a moment here. Oh, Ada's back.
I got it.
Perfect. Great. Thank you, Ada.
show up the density of metal,
getting
which are
quick at
typical.
this.
It's typical for a projectile to
Quick on the draw.
off a little bit or small pieces.
What are you making?
So there were additional pieces noted on X-ray.
Right now, I'm doing my laundry.
Those additional pieces that were noted.
Can
Not
I
at that time.
hire you to make me some?
They appeared to be firmly embedded either in the bone or on the inside of the skull. So my options would have been to either try to open the skull to get at those, which would have deviated that skull from so-called pristine, or at least in the condition that I had it. And I wanted anthropology to look at that first.
Would it be common that if the anthropology lab noticed that, they would, when they were finished, remove those items and send them back to you?
Yes.
Did you locate any finger or toenails in the remains that were provided to you?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 7 of stage 19. What does this show?
That is a sampling of fingernails or toenails that were recovered from the body bag, from the materials that were provided.
Photograph 8 of stage 19. What does that show?
Additional fingernails or toenails that were recovered.
And did you package those fingernails and toenails up in the 2 bags we've seen in the picture?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit O for identification. Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the packages?
Sure. This is an additional paper bag that has some labeling on it that appears to be from law enforcement. The bag appears to be currently sealed. Within the bag are 2 small envelopes bearing the medical examiner's office labels and case number of 2018-0428. And my signature is on the seals.
Can you open those up, look inside, tell me if you recognize it?
Sure. So within our dry material that appears to be the same or substantially the same fingernail, toenails in one of them.
Nikki, check your Discord. I'd like a red and a black one.
As well as the second one.
This time, state would move States O into evidence as 21, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, States O will be admitted into evidence as States number 21.
Now, Doctor, in case I asked a bad question earlier, you mentioned that you found the projectile that you recovered as well as some projectile fragments that were embedded in the skull.
Yes.
You're not saying that those are from 2 separate projectiles, are they?
Correct. It's consistent with just being from a single projectile. The projectile that was recovered is partly deformed, and during the course of deformation, it is possible that a portion of that metal broke off during the course of entering the skull or impacting the skull.
Definitely.
It's common for when a projectile
Possible?
hits a hard object like the
Yeah.
skull to fragment. Right?
I gotta get this up rough. I'm
Yes.
in trouble, guys.
You've seen that a lot of times in your career, haven't you?
Many, many times, yes.
There we go.
You mentioned the anthropology lab a few minutes ago. Were these human remains that were brought to the medical examiner's office, packaged up and sent to an anthropology lab?
Yes.
And how are they packaged up and how are they sent?
So originally they were packaged either in a box or bag and physically brought by our investigator to the Pound lab. So Investigator Griffiths drove them up on I'm just referring to the investigator's report, which is part of the medical examiner case file. On March the 22nd, those were received by, I'm also referring to the anthropology report, March 22nd of 2018. They were transported up by Investigator Griffiths. Later that day, still on March 22nd, the lab contacted us back and said that a femur was available to be returned to us.
Get into the femur in a second. Where was this lab located that the remains were transported to?
The lab is associated with the University of Florida, so they're in Gainesville.
You mentioned the term pound lab. What is that?
So it often just gets called the, quote, pound lab, but it's the CA Pound Human Identification Laboratory. So it's sometimes also called CAPHIL, but it is a lab that is associated with the University of Florida.
And they do their own analysis. You're not a part of that analysis, right?
That's correct. We provide them information that we have, the investigative information that we have, and we'll discuss the case. They do their own analysis of the bones themselves.
You said a few minutes ago that the pound lab people sent you back the femur.
Yes.
First of all, what's a femur?
So a femur is the major bone of the thigh. So between the hip and the knee, that big bone is called the femur.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at
And
that.
what was the purpose of you getting the femur back?
So the plan at that time was to take that bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is a common source, and the longer that a skeleton has been out, the more bone sometimes is needed to do an analysis. Now, I don't perform those analyses, so I can't comment on exactly what they need, but it is common for them to ask for either a piece of bone or the entire bone. And again, they usually have better results if they're able to look at the entire bone and not have to go back and forth with us to get more bone later.
So the plan, you guys are going to get the femur back, and that femur is going to be sent to the Department of Law Enforcement in whole for DNA analysis.
Correct.
Okay. How did the femur come back to your office?
So that was packaged up at the Pound Lab on the 22nd. We received it by FedEx on the 23rd, March the 23rd, and then I examined it, or it was examined. The package was examined, I believe, on the 24th, March 24th of 2018.
Take photos of that piece of evidence and things like that.
Yes.
Showing you photograph 9 of states 19. What do we see here?
So this is the FedEx package label, and up in the upper left-hand corner, maybe a little bit difficult to see, but in the upper left-hand corner is a handwritten date of March 22nd, 2018, which is the date that they informed us they were packaging that item up. And then towards the bottom, you can see another label that is typed. It says 23rd of March, which is part of the FedEx, shipping identification labels.
You said you got it the 24th of March?
We received it, I believe, on the 23rd. It may have been late in the day.
And photograph 10 of states 19. What do we see here?
So this is the outside of the box. This is the outside of the box that contained the femur. This is actually, I believe, after we repackaged it. You can see the date there of the 24th, where it had been resealed in order to be released to law enforcement.
Photograph 11 is the bottom.
Yes, that's one side of the box.
Okay. When you opened the box, when you received it from the Pound Lab and opened it up, what was inside?
A femur, and it was packaged and sealed. There was an additional seal on the inner bag packaging.
Okay. Was there also a letter inside from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Does that basically just indicate they're returning the femur?
Yes. So this is our opening that box originally as it came to us from the Pound Lab, which included a very brief letter from the Pound Lab regarding their limited examination to that point.
And photograph 13 of states 19, what do we see as we get further into the box?
And that is the femur within packaging from the Pound Lab.
Photograph 14.
additional image of the femur having been removed from that box.
And we see some writing on the bag. It says 3C18 bag 1 of 1. Do you know what that means?
3C18 is the Pound Lab case number for this case.
Okay. Did you eventually get a report from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Did it have that same case number on it?
Yes.
Did the report also mention the femur was returned to your office?
Yes.
Does all that documentation clearly indicate the femur returned to you was the same femur that you sent to them?
Yes.
Photograph 15 states 19. What does this show?
So this is that femur outside of the bag. The bag was open for us to take additional photos. Again, just documenting that it was in the same condition that it was when we had released it the previous 2 days earlier, I believe.
Photograph 16, is that just the other side of the femur?
Yes, we just rolled it over.
And photograph.
And that's the femur with that received packaging label.
Now, to your knowledge, was this femur sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
That is my understanding, yes.
And was it eventually returned back to your office, the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
When was that sent back to you? Actually, a better question.
We did receive it back. Again, I'm referring back to the medical examiner's investigative report on June 22nd, 2018. It was received back from Detective Dorier to our office.
Was it still packaged in the same box that you sent it off?
Yes, that box had been repackaged and resealed.
Showing you photograph 18, the states 19. What does this show?
That is the box that we received back. And again, we can see at this point, we can see additional labeling has been added. You can actually see the original or the earlier March 24th number towards the bottom left of the image from when we had sealed it previously.
Now it has the yellow Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker on it.
Correct.
And photograph 19.
That's a
law enforcement, or that's the Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker.
Yes.
And photograph 20. What do we see?
This is the femur inside that package, and we can see in this image at least two, or actually I believe three areas where bone had been removed for DNA purposes. One is toward the top of the image. Yep, there's actually a little piece that's missing on the ball at the very, very top of the image, a piece towards the upper quarter of the image, a piece towards the bottom, and in a different angle there's actually a fourth area that had been cut into, again, by the lab for the purposes of DNA.
Except for those areas of the femur that were cut away for purposes of DNA analysis by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, was the femur in the same or substantially the same condition as when you received it initially, when you sent it to the lab, when you got it back from the Pound Lab, and when you sent it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, other than those areas, it appeared to be substantially the same.
Showing you what the market states exhibit P is in Paul. Does that box look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Same box we've been seeing in all these pictures?
It does appear to be, yes.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So the seals appear to be intact at this point. There's quite a lot of tape on it because of the repackaging, multiple repackagings. And within are some bags, including the bag with the pound number of 3C18, as well as the. Yes, it appears to be, again, with 4 areas that have been cut into for the purposes of DNA.
This statement states exhibit P is in Paul, and the evidence is 22.
No objection. Without objection, states This is states number 22.
And with the court's permission, may the doctor just publish the femur to the jury showing the areas that were cut away?
Granted.
So this is the femur, the front part of the femur, the back part of the femur, and we can see an area that's been cut away in the ball or head of the femur, an area here on the proximal shaft, the upper part, an area on the distal shaft down here, and an area down here basically at the knee.
And none of those areas were present when you first saw the femur, correct?
Correct.
So it's not like those were caused by some kind of trauma or gunshot wound or anything?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Did the medical examiner's office eventually receive all of the bones and the human remains back at your office from the pound lab?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned earlier that during your x-ray you saw those projectile fragments from that projectile embedded in the skull and you didn't do anything with them.
Correct.
Were those fragments removed by the anthropology lab and sent back to you?
Yes.
And how were they packaged?
They were separately packaged with the remains that came back to us.
Showing you photograph 22 of states 19. What does this show?
So that is a bag with the fragment within it that has the pound lab case number 3C18, and you can see that it's sealed at the top.
Photograph 23 of states 19. What does this show?
That is upon initially removing the fragment that they recovered.
And did you actually remove it?
Yes, I would have removed it from that bag.
What happened when you removed it after you?
So between taking that photograph and turning it over to take an additional photograph, it fragmented.
Okay. Just broke apart?
It just broke apart. Gentle manipulation, it's just a very small, thin, brittle piece of metal in that case.
Showing you photograph 24 of states 19. What do we see here?
So that's the same fragment that unfortunately had broke apart during manipulation and prior to repackaging.
Showing you what's been marked as states exhibit N as in Nancy. Can you take a look at that item, open it up, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yeah, so it's currently there's a outer plastic bag which has an evidence label, a court evidence label on it. Within that bag is a manila envelope which has the medical examiner's office label and case number of 2018-0428 on it. My signature is present on one of the
But
seals.
it's still funny.
I ain't denying you that. You know us native. We trade well, we pay well.
And within there are fragments
we do
that appear to be substantially the same as the last image taken and displayed on the monitor there.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move N as in Nancy into evidence as 23.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, states N will be moved into evidence as states number 23.
During the course of your autopsy, did you examine all of the bones that were provided to you?
Yes.
Except for that single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, did you locate any other trauma to either the skull or
Heard
any
it here
other,
first,
any
folks.
other bones?
Gloves ran out of style.
Not that would be considered trauma at
Gloves
or
ran
around
out
the
of
time
style.
of death, or we call
Heard it here
perimortem trauma.
first.
There was some damage to some of the ribs. However, that was interpreted as post-mortem trauma.
Meaning after death?
Meaning after death.
So did you locate any evidence of a chip or a break in any of the other bones as a result of trauma, either being struck or another gunshot wound or something like that?
No.
believe the gunshot wound is enough. You?
All right, at this time, we're going
I
to
would
allow
think
the
so,
jurors
yeah.
a comfort break. So we'll break for about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
I like the way
We're in
they say
recess.
comfort break.
Well, holy darn, Braxton, how are you? We've been graced with your presence.
Oh,
Well,
Braxton.
heck.
Braxton.
Nice to see you, darling.
Braxton. Braxton. I don't know. Okay, Sean. I have no idea. Hello, Braxton.
Yes, everybody's happy to see you. How was your day going?
How was your little
Braxton?
project that you showed me the last time I saw you? While you're going to answer that, let me ask you, because people have kind of been asking us questions off and on through different lives and things. So I'm going to pop us this way.
Beautiful.
How much do you think
Gorgeous.
that you would expect to pay for this?
For that?
Mm-hmm.
For me, in Canadian dollars, at least $100.
$100?
At least.
Do you know what these go for?
That's
if you go
solid beating. So I'm talking like at least, and that's at least. So I would think more like 200.
Yeah,
Because that's
200 to
like
250. Well, this is the size of this is really big,
it's
so this will probably
huge
go closer to
and
3.
it's solid. Yeah. So
And
I'm sorry
it's
I underestimated you, Ada, because
no,
there
because the
is
size
tons of
makes a
work in
difference. The
that.
earrings would be 100 each, so it'd be
Yeah.
200 a pair. It's hard to tell what size, but that's natives will pay,
They will.
or they'll
Absolutely.
do a good trade for
They
services.
will do a
This
good
one here
trade.
has porcupine quill. That's the white.
Yes. And if you see like a porcupine on the road or something, people will pay because that porcupine has met a natural end. We do art with porcupine quills. And so there will be people in your area that will want to harvest those porcupine quills, so that they can be used for traditional crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And so just keeping that in mind for people who may not know, like there's lots of things that do get used for crafts and they're really difficult to find.
I have 2 turkey wings and an entire tail in the freezer.
There you go. And you know what? You were talking about eagle feathers yesterday. And I did not know that they were so hard. Like, Toxic was talking about how you do them, or you get, you're presented a feather for your first vision quest or for very
Naming ceremony
notable,
sometimes,
yeah,
or sometimes a
notable
marriage, a
occasions.
groom will prevent or a bride.
Yeah, and I was gifted an eagle feather in my family because there was another Métis family that is here in town that was kind of tied to our family, and they had done a lot for us when my grandfather had died, and including giving us some traditional Métis kind of crafts and regalia to have at his service, so that could be represented there. And we didn't get some of those things back to the family in time. So 10 years later, I got a hold of this man and was like, so you did something for us like over 10 years ago, and I would like to return your things. And so as a gift, we quilted his family a star blanket as a representation of the ties between our two families. And it turns out that unfortunately, at about 2 or 3 days after we had presented him the star blanket, his mother had passed away. So it turns out that we kind of help each other during times of strife without knowing it. And the eagle feather that he gifted us was his mother's eagle feather for 30 years.
Ooh, that very special. And the thing is that in Canada you can have eagle feathers.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot.
Yes. And so like it's a very huge honor to have something like that. And star blankets, star quilts, if you guys know, a lot of work goes into them. And so
they're very time consuming.
They're very time consuming. And so I think a lot of the time with traditional families, we do like to make crafts for each other and do things that take up a lot of time because we appreciate them.
Well, and what else do we do when we make something for somebody as natives?
I
don't know about you guys. We pray over it. So if I make you, and we don't do anything if we're not in a good place.
Nope, because that will put your energy into the work. So you try and be in a good place when you're doing your work, and that way your good energy will go into your work.
My hair's giving me fits today. It's rubbing the hearing aid. See, if I could just wear my hearing aid like that, I wouldn't be fidgeting with it. So I'm trying to get my hair off of the hearing aid, and I'm not having much luck. So one thing that natives do a lot, especially when they're going to speak with elders or when they have a special event, it's either a blanket, a horse, or tobacco.
Well, because usually nobody has a horse anymore. Yeah, usually star blankets are hard. Yes.
Or something with a horse on it.
Yeah. And so often if you're going to get the advice of an elder or you're asking them to come and speak to a group of youth or, asking for their input on a project, things of that nature, and
for counsel.
Their counsel, making sure that you don't go empty-handed. And tobacco a lot of the time for us is what's traditional, and that way it's and then we also make sure that if we're asking our elders to come to a certain place for speaking engagements or something, that we make sure that we go and pick them up, and that we're making it as easy as possible as we can for them to get there. Just, common sense.
As kind of like a level up. Or women also give ribbon skirts, which I make.
Yes.
Do you have one?
No.
Send me your measurements. I'll make you one.
Okay.
And what colors you like. Send me some pictures of fabrics that you like and your waist and your height, and I'll make you one.
Sounds good.
And I'll send it with your unicorn.
Sounds good.
That's right, Miss Toxic. A piece of our soul goes into the work. So, and that's the other thing people don't understand is people think, well, I can get this for $25 machine made. I can see my mistakes in this. And actually, I now put mistakes in everything. Even if it's perfect, the last bead will be a mistake. A lot of times you'll see like what we call the what is it bead?
Spirit bead.
Spirit bead.
Is what we call it.
Yeah, we call it spirit bead, meaning you see a sea of black and then you might see a blue seed somewhere in there where it shouldn't be. Because the only one that's perfect is Creator or God. And that's the only one who's perfect. So mistakes are welcomed in this community.
Yeah, it guards us against excessive pride. We're not trying to be perfect. It's not supposed to be perfect. So that's a representation of that. And so we will intentionally put a mismatched bead somewhere. And especially in commissioned works, we'll ask where somebody will want a mismatched bead. If there's a specific color that represents like a past loved one or something like that, but a spirit bead is a very, very important part of a beaded work. However, if you're beading things like Ada is, that has a very specific pattern, then sometimes people don't want that if they're maybe not of the culture but really do appreciate the art. But yes, spirit bead.
Well, I still like, for example, just as an example, in some of these I put 3 rows of the green, but in other ones sometimes there'll be 4 rows of the green. Or there's just always something slightly off that you may not notice unless you're looking for it.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
And everything has a meaning. When I first created this design, I took it from a piece of fabric that I'm absolutely in love with. And I was fussing because this is the first piece I made ever.
Really?
And I don't like the beadwork because look, you can see these beads here, right there aren't laying perfect because of the stone.
Yeah,
you
but
can
that's
see
not
mistakes in there.
a problem. That's the
And
beautiful
you can
part
see
about
they're
it.
not as flat. But I am not a competitor, and even the competitors have mistakes in theirs.
Yeah.
But when it all came together, if you notice, I just kind of went along with, started with a circle and kind of just weaved my way around. These, if you notice, are on a grid. So I will sew in a grid back and forth. It's much easier, I'm told. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'll do one and see which I like. But everything has a mistake in it. Even, this is the first time I've ever beaded on leather. I've never beaded on leather. And it's similar, the same color patterns, but I can see my mistakes. But this is the best I've ever done a fill.
Yeah.
And this is a Canadian geese wing.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And I got to
How
tell
did you
you,
get that over the border? I know we're not allowed to send them over the border, but I guess you're allowed to take them over the border, just bring them in your car?
I had somebody at a powwow who was Canadian.
Oh, there you go. Right, because I guess you would be able to bring your regalia over the border with.
These are some of the best fans you will ever have. It's a natural fan. Because man, when you get this thing going, it moves the air. And it's not as much effort. The way I'm holding it is like this. Just cupping it up here is light. And you can just.
Yes.
Yep.
And there was I saw this one thing online. I don't know if anybody knows much about Canadian geese, but Canadian geese can be really, really mean. So you gotta be really like aware of how close you get to them. But this one man was a Spanish fellow, I believe, and he was in Canada, and he called cobra chickens. He called Canadian geese cobra chickens, and it made me laugh so hard.
This, believe it or not, is a turkey feather. I have a ton of turkey feathers. I want to make a traditional feather Cherokee cape hand woven.
That would be beautiful.
Hard. That's like way up there in skills. These are fake eagle plumes.
Have a good day,
Like
Dr. Bullbutter.
lady. Huh?
Oh, Dr. Bullbutter's just taking off, so I'm just saying goodbye.
Oh, bye.
Have a good day.
And did we lose Mr. Braxton?
I believe we may have. He said that he was having a slow day, so he may be listening, but he may be in and out.
Oh, yeah. People are thanking him for the memberships he's gave. Slow day. Yay. How awesome.
Oh, Braxton is lurking. Thank you for still being here, Braxton. The geese over here are pretty mean. They chase me around.
Braxton?
Yeah. Geese are mean, man.
I don't know if I saw it. Did you finish your project for Mr. I'm anxious to know. He was sharing with me some of the stuff he's trying to do. Of course, I was in tears and crying when I was talking to him. Geese are mean little buggers in general.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like geese, but their wings are nice. But yeah, when you have a full turkey wing in your freezer and then the full fan, of course it's closed up. So what I've done is I got a big bucket of salt. And I have one that I dipped in there for a year. So I can take that out. I can cover it, make a fan. So then now I'll take another one out and put it in the salt. And I put it in a storage room outside and let that heat and everything in the salt really petrify everything. And then I've got to get a piece of wood and open up that fan. I'm going to have to put a lip on 3 sides, open up that fan, nails to keep it open, and then I got to pour borax and salt on it and put it in and just let it dry.
Yeah. I see. Toxic, you're the goose whisperer.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody who is a goose whisperer. You know what? You can almost make that into a TV show. Make that into a kids show. I think that would be a great kids show, honestly.
That would be. Uh-oh, they're starting to move in court again, but they're not back yet.
Yeah.
Apparently they were able to hear some of the discussions. I don't know to what extent at your table. So if you have discussions at your table, please press the mute button.
Darn!
He's here? No?
There should be a red button on the microphone.
Darn.
Oh, well, does it stop?
I do not know, sir.
You have to hold it down.
I don't know what did they hear? Tell me.
All right, so
I got you.
So I was just informed during the recess that
Very well.
the discussions were being picked up to some extent.
Very well. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please call in the jury. Thank you.
Now he's going, oh, crap. One thing, guys, you need to understand is any feather in America that's of a bird of prey, owl, hawk, eagle, even buzzard is inappropriate to have. It's illegal to have. Unless you get it directly from the game warden and been given documentation for it. And you pretty much got to be native to do that, unless you're a scientist, school, or something like that.
And if you find it on the ground,
leave it.
You're supposed to pretend it is not there.
Now, I have found some, and I have looked at them. I have photographed them because you can take a white feather and dye it.
I see that all the jurors have returned after recess. Thank you again for your attention today. Please proceed.
A lot of
Few more
hands,
questions,
aren't
Doctor. I think when we left off, you indicated that you saw no indication.
We just kind of think if you come upon a feather like that, that is
trauma,
a
injury,
sign.
Other gunshot wound, except for that single gunshot wound to the back
That
of the
feather
skull,
pinned you.
Correct. No other perimortem injury that would be related to the death.
You mentioned that there were some fractures in the skull around that gunshot entrance wound. Were those fractures caused by that single entrance, gunshot wound entrance?
Yes.
Thanks for hanging out, Britta.
We see on TV, CSI, that Abby from CSI can tell you that these bones
I
were
did
buried
that on my bingo
this
card.
date, this month, this year. Is that real?
No, unfortunately.
Are you able to do that?
No.
Are you able to determine?
Okay, I got to hear that again.
Abby from CSI can tell you that these bones were buried on this date, this month, this year. Is that real?
No, unfortunately.
Are you able to do that?
No.
Are you able to determine, and with great generality, when?
Nikki, I'm going to go and I know it didn't have her on my bingo card. Didn't I stay on my
To a
card?
very limited extent.
I'm going to
with
potty
very
my baby girl.
Very broad potential ranges.
And what are those ranges or parameters?
Well, again, it depends on the individual case. So in this particular case, I would have to depend really on the anthropology examination because they deal with primarily bones.
Question to ask them?
It probably would be a better question to ask them because they can go into detail as to how they came to that.
Fair enough. Did you determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
What was the cause of death of Michael Shaver?
In my opinion, gunshot wound of head.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be?
In my opinion, homicide.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailiff, if you could move the screen aside, please. Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Afternoon.
Pleasure seeing you.
You too.
Recall me taking your deposition some time ago?
I do.
Okay, we did that by Zoom, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, I gained certain information from you. And part of that information I was able to glean, was it not, that you rely on multiple sources to conduct an investigation, an investigative autopsy such as this?
Sure. As part of the process of coming to an opinion of cause and manner of death, I pieced together lots of information from lots of different sources. Part of that is the autopsy, but there are other things.
You use reports such as police reports, incident reports, correct?
When those are available, yes, or discussions with law enforcement.
Okay, so you usually look to law enforcement. You have somebody inside doing investigative work, correct?
When you say inside, you mean inside?
Examiners.
That's correct. So the medical examiner's office itself, we have our own investigators that do investigation as well.
Okay. And you rely on other reports generated in other agencies, such as the pound, as you discussed in this case, correct?
Sometimes, yes, certainly as it applies to this case.
So it's not just your opinion you're relying on the opinions and conclusions of other individuals, correct?
I bring together as much information as I possibly can to reach my opinions and my conclusions.
Yeah, that's just a yes or a no question. You rely on other people's conclusions as well.
I also rely on additional information. It's not always their conclusions, but it's sometimes their interpretations.
Okay. You rely on dental examinations, FDLE reports, correct?
For certain parts of the investigation, yes.
Well, we know you relied on other documents and reports in this case, correct?
Yes, there were additional reports that were generated in this case that, again, add into the totality of the information for the case.
Okay. We know our discussions, it takes you about an hour or so to do one of these investigations, correct?
About an hour or so to do the autopsy or the physical examination of the bones. And it varies a good bit depending on the nature of the case. But for an examination of bones, it might take on the order of an hour, especially if they are already clean and dry.
An hour or two, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Fair statement.
Sure.
And in this case, when you received the bones that you did this autopsy upon, they were in a skeletal state, correct?
Yes.
There was no soft tissue on the body, correct?
Correct.
The internal organs had deteriorated, correct?
Correct.
So any injuries to the internal organs were not visible, correct?
Correct, because those organs were no longer present. They had decomposed.
Correct. So you don't know the degree of any combat or any altercation that occurred by looking at other evidence, correct?
Correct, in the sense that there is no soft tissue to examine in this case.
Correct. Now, you'd spoken about the gunshot entry wound. Where was that located?
In approximately the middle of the back of his head.
Okay. And it's my understanding from our previous discussions, you were unable to determine whether the person was sitting or standing, correct?
Correct.
You weren't able to line up and figure out where or not anybody had approached the subject, correct?
Correct. Those are issues of the circumstances of the death.
Okay.
And there's no anatomic finding that tells me in this case his position.
You weren't able to discern the height of the individual that had engaged Mr. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the skeleton in full state? Were there broken portions of it?
It was almost complete, but it was disarticulated.
Did you reconstruct the skull?
The skull was actually almost completely intact. There were fractures, but it had not come apart at that point. During the examination at the Pound Lab, there was some separation of those fracture lines, but it was almost complete to my recollection. There may have been some small pieces above the orbits on the inside that were absent, but the majority, certainly the outer part of the cranium, was almost complete.
Okay. Do you have 23? The fragments on your table, or does the clerk have them? Clerk have them?
I just realized I gotta put a black backdrop for tonight. Oh my gosh, y'all.
Yes, sir.
I have to put a black backdrop up for tonight for the interpreting.
Yes.
And I totally forgot.
You testified to?
These are the additional small fragments that were recovered by the Pound Lab.
Okay. And those were located in what portion of the body?
In the skull.
Okay. Do you know where in the skull?
I don't know. I do not know precisely where. The X-rays showed one fragment that was most likely adhered to the inner table, but there was a fragment that was very close to the entrance wound. I'd have to refer to their report for exactly where they recovered that fragment. So the particle of radiopaque material that they ultimately recovered was associated with the entrance defect. So it's basically right at that entrance fracture. Basically, a portion of the projectile split off and basically went into the bone as it was entering the skull.
Okay. There was no soft tissue in the neck, correct?
Correct.
There was no analysis of any entry potential through the neck region, correct?
Not through the soft tissue, because there was no soft tissue to examine. The bones, however, were...
Were there any meteorological tests done on the metal itself to connect it to the remaining fragment?
Not by me.
Okay.
Basically, those fragments are turned over to law enforcement for any...
Do you know whether or not you received any report data dealing with that subject?
I did not receive any report data to my recollection. I have not been presented any such report. However, we normally wouldn't get such a report if such existed.
Okay. So when you say that the death was caused by homicide and it was caused by one wound, you're unable to testify with all certainty whether or not there was any other injury to any internal organ or an entrance through a neck or another region through soft tissue, correct?
Correct. So if there was an additional injury or injuries that were solely through soft tissue and did not involve bone, then I would have no way of knowing about those.
Very well. Now, this may sound kind of a silly proposition in one respect, but when you do an autopsy, you don't have, particularly absent any brain or other soft tissue in the body, you don't know whether or not this man was suffering from any kind of psychological issues, correct?
So even during a regular autopsy, generally we cannot infer a psychiatric illness from the autopsy findings alone. That depends on the preceding history, medical history or other history that would give us most of that information. We can infer some an element of brain damage, but that's not the same as saying someone has a psychiatric disorder.
So really the autopsy is limited to the physical structure. It doesn't entertain any consideration about the circumstances how the individual was shot, correct?
So there's more than one component here. So the autopsy itself, yes, we're looking at the anatomic or physical findings, and sometimes we can correlate those with history and circumstances or scene findings and those kinds of things. But the autopsy itself is focused primarily on gathering anatomic physical data that we can then look at and try to correlate with the remainder of the case.
And in the report that you constructed in this case, there's a section that deals with death information, and I think it was noted visual, correct?
I'm sorry, could you?
The date of death, it was just defined really based on information other people had supplied, correct?
So there is no specific date of death on the autopsy report. Instead, we have what's called a date found. So that's the date he was actually located.
Okay.
Now, you may be referring to the investigator's report, which may have a date of death present. Any such date, in fact, it has when he was originally found as the date of death, being March 9th, 2018. So that's date found. That's not intended to be the date. It's not an opinion of when he actually died.
There were no burn marks on the body or the structure, correct?
Not that I identified, no.
Indicating it had been in a fire, correct?
Correct.
Was there any evidence that the body had been moved?
So the fact that the body was recovered buried is an indication that the body had been moved at some point. However, it's also true that it's possible that he received his fatal injury while within the grave somehow. But those findings are really based on the totality of the circumstances, not just the anatomic findings.
So you can't tell where Mr. Shaver was shot?
Correct. I can't tell where he was physically located at the time that he was shot.
Okay. Now, was there any, in your report, any indication of any injuries or damage to the teeth of Michael Shaver?
To the teeth?
Right.
Not to my recollection, but I will look through the odontology report briefly. There was no noted perimortem injury, and there were evidence of restorations or dental work that had been done, and some of the teeth were missing. However, no known perimortem injury.
Okay, so there were some teeth missing, correct?
Yes.
You know, they've been broken, moving the body, post-mortem. pre-mortem.
Again, I am referring to the odontology and anthropology reports that also involve the teeth. I would have to review the photographs to say as to which were missing post-mortem versus which were missing ante-mortem. Basically, the difference there is that if a tooth goes missing or falls out or gets knocked out, say years before death, then the bone tends to heal over and there's no socket left. Whereas if the bone falls out at the time of death or after, then there's an empty socket there. It is very, very common for teeth to fall out in the decomposition or skeletonized stage because there's no soft tissue still holding those teeth in place. So a little bump sometimes can knock those loose.
Could they be loosened or knocked out, transport in the body?
It's possible.
Okay. And were there any missing teeth or damaged teeth?
Not injured or damaged teeth that I noted that would be considered perimortem injury around the time of death.
I refer you to your report, I think it's 305.
No, this is the Pound Lab report.
Okay. Do they indicate, or is there any indication there of any damage to any teeth?
I'm just going to read the page that you presented to me.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to your deposition instead.
Sure.
Okay. Page 45, if I can slide it to you. What's your look on line 25?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
So just reading from that, line 25 says absence of teeth number 1, number 16, number 17, and number 32 due to loss/extraction or agenesis, meaning, just for interpretation, that those were removed or absent well before death. And just looking just above that, I was referencing the anthropology report. So it's in there somewhere.
Okay. So there's some missing teeth, though, correct?
Sure.
Now, when you use the word post-mortem, you're talking about after death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you assess that issue and reach any conclusions whether there was any post-mortem damage to the body or injuries?
There were some injuries to the ribs that were post-mortem. Again, I depend largely on the anthropology report for that.
Tell me what the post-mortem injury to the ribs was.
So I'm turning to page 4 of 23 of the anthropology report. At the bottom of that page, there's a section called post-mortem damage. And within that, they describe post-mortem breakage of multiple ribs. I can read that report if you'd like me to, or
I have your deposition here.
Okay.
If you'd like to refresh your recollection on page 46, line 8, 9, and 10.
So reading from the highlighted section of 8, 9, and 10, quote, it says there is postmortem breakage on multiple 9 ribs, comma, okay. Oh wait, that's your question. That was the question from you. My answer was yes.
Okay. So there was injury to the ribs after death.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And that postmortem injury to the ribs, could that be associated with transporting the body from one location to another?
So the interpretation or the determination of whether an injury is post-mortem or not depends on a few different things. I largely would depend on the anthropology consultant to address those issues, but the most common finding that I see that distinguishes an antemortem or perimortem injury from a clearly postmortem injury is a difference in coloration of the break. So if an injury occurs around the time of death, then the surface of the broken bones, the broken edge, will have basically the same coloration as the rest of the surface of the bone because it's going through the same process. It's being exposed to the same environment. Whereas a bone that fractures post-mortem or well after that is usually a lighter color because it's cleaner. It hasn't been exposed to the same processes. It hasn't been exposed to the elements the same way or the decomposition process the same way. However, in this particular case, again, I would depend on the anthropologist to distinguish precisely what they meant by the postmortem breaks. They do describe within their report that the margins of at least some of the breaks are lighter in color than the surrounding bone. So for this to occur during the manipulation phase or the phase of moving a body, it would most likely be well after death. In other words, far enough after death for there to be a difference in the environmental exposure. So probably not hours, but probably a much longer time frame.
Okay. Would it create a difference in the color of the ribs?
If that postmortem interval is long enough before that secondary post-mortem break occurs.
Was there any findings that there was any difference in the coloration of the ribs to suggest there was post-mortem damage to the ribs?
Yes, that's how again, I'm referring to the anthropology report here.
That's fine. And I know when I spoke with you with your knowledge independent of the report.
Sure. So within their report, they describe that the margins of the fractures or the breaks in the bone are lighter in color than the surrounding bone, which is an indication of being separated in time.
Right. So there was an indication that sometime past the death of Michael Shaver, there should have been, or there could have been movement in the body, correct?
Yes.
To account for that discoloration or difference in color on the ribs, correct?
Well, something caused the break. So the difference in color is where the break is, that newly exposed break point. It's lighter in color because it hasn't been exposed to the same things as the rest of the bone.
And there was on rib number 9, there was a break mid shaft, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this would indicate could occur possibly by movement of the body as well, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And there was damage to the sternal ends of the ribs as well as to 4, 8, 18, and 10, correct?
Right ribs 4, 8, and 10. Yes.
Okay. And what that means is that the ends of those portions of the ribs that was fractured was not subject to the same environment as the first of the bone around it, correct?
Of the unfractured bone around it, correct.
Correct. And that would indicate damage to the body after death, correct?
At least damage to that rib, yes.
Correct. When you use the word perimortem, that you're using that word or phraseology to refer to injury at or around the time of death, correct?
Yes.
And in examination of the body and the records, you discovered that the body had what are referred to as buccal fractures, correct?
During my review of the anthropology report, they described that, yes.
Mm-hmm. And a buccal fracture is where one side of the rib breaks are fractures and not the other, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, where the body would be of this, the ribs would be of the same tension or tenderness, correct, throughout.
But it basically means that there's two sides of a rib, and one side buckles or fractures, whereas the other side doesn't show anything.
And that usually occurs at the time or about the time of death, correct?
Again, although that usually is the case, in this particular case is interpreted by the anthropologist. Again, I'm depending on their report, that because the fracture margins are a different color, they interpreted that as post-mortem.
Okay. So that would occur after death indication, correct?
By their interpretation, yes.
Correct. Does the composition of the soil impact any coloration of the bones?
Although I believe it can, I'd have to defer to the anthropologist in that case.
Okay.
That question.
Have you ever seen a body in one soil and it ingrains within it or pulls within the bone itself, the composition of the soil creating a coloration in the bones themselves?
I would only speak to coloration, not to composition.
That's what I mean.
But yes, coloration, if the surface color of the bone is generally going to be closer to the surface color of the soil that's on it. However, there's a lot of different things that can potentially go into that and alter those things.
Okay. Do you know if there was any analysis of the soil composition that the body had been recovered in?
Not that I know of, but I wouldn't normally know that.
Okay. Well, you received reports from other agencies, police reports and the Pound and FDLE, et cetera. Did you receive any report from FDLE analyzing any soil compounds?
I was not presented with a report when these materials were provided to me later. I received these materials after I moved on from the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And it's your position that the body dead for months to several years, correct?
That I would defer to the anthropologist in that case. However, for an individual to be completely skeletonized and dry, normally that would be at least several months, if not longer, from my personal experience.
Do we need a comfort break? Miss Sneaky?
I don't think
Yeah.
so. I think Future was just a little bit behind.
I can get
and
behind comfort break, Future.
Yeah, we were just enjoying the phrase comfort break. And we were all like, yeah, we can get behind that. That's a wonderful phrase. I might have to pop out in a bit to do some running around, but I'll be back later on.
I like that, and I'm thinking
use that for
I think
for
that's
our
something we'll be using.
intermissions. Yeah.
Kind of an emotional break.
Mm-hmm.
Comfort break, y'all. How do y'all like the blackout?
Love it. Looks great.
Do you like it better than my normal?
I think it works for the interpretation, but
Why
I
can't I
also
hear
like
you?
having. Oh,
I can't hear you in my ears. Hold on.
I don't know.
Okay, now I can hear you. Say it again.
Okay. I like the black for when
gotcha.
you're interpreting, but I love that the other background because it's so rich and interesting looking to look at when you're just doing your court reporting and stuff. So, as black as my soul. Me too. ADHD jelly bean. Me too.
Well, I'm going to leave that up and just kind of push it to the sides to soften the sides.
Okay, that sounds good.
But
so it's
yep.
easier for you to get, so it's handy for you.
It's interesting. I look like a head and hands, nothing else.
You're with me. I was pretending to be a mime this morning.
Time.
I was pretending to be a mime this morning, and now you can pretend to be one for a little bit. You just have to turn off your mic. All right, perfect. Yes.
Hey, we had to do that in our visual gesture community class. So Braxton,
thank you.
I hope you don't
Yeah.
get any more calls to love.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we don't like people that call you on the phone. They're sometimes angry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes,
Um,
Karina, drive
what was I gonna
safely when
say?
you go on the
All
road.
right, let's get going on this. We should be ending kind of soon. It's 4:30 their time.
Okay.
Did you ever make a statement contrary to that?
Not to my recollection.
Oh, Braxton, you know you're going to love that. Braxton loves his job.
Line 18 is the question, so that's from you. So their conclusion was the body has been dead several months to several years, correct? Answer, that's how I interpret that, yes. So that's my interpretation of how it was presented in the anthropology report, which I deferred to.
So as Mr. Buxman asked you, as you sit here, offer your scientific opinions and statements, you don't know how long the body had been in the ground, correct?
Not precisely, no.
Okay. And any statement took by law enforcement would be their conjecture on outside evidence, correct? Not scientific evidence.
They have to address where they're getting that information.
Right.
If they're being specific.
After your report, did you speak to law enforcement ever again?
Yes.
Okay. Do you speak with the state?
Yes, I'm sure I did at some point.
Okay. Refer you to your deposition, page 52, line 20.
Mr. Wiggs, can you show us the deposition that you have, because the deposition I have only has 27 pages.
All right, I'll show it to you.
So line 20 question.
Just one moment, please. Do you,
let me show it.
If the state could view the deposition before the witness answers.
That's one of
All right, I'm out for a bit, guys. I'll see you later. I'll be back later on.
Line 20 question, did you speak with Mr. Camuccio at all? Answer, from me about this case. Question, yes, sir. Answer, I don't recall having done so. If I did, I don't recall. I certainly don't recall a lengthy conversation about this case. If I did, it was probably quite a long time ago.
Okay.
That was at the time of deposition. I did speak with them following deposition.
So prior to your deposition, and after Ms. Shaver had been arrested, you hadn't spoken to the state again?
Not up to that point, not to my recollection, no.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
By the anthropology lab package sent to you. Those were metal fragments from a projectile, not skull bone fragments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also talked with Mr. Wiggs about some
Thank you
missing
for all your
teeth.
help,
You
Steve.
said that those missing teeth, according
Braxton,
to the
you
anthropology
love your
report,
job.
were
What did that-
antemortem, meaning they were missing prior to death.
Correct.
Okay. Finally, you talk a lot about the post-mortem rib fractures. And Mr. Wiggs is asking you if those could have been caused by moving of the body. You indicated that likely those were well after death because of the difference in coloration.
Yes.
Would it be unusual for a buried body to, when the body begins to decompose and the supporting tissue around the ribs starts to deteriorate, for that weight to cause rib fractures?
That would, to my understanding and my experience, that would not be unusual. I would defer to the anthropologist's experience with that as well.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
No, thank you, Judge.
May the witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. I believe this is someone else's.
Oh.
I think this is yours. And
State Health Dr. Samantha Coverly.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Please let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Please state your full legal name and spell your name as well.
Full legal name is Samantha Whitney Coberly. The last name is spelled Coberly.
Okay. All right. And Samantha, Samantha?
Correct.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Samantha Coberly.
Where do you work now?
I currently am a forensic anthropologist contracting with the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam.
You live in Hawaii now?
Correct.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis with the POW?
We are tasked with identifying the unaccounted for service individuals who have been lost in past conflicts. So I am the forensic anthropology analyst doing the work there.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Since 2021. It's about 3.5 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Yes. So I was at University of Florida for my PhD, graduated in 2020. I also have bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and sociology. In addition, I've taken numerous classes in forensic anthropology, as well as my experience at the Pound Lab and at Wichita State University, where I worked in that lab as well. And then I've worked several years now at the DPAA.
So before you worked where you do now, you worked at the Pound Lab at the University of Florida?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a forensic analyst. So what I would do is I'd be assigned a case. I would do the inventory, take photos, do any analysis that we have, which is biological profile, age, sex, ancestry, stature, any trauma analysis, time since death, pathology, antemortem that may help in identification, and all of that I would write in my report. At the time, I was also the lab coordinator, which meant I sessioned all the remains into the lab, and I coordinated with law enforcement and medical examiner offices.
Were you also an adjunct professor at UF?
No, I was an adjunct professor at Newman University.
I apologize. Thank you. Were you a part of any research programs in the area of anthropology?
Yes, so I've done a number of research primarily on gunshot trauma. My dissertation was on gunshot trauma to the postcranium, but I've also done work on gunshot trauma to the cranium, including looking at suicide versus non-suicide.
And the cranium is the skull?
Yes, just for kind of a vocab, the cranium is just the head without the mandible, and the skull is the mandible and the head.
Guys, right now, police respond to a threat at Bartlett High School, streamed approximately 43 minutes ago. This is getting out of control. So I'm just letting you know. I told you I'd let you know. Heartbreaking.
Were you the recipient of any honors doing that kind of work?
I got a number of awards to help me towards my dissertation on that. So yes.
Have you also done research presentations and received grants to do the type of work you've been talking about?
Yes, I've presented a number of times at our national conference in various cities.
You've also been published?
Yes, I have published an article and hope to publish in the future.
When did you start at the Pound Lab in Gainesville?
2015.
you mentioned that.
I can't help but show you this atrocity. Oh my gosh. This woman was placed on leave after Native American student records incident. Are y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. No, this is bad, y'all. This is freaking insane and it pisses me off. Here we go. Toxic. Toxic, you ready to get mad? Are you ready to get mad? Because I'm beyond mad. Watch this.
I don't know. Tomahawks? Is that right? What that is? Okay. So good.
She's a Native American in that class.
So what? So good. So what? So good. So what? So good. So what? So good. So what?
What is she been freaking screaming? Yes. Oh my God, I've never seen this.
And eventually, I get to go home, and I get all of my feathers.
Holy crap. What the? California teacher's been placed on leave while the school district investigates her behavior shown in an online video. A Native American student. Oh shit, I just spilled all my beads. It's okay, it's contained. In the class recorded the incident on Instagram using the shared video. The student says he felt that violence was being committed against him. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to get her drug tested. Let's test that woman. No. Oh. I am a professional makeup artist. And one year for Halloween, there was a lady that I knew, and I kind of got in trouble for it. But you know what? I don't care now. Dressed up as a Native American. So she wanted to do Native American makeup. First of all, y'all, true Native Americans didn't have the luxury of makeup. Just saying, y'all. And what they did was usually like for ceremonial or battle, and usually it was the men, not always the women, and it depended on the tribe. So she decided that she was going to go buy a long black wig. She tried to do a Pocahontas kind of headdress type thing. That didn't work, so she went and got herself a Native American chief headdress, and she decided to dress up like a native and do a makeup tutorial in showing how to do Native American makeup. I politely confronted her and explained to her how that was very, very derogatory towards the Native Americans and that we're trying to be all inclusive in the company. And what she did was not right. I said, would you go and paint your face another skin color? Would you make yourself paint your face to make you look more Hispanic or Middle Eastern, or would you be doing anything like that for any person of color? I was like, you can't be doing this. And I had a lot of people get mad at me for that. But do you know what? At this point in my life, I don't care. I felt that was very insensitive. And even though I'm white, I practice my Native American roots. I'm Christian, but I still respect the history of my ancestors. So, FYI, please don't dress your kids up like Indians, especially for Thanksgiving. Not good.
The term forensic anthropology. What does that mean? What does it involve?
So anthropology is basically the study of people. It's very broad.
very large study, and it's split into basically 4 groups. You have like cultural, which is living people, archaeology, the past, and then we have biological anthropology, which is study of the body. And forensic anthropology falls under that because we're looking at basically the skeleton in order to help with our identification and help us to determine what happened to the individual. So we're looking at that kind of branch of the anthropological field as a whole.
During your work at the Pound Lab in Gainesville, were you the author of various reports on different cases that involved remains being brought to the Pound Lab for analysis?
Yes.
Did you also go out to some of the scenes and assist in the excavation process?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I request permission to allow the witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic anthropology.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
When human remains were delivered to the Pound Lab at University of Florida, were they assigned a unique Pound Lab case number?
Yes.
And how are those case numbers structured?
They are a alphanumeric case number, so they have a number, which is the month in which it was received, a alphabet letter, and that's the sequence in which they were received in the lab, and then another number, which is the year. So in this case, it'd be 3C18, and it was the 3rd case in the month of March in 2018.
Let me direct your attention to March 22nd of 2018. Did the Pound Lab receive some human remains that were excavated from a location in Lake County, and did those remains come from the 5th District Medical Examiner's Office at Leesburg?
Yes.
And who was the medical examiner associated with that case?
Dr. Shaw.
How did those remains get to or arrive at the Pound Lab in Gainesville?
They were brought to us with an investigator from the District 5 office.
And was there a unique medical examiner case number associated with those remains as well?
Correct.
What was that number?
2018-00428 or 2018-0428 is written differently in different areas.
Okay. Describe the remains that were sent to you.
So the remains that got sent to us are a nearly complete skeleton in good condition. The remains did have some soil staining, brown coloration, but otherwise very little post-mortem damage with that. They also, at the time, were fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition.
And what's the significance of being fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition?
This means that several months had passed by that point. It's gone through the entire decomposition process, and sometimes that smell will linger for a little bit, so we know it's fully gone in that. But we also know that they're still in good condition because over time, bone does break down. We start to lose the cortical bone or the overlayer, you lose the ends of the bones, meaning it's still in good condition, but there has been fully decomped.
So in this case, the bones were still in good condition.
Yes.
And this may be an unfair question, but how long does it take bones to begin to deteriorate beyond the condition that you saw?
Depends on the condition they're in.
This is a complex question because it is very, very specific to a bunch of variables. Time of year, insect activities, soil acidity, all of that can affect these remains. I have seen remains here in Florida where you're looking at a decade and the bones are starting to break down and crumble. I've seen cases from Korea that are still beautiful. So it's very determinant on multiple conditions.
A lot of variables.
A lot of variables.
Is that why it's often difficult to give a precise date of when
Yes, that's why
the body was buried?
Yes, that's why we tend to give a pretty broad range.
Understood. You said that you received most of a skeleton. Were there some small bones that were missing from the skeleton?
Yes, predominantly in the hands and the body of the hyoid. These bones are pretty small, and ones like the ones in the wrist oftentimes can be confused with like stones.
What is a hyoid?
The hyoid is the one in your throat. So it's basically structured in there, and we found the greater wings of it, but not the body. So it's like the little U-shaped one that's in your throat.
You said those bones are very small and can sometimes be missed.
Yes.
Okay. Did those missing bones affect your ability to do an analysis in this case in any way?
No, we typically don't do analyses on these bones because they're so small, so we don't use them in biological profile. And I believe I have a statement in my report saying we can't determine trauma on those missing bones, but it's unlikely that they would have had.
We've heard a little bit about the femur bone in this case. Can you briefly describe what was done with the femur once you received it, what you did with it, and then when you sent it back?
So we received the femur, and I did a initial analysis on that. So what I did is I basically looked for any trauma, any pathology on it, both visually and microscopically. And then it was packaged in a bag and sent back with investigator Griffiths to be tested for DNA. We like to use bones that don't have any pathology or trauma on them when we send it for DNA. So this was an intact bone that got sent.
You saw no signs of trauma to the femur at all?
No.
And how did you determine that? Just by looking at it, or did you do some kind of microscopic analysis?
Both. Generally, gunshot trauma to the femur is fairly noticeable. It tends to, when it hits the shaft, kind of explode. But I wanted to be thorough, and it could have been like the bullet passed briefly, so I looked at it under the microscope as well.
Found nothing?
No, I did not find anything.
How was the femur packaged for then to be sent back to the medical examiner's office?
It was placed in a bag with our our case number on it.
I'm showing you, we only have a few photos in this. I'm showing you State's Exhibit, photo 15 of State's Exhibit 19. What does this show?
That shows the femur that was sent back.
Is that your case number 3C18?
Yes.
Is that your handwriting?
That is.
Okay. And did you also send a letter to the medical examiner's office indicating,
yes,
basically, here's your femur back?
Yes.
Based on your analysis of all of the bones and the condition of them, you said there's a lot of variables that play into this decision, but were you able to give a rough estimate of how long the body would have been buried?
Yes, I gave the estimate of several months to several years prior to arrival at the Pound Lab.
Were you able to tell the gender of the person that the bones?
Yes.
How?
I looked at the hip bones, which is one of the most diagnostic areas for telling male versus females. We have basically morphological or shape differences between the two. And looking at those, I was able to determine that the individual was male.
Were you able to tell the approximate age of the person?
Yes.
Well, first of all, what was the approximate age?
It was young to middle age.
And what does middle age mean?
Kind of like mid to late 30s, early 40s in that case.
How do you determine that?
So age in adults is slightly more difficult than in children, because with children, we're basically looking at how your body grows and how your epiphyses, or those growth plates, fuse. The last bone to fuse in the body is your clavicle or your collarbone, and about your mid to late 20s. He was fully fused, which means we know he had hit that about late 20 mark. After that, we basically look at how your body kind of deteriorates over time. So we look at changes. In this case, I used a method looking at the pubic symphysis, which is the two hip bones, the joint there that kind of rubs on that. And when you're young, it's all nice and billowy and pretty looking. And then as you age, it gets worn down. And so using that, I was able to get kind of a age range for this individual.
Were you able to determine an approximate or a parameter?
I would think she may be a little nervous. They don't do this every day, some of them.
I'm sorry.
I used the bones of the legs because those are what contributes to the height the most. It was put into a discriminant function analysis, and I was given a height range. Looking at my report, it was a mean age of 66.1 inches, or about 5'6", with a range of 5'2" to 5'10". And we do a range because people can have different proportions to their bodies. They may have like a long torso and short legs, or long legs and short torso. So we like to give that range to get, and in this case, 95% of the population covered by this.
Are the remains consistent with being a male born on January 14th of 1982 and who had been killed and buried around November of 2015?
Yes.
Except for the skull that we'll talk about in a minute, did you find any evidence of trauma to any of the other bones that you examined?
No.
And how did you assess and look to determine if there was trauma?
I basically looked at every single bone in the body, one by one, to look if there was any fractures, any nicks, anything that could proportionally be perimortem trauma.
Perimortem meaning what?
At time of death.
And when you said you looked at each bone, did you look at both visually and microscopically?
Yes.
Any evidence of any trauma to any of the bones except for the skull, which we'll talk about in a minute?
No.
If there would have been some kind of trauma to any of the other bones, would you have been able to see that based on the condition of the bones?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence of, let's say, animal activity on the bones?
No. Here in Florida, it'd be either carnivore or rodent. And with carnivore, you see like teeth punctures and the ends of the bones. Think about like how your dog would eat on a bone. You'd be missing those portions. And with rodents, they use dry bone to grind down their teeth. So you get these like parallel striations on the bones. And none of that was seen on the remains.
During the course of your analysis, did you take some photographs of the bones?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked previously been shown to the defense counsel as states AA. Do you recognize the photos in that exhibit?
Yes.
Pump through and look at them for me. And generally, what do they show?
They show the perimortem trauma to the cranium.
Do they fairly accurately depict the trauma that you talked about to the cranium or the
Yes.
skull?
Yes.
Okay. This time, state will move AA into evidence as states. I'm sorry, I don't remember the next.
23.
23, Your Honor.
24. Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states A will be moved to evidence of states number 24.
24. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury the condition of the skull. I'm sorry, the cranium.
So the cranium was fragmented. We can say comminuted, which means there's more than two fragments at the time. So there was the fragments. And on the back of the head, the occipital was a pretty well-defined defect.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of states 24. Can you describe to the jury what you're talking about in light of what you just said?
So as you can kind of see,
If you'll help me step, with the court's permission, if the witness could step down and kind of demonstrate.
Certainly, you may move about the courtroom.
so we have a very well-defined, very circular defect here, and that is very typical of gunshot wounds. So it basically punctures in, and then we have associated with that is radiating fractures. So when it hits the cranium, it basically causes like a mini explosion, and the cranium fractures due to the high energy being spread throughout the cranium.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So here is the defect itself, a bone missing chip here.
That's okay. It's a touch screen. I didn't warn you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fractures that we see surrounding that gunshot entrance wound, were they caused by the gunshot entrance wound?
Yes.
Those are separate injuries because it was hit or something to that effect.
Yes.
How do you determine that?
With lots of study of gunshot wounds, basically. So like I said, what happens is the energy when it hits radiates outwards. So this versus, say, blunt force trauma, you would see it basically an indentation. Think of like a baseball bat hitting a window. You have that smushed in appearance and kind of a spider web weaving. versus this where you have the fractures kind of radiating outwards.
And did you become aware that Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner, actually recovered a projectile from the inside of the skull?
I did not know that at the time and discovered that later.
Okay. That's all obviously consistent with what you found, though, correct?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 24. What do we see here?
This is the internal surface of the cranium at that defect. And why this is important is this internal beveling here, which is just like bone chipping that goes throughout. That is what shows us that it was an entrance gunshot wound, and that it was a gunshot wound. This is basically textbook example of that. It's basically when the projectile hits, okay, like a funnel in there, and so the bone around that is chipped out. If it was an exit wound, that bone chipping would be on the outer surface.
Did you locate any kind of an exit wound?
No.
Okay. Did you locate some projectile or bullet fragments inside the skull?
Yes.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of States 24 again. Where were those projectile fragments located when you looked through the cranium?
There is one located right here, and then a couple that are not shown in this photo here, which were in the facial region.
How'd you find them?
Visually and radiographically after I noticed it visually.
And showing you photograph 3 of States 24. What do we see here?
So this is that loose bone that is right by the defect, and this is the piece of bullet that is right there, and it was removed during analysis and photographed.
And photograph 4 of States 24. What do we see here?
So I radiographed a number of the fragments once I noticed the fragment articulated. This is that same fragment again. You can kind of see in this photo the radiopaque kind of darker white spot. That is a bullet fragment. And then this is part of the facial region, the kind of in your sinuses. And there was another fragment.
Is that all consistent with the single gunshot wound to the back of the head and the bullet fragmenting and where do you think? Okay. And by radiograph, is that basically an X-ray?
Yes.
What did you do with those fragments?
They were placed in a bag and returned to district bucket.
And showing you photograph 22 of States 19. Is this photo? What does this photograph show?
The bag that was returned in.
Okay. Does that also have your pound lab case number on it?
Yes.
And your handwriting?
Yes.
Did you notice any other trauma? We've already talked about the other bones. Did any other trauma to the skull besides that single gunshot wound and the effects of that single gunshot wound?
No, all the trauma that was on the cranium could be associated with that defect.
Let's assume a second gunshot was fired into the same hole as the first. Just let's say that happened. Would you be able to notice that?
Yes.
How?
So think about all of the variables that go into the gunshot wound. Distance, angle of the person to the target, air resistance, did the bullet tumble? All of that affects it. If you're saying two separate shots managed to go through the same hole, means all those variables had to be identical. Even in cases where there's two gunshots, basically a colloquial term, double tap, they tend to be oval shaped or figure 8 shaped defects rather than that perfect round hole.
And that's not what we have here. No. Okay. You got some. Thank you. Did you see any evidence of blunt force trauma to the head?
No.
Just write this down. Okay. Did you notice some post-mortem injuries to the ribs in this case?
Let me check my report real quick. Yes, there's postmortem breakage on multiple ribs.
And number one, how do you know it's post-mortem, meaning after death?
Yes. So with postmortem, the breakage tends to be different. less right angles, less curvatures, but also in this case, we see color differences. As I mentioned before, the remains have been soil stained, they're brown in color. And when it breaks, those new break lines are the old color of the bone rather than the new color. So we can see those differences between the two.
When you say post-mortem, are you talking 10 minutes after death or months to years potentially after death?
Months to years. Basically, bone can remain green and greasy for a period of time after.
You said these bones were soil stained?
Yes.
But the areas of the post-mortem breakage to the ribs were not?
Yes.
They were a different color? Yes. Is that consistent with those ribs breaking after the body has been placed in the hole?
I cannot speak to that, but most likely yes, because it would have happened after decomp.
Okay, so the body would have had to have decomposed before?
Yeah.
I understand. So it's not like those rib fractures could have been caused by somebody moving a body and...
Unlikely, no.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Picking up on post-mortem,
Yes.
your position doesn't sound definitive as to all the ways in which post-mortem damage can occur to the ribs, correct?
Yeah, there's multiple ways in which postmortem damage can. However, if it was recent, I'm sorry.
Okay, it can occur multiple ways,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Okay. Moving the body can cause post-mortem damage, correct?
No, it's still within the perimortem interval. If it was within probably a couple weeks before that.
Okay. Say the body is moved after death. Can that cause injury or post-mortem damage to the ribs?
It can, but it will look like perimortem injuries.
Okay. Now, you received the body, or the body that you examined, it had been in a decomposed state, correct?
It was fully skeletonized when it arrived to us.
So you weren't able to analyze the body with any soft tissue upon it, correct?
Correct.
So logically, you weren't able to assess whether or not there was any injury or damage to the body in any other locations other than the fracture that you examined in the rear of the skull, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there was some limitations on your ability to really conduct and reach the conclusions that you have, correct?
I was basically basing it on skeletal analysis, correct?
Okay. Well, you're speaking about the bones and the condition of the body. You made a statement that the body could have been dead for several months to several years, correct?
Correct.
And then the state represented to you, was it consistent, the condition, with the body having been dead from November 17th backwards, correct?
Can you rephrase that question?
The state used the date of November, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you gave an opinion on it, stating that the injuries or the body condition or the bone condition was consistent with the body having been dead from November 17th, I believe, backwards, correct?
I honestly don't understand your question, but
Okay. Could you date the date of death?
no, I'd have to give the range like I did.
Do you have any idea when the body, when Mr. Shaver died?
No.
Okay. So any representation, it died from this date backwards, you couldn't reach a conclusion on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Have nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect?
When Mr. Lee started his cross-examination, he was talking about the ways post-mortem injuries could have occurred. He said you weren't real definitive. He started to give an answer. What were you going to say?
So basically, like I mentioned, when decomposition happens, the bones don't just like automatically become brittle and discolored from soil. That's a process that takes a long time. And so there's a period of time, even when they're dead, that the remains will still act as if the individual is still alive. you'd get basically perimortem fractures, even though they happened after death. And we would see that. We would see that they had perimortem characteristics. Versus the ribs that I saw were very definitively postmortem. And like I said, they'd happened after a period of time because there was that color difference.
After decomposition process had begun.
Yes.
And proceeded into the decomposition process.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Talking about the decomposition process and injury to the body post-mortem, the amount of force after death can affect the injury to the rib cavity, correct?
There could be force to that. Things like a cow stepping on the body, but it also could be just over time, your body just kind of falls apart.
The weight of the soil.
Yeah, the weight of the soil.
Stepping on the soil, correct?
Even excavation could be.
So there's no really firm conclusion that you can reach as to when the damage was done to the ribs other than just post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, come on up.
I would not be surprised if they decided to call it a day if this is going to be a long witness. I have some wonderful news. Are you ready for this? Da, da, da. We have surpassed 70,000 views in 3.5 months, maybe 4. I got to look at the date. We have
Please call your next witness.
Edgar Perez.
subscribers, excuse me.
All right, good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Almost 4 months.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your name as well, please.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez. That's Edgar. Last name Perez.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez, and I am currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Biology and DNA section of the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 17 years.
What do you do for them?
So currently I am one of the statewide assistant quality managers, particularly over the biology and DNA discipline. But when I worked this case, I was a crime laboratory analyst.
What would you do as a crime laboratory analyst?
So my duties as a crime laboratory analyst include processing items of evidence for the presence of body fluids, such as blood, semen, or saliva, in order to try to determine a good source of DNA. Once I'm able to isolate one of these stains, I would take a portion of it through a DNA process to generate a DNA profile that allows me to include or exclude an individual as a donor to that stain.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
I have 3 Bachelor of Science degrees from the University of Central Florida, 1 in chemistry, 1 in molecular and microbiology, and 1 in biology. I also have a Master's of Science degree from the University of Florida in pharmaceutical sciences with a focus on forensic serology and DNA, and also a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation, also from the University of Florida.
Have you been permitted in the past to give opinion testimony in a court of law regarding DNA analysis?
I have.
How many times?
About 40 times.
DNA is kind of well understood at this point in time, but can you give the jury a very general, brief explanation of what DNA is?
Yes, DNA is an acronym, stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a genetic blueprint that makes you who you are. You get half of it from your mother and half from your father, and that's what makes you very unique. It's found in virtually every single cell of your body, and it's very specific to you. Now, the fact that it's found in every cell in the body means that we could leave it behind pretty easily. And so it makes it useful forensically if you're able to obtain a piece of evidence, and then we can generate DNA profiles from it. Now, there are no two individuals in this world that have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Can you explain to the jury the general process that you go through when doing a DNA analysis? Say you get a piece of evidence, a known DNA standard. What do you do?
The known DNA standard is typically a swab from the inside of the mouth. It's like a Q-tip. And the reason it's taken from the inside of the mouth is that there's a lot of skin cells in there that are easy to slough off. So when it's collected, what I do is I take a small cutting of that Q-tip and I put it into a tube with chemicals, and I take it through a process known as extraction. And just like it sounds, I'm trying to extract or get that DNA out of those skin cells. The next portion of the testing is known as quantitation, where I'm trying to determine the quantity or the amount of DNA that's in that sample. And the reason I'm trying to do this is because the process of generating a DNA profile is very sensitive, and those instruments require specific amounts of DNA. And for that reason, the third portion of this is called amplification. And that is akin to a molecular Xeroxing process. So what I'm doing is I'm taking a sample of DNA and I'm making millions and millions of copies of that DNA. And the last portion of it is going to be genetic analysis, where that sample is then taken through an instrument to be able to develop a DNA profile that I can then compare to question samples.
What's a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is a composite of, like I said, half of your DNA comes from your mother and half comes from your father. What I look at is something called a short tandem repeat profile, or STR-DNA analysis. And what it does is it counts the number of times that specific areas of the DNA repeat, and you get half of that copy from your mother and you get half from your father. And so you end up with two numbers. And I look at 21 locations to be able to determine what your specific DNA profile type is at each one of those locations.
So once you get that DNA profile from a known standard, can you then take that profile and compare it to unknown standards collected from a crime scene to see if they are consistent?
Yes.
What kind of results can you get when you do that comparison?
So if it's a single source profile, you could get a match, meaning that all the locations that I'm looking at match exactly. You could have a partial DNA profile, so you could have a match as well to partial profiles. If it's a DNA mixture, you could have an inclusion, because it's like a puzzle. There's multiple peoples in a sample, so you can only be included into a mixture. You could have an exclusion, meaning that you may not be present in that sample based on the visual comparison. You could also have a result that's determined to be a no determination, meaning that I can't include or exclude you as a donor.
Let's talk about DNA, or something in a swab from a crime scene, and you try to analyze that for the presence of DNA. Are you always able to get DNA?
Not always.
Why not?
So it varies. Depends on the source of the material. If we're talking about a concentrated body fluid, my expectation is that I would be able to develop some type of DNA result from it. With other types of samples that are left out in the environment, exposure to things like heat, humidity, moisture, bacteria, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals can degrade DNA over time. And so the expectation is, even if you have a really robust sample from blood or semen, if you leave it out in the environment, it's going to degrade over time.
Is there anything in your analysis or your testing method that could cause DNA from changing from one profile to another profile?
No, there's nothing in my testing or any process that I perform in the laboratory that would be able to change a DNA profile.
Do you, as well as your lab, go through proficiency testing to make sure you know what you're doing the process correctly?
Yes, all analysts are required to do proficiency testing every 6 months.
Were you provided some evidence collected in the case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
I was.
I want to start with some questions pertaining to the identification of the victim in this case. Were you provided a buccal swab or a known DNA standard from a person named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I was.
So you must have introduced an evidence of State's Exhibit 8. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
I did.
And did you use the same process, that 4-step process you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA information or a DNA profile from the known standards of Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample.
So now that you have a complete DNA profile from Douglas Shaver, are you able to compare that profile to something collected at the scene to see if those profiles match, or if, let's say in this case, a femur bone originated from a biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
How do you do that?
For a sample from a femur, I would take a small cutting of the bone and subject it to the DNA extraction process, very similar to this one, with some additional chemicals and steps to be able to remove the calcium, because the calcium in the bone can prevent me from getting a DNA profile downstream in my testing. But once I'm able to take that sample from the femur all the way forward through DNA, I would end up generating a DNA profile if it's a viable sample. And then I can get that DNA profile and compare it to the one from this standard or the Q-tip from the inside of the mouth and make comparisons to it.
Did you in fact receive a femur bone from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Showing photograph 21 of states 19 as well as showing you states 22. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And is that the femur bone that you analyzed?
That'd be correct.
Did you in fact take cuttings from that femur or take portions of that femur bone to use in your DNA analysis?
Yes.
Did you perform DNA analysis on those portions of the femur bone that you removed?
I did.
And what were your results?
From the femur bone, I was able to obtain a complete DNA profile that was consistent with originating from a male individual.
How do you know it came from a male?
As part of the DNA process, there is an area that's called a melogenin, and it's a sex determining marker. Basically, if you have an X and an X, you're a female. If you have an X and a Y, biologically, you are considered a male.
So did you then compare that male DNA profile that you obtained from the femur to the known DNA standards obtained from Douglas Shaver?
Yes, in this particular situation, that would consist of me doing a parentage type of analysis, since I am dealing with a sample that is from an alleged parent to an alleged biological child.
So how are you able to then tell whether the femur bone was from a biological child of Douglas Shaver by doing this analysis?
Yeah, so when the DNA profile was obtained from the femur bone, it was compared to the profile from Douglas Shaver. And during that comparison, it was determined that it's consistent with being the biological child of Douglas Shaver. And the single parentage index, which is an odds ratio, comparing the probability of the observed profile that was obtained from Michael Douglas Shaver coming from the biological parent versus some other unrelated random individual in the population. And that probability was 21,000. Now, I also did a single parentage probability of exclusion calculation, which is the chance that a random individual will be correctly excluded as a biological parent, and that is approximately 99.99%.
So is it fair to say the DNA from the femur bone is consistent with coming from the biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to stipulation by the parties, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit Q, which is a DNA standard taken from the defendant, Laurie Shaver.
All right, without objection, State's Q will come into evidence as State's number 25.
Thank you. Give us the clerk first, and I'll give it back to you. Did you receive a DNA standard from Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA to see if you could develop a DNA profile?
I did, and I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample as well.
I'm going to refer you to some other pieces of evidence that you received from the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Did you receive some fingernail and toenails collected from the scene of a grave in which a skeleton was located? Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So what's introduced as evidence is State's Exhibit 21. Did you analyze those finger and toenails for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
When these samples were submitted through the DNA process, they went through the process of quantitation that I described before to figure out the amount of DNA in the sample. And unfortunately, those samples failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA to go forward through the complete DNA analysis process.
So there was just not enough DNA there for you to even do any kind of analysis?
That's correct.
Well, if we know their finger and toenails, how could that be?
It depends on the condition of them. If we're dealing with a sample that was exposed to environmental conditions like I previously described, DNA that could be found in the nail bed could be degrading over time, or there may just not be any DNA there present.
The DNA degrade over time even if a body was buried under the ground and not in the direct heat and things like that?
Yes, there are soil humectants and bacteria that would eventually start degrading the DNA.
So is that at all surprising that you weren't able to find sufficient DNA from those finger and toenails to do any kind of a comparison?
Not at all.
Were you also provided some boxer shorts and some other shorts to analyze for the presence of DNA?
I was.
Showing you was introduced in States Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, for this specific item, when I'm describing the the shorts, the black shorts, I did test for the presence of semen on there, and it failed to give chemical indications for the presence of semen. A sample was also taken from that item for DNA, and it was, again, submitted through the DNA process through quantitation. It failed to demonstrate sufficient amounts of DNA at quantitation to go forward with a complete DNA process.
Again, considering that those shorts were found buried in the ground, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
Did you do any analysis of the underwear, the boxer shorts?
There was no examinations performed on the underwear due to the condition of the exhibit.
And what was wrong with it? What do you mean by the condition?
The exhibit was decomposed and shredded. There's just absolutely no way that I could conceivably swab any portion of it for DNA.
Did you analyze a blue tarp provided to you for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
Show you was introduced in States Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And how did you analyze that blue tarp for the presence of DNA?
So the blue tarp would have been swabbed with a similar swab as it's used inside of to collect the inside of the mouth. It's just a giant Q-tip. I would swab the surface of the item to collect any type of DNA that could have been transferred onto the item, and then subjected it to the DNA analysis process.
What were your results when you tried to collect DNA from this tarp?
When the sample was sent through the DNA process, it reached the point of quantitation, and when it got there, there wasn't sufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with the DNA process.
Again, considering that tarp was buried in the ground, does that surprise you at all that there was insufficient DNA for you to even analyze?
No, it does not.
Showing you a green strap and a container with some other debris collected from the grave site. States Exhibit 3. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Similar to with the blue tarp, the sample went through up to quantitation, and there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with STR DNA analysis.
And that was from what item did you attempt to extract DNA?
This would have been the green nylon strap, and there's a white elastic strap as well.
Did you analyze the items contained in the Tupperware at all?
No, the exhibit that was listed as miscellaneous items from the gravesite was not examined.
Why not?
There was no way of me collecting DNA from those items.
I
The
guess-
expectation is that
I
I would
guess
not
it will
obtain
be.
DNA profiles from the condition of them.
I'm showing you a swab taken from the exterior track of a sliding glass door, States Exhibit 17. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
There were no STR DNA results obtained from this exhibit.
What does that mean?
That means that there was not even a single peak present when it was taken through the entire DNA process.
So no DNA at all in that swab?
No.
Showing you a swab from a stain below the sliding glass door under the back porch, State's Exhibit 18. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
So the sample went through the DNA process. It reached the point of quantitation, and it was determined that there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with the DNA analysis process.
Considering that this sample was collected on the exterior of the house, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
For the same reasons you previously described?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 16, a swab taken from the interior sliding door track from the sliding glass door of the residence. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
I did.
And what did you find?
So this particular sample demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male.
And what does that mean?
When I obtained a mixture, like I was saying, you get half of the DNA from your mother and half from your father. I'm only expecting 2 pieces of DNA information at each location that I look at. If I see more than 2 pieces of information at multiple locations, it gives me an indication that there are multiple donors to that sample or multiple DNA profiles. So it's creating effectively a DNA puzzle.
In this case, you indicated that there were 3 donors?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the donors was male?
Yes, at least 1 donor was a male.
And how did you determine that at least one donor was male?
In the DNA process, you can only see the XX or the XY once. It's not like different males have different Y chromosomes. So if there is a male in a sample, I can only tell that there's at least 1 because of the presence of the Y chromosome.
Are you sometimes able to separate out the DNA profiles contained in a mixture and compare it to known DNA samples?
Yes, it's possible.
Briefly, how do you do that?
So it's not the process of necessarily picking out individuals from a sample, but more so what I do is I use a software called StarMix. It's a computational software that does biological and mathematical calculations to see what best explains a DNA mixture. And so when you take the DNA sample, the DNA mixture, and put it into the software, it does hundreds of thousands of calculations to see what type of DNA combinations fit at each one of those locations, given that it's a 3-person mixture.
Are you able to tell the source of the DNA that you found on that swab? Meaning, was it saliva, blood, sweat, semen, things like that?
No, I would not be able to tell you the source.
Did you compare the known profile of Douglas Shaver to the mixture that you found on the swab from the interior portion of the sliding glass door?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Douglas Shaver was excluded as a contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
He was excluded?
Yes.
Meaning Douglas Shaver's DNA could not have been part of that mixture?
Based on his DNA profile, it's not conceivable that it fits into that mixture as it stands.
Did you compare the DNA profile from the femur, purportedly the femur of Michael Shaver, to the DNA mixture you found from the swab from the interior of that sliding glass door?
I did.
And what were your results?
The comparison of the profile from Michael Douglas Shaver failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. Therefore, I can't make any determinations as to the presence of Michael Douglas Shaver on this item.
So what do you mean by failed to give general or statistical support? Sorry.
In that particular situation, the statistical calculation that I performed was not sufficiently high enough for me to reach an area that I can conclusively tell you that somebody is present in a sample or is not adventitiously or falsely included into the sample.
So bottom line, you can't tell scientifically if Michael Shaver was a contributor to that mixture, correct?
No, I cannot.
Did you compare the known DNA profile of Laurie Shaver to the mixture from that swab in the interior of the sliding glass door?
I did.
What were your results?
So Laurie Shaver was included as a possible contributor to this DNA mixture, and it was approximately 3.1 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Laurie Shaver and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you also analyze a piece of vinyl laminate flooring recovered from a fire pit, showing you State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I did.
And before we get to the laminate flooring, if this, referring back to the swab from the interior sliding glass door, would a profile consistent with Laurie Shaver's DNA be included in that mixture, would that be surprising considering that this was her house and she lived there?
Not necessarily.
Referring to the laminate flooring that we just talked about, did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Of this particular item?
Presence of blood.
Yes. So I did a serological test for the presence of blood.
What does that involve?
It's basically a chemical color change test. So I would take a small piece of filter paper or a cotton tip swab and take a small rubbing from the item to get some transfer of any stains that I see on the item. And then I would perform the chemical color change test to see if it gives me chemical indications for the possible presence of blood.
What were the results of that chemical blood test?
So this particular exhibit failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Did you do any further DNA analysis on that item?
No, I did not.
Why not?
At that point, if I don't have an indication of the presence of a fluid, then I'm not expecting to get any DNA except for any extraneous type that might be there. And given that it's a piece of random material from the environment, who knows what you can pick up from it if you swab it.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Price, how do you doing, sir?
Hey, good. Yourself?
Good, good. Recall I took your deposition
Yes.
several years ago.
It was. It's been some time. Yeah.
It has been a while. I had your report, reviewed it, and discussed it with you at your deposition. And throughout your direct examination, the state talked to you about multiple exhibits, items that were found in the gravesite, correct?
That's correct.
And you used the terminology degraded versus none, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it not a fact that there could have been DNA present, or there might have been DNA present at some time, but what you were able to examine didn't have any DNA on it?
It's a possibility.
Okay. So aside from saying that the evidence was degraded, it may be that it never had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, there is a possibility that there was not DNA in the object.
Okay. So when the states asked you, does it surprise you? Does it surprise you? Does it surprise you? And you've stated, no, not given the condition of the item. It may be the item may never have had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, that is a possibility.
Okay. So we're looking at your report. Do you have a copy of your report before you?
I do.
Okay. Let's go to the door, okay? And the rear track. Were you ever able to determine anybody's DNA in that region of the track?
Could you
Yes.
determine which report and which exhibit?
Let me see. Number 23. Okay. What was your conclusion?
The only comparison that I was able to provide an inclusion for was for the profile of Laurie Shaver, to that mixture of 3 donors.
Okay, there was 3 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Whose known male contributor profiles were you supplied?
I was given the DNA profile from Douglas Shaver and then the profile from the femur, which was also a male individual, which was represented as being Michael Douglas Shaver.
Those were the only profiles that were provided by the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And that was recovered, to your understanding, on the lower region of the doorway, correct?
Based on the description from the item, yes. I was never there when it was collected, so I have to go based on what the contributing agency wrote for the description of the evidence.
Right. So on the blue tarp that we spoke about, there was no DNA recovered, correct? Just to make this clear.
There was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with DNA.
Insufficient meaning, again, as we've spoken, there may never have been any, correct?
So in this particular sample, when I took it through the quantitation process, there was an indication of potentially DNA being present, but if it doesn't hit a specific threshold, the sample doesn't go forward for DNA analysis.
Okay. So there was a lack of evidence on that item, correct?
Yes.
And every item that was supplied to you dealing with the gravesite, none of those had any profile hits for Laurie Shaver, correct?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. The linoleum or the flooring that was supplied to you, that had no profile or hit of any DNA containing Laurie Shaver, correct?
For that piece of the floor tile, I only tested it for blood and I stopped processing after it didn't give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Okay. Were there any hairs found in the gravesite location that were supplied to you?
I believe exhibit 22, there were hairs associated with that exhibit.
Okay. And did they yield any kind of profile of any individual?
So for the hairs that I examined from the exhibit, which were the swabs from the stain on the siding below the sliding door under the back porch. So there were some apparent hairs that were also submitted with that. I looked at those hairs under the microscope and they were not suitable to go forward with DNA processing.
Okay. So the hairs couldn't even yield any DNA profile, correct?
Based on the analysis that I performed in the lab, those hairs were not suitable to go forward. That's not to say that there are other laboratories that may potentially do other types of testing on hairs, but based on the limitations that I have in the laboratory, I couldn't test those hairs.
Were those sent to any other laboratory for further testing?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you test any object in the house that was supplied to you that contained any DNA from Laurie Shaver?
There were no exhibits that had any association to Laurie Shaver except for that one from the interior lower track of the sliding door, which was exhibit 23.
Correct. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, John.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly. The hairs that you talked about, you said were not suitable. Is that because they've been removed?
Yeah, so when I look at it microscopically, I examine the root to see if it's in the correct stage of growth or if it has follicular material, meaning there's skin cells that were pulled off from your scalp onto the hair. And I didn't notice either of these, so the hairs were not sent forward for DNA analysis because of the two characteristics that I look at when I'm taking hairs for DNA.
Thank you, sir. No other questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
No, nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Well, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right, yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you again for your time and attention today. Again, should you see the attorneys out and about today or tonight, they have been instructed to ignore you, so please don't hold that against them. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other. Please do not view any media, whether it's TV, news, internet, and please do not do any research. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the jury assembly room. Thank you and have a good night.
Yay! They did it! Yeah, no. Oh, thank you all for hanging in there with me.
Conversation about kind of how the rest of the week is going to go.
Certainly.
So we are pretty much on schedule. There were two witnesses that I was hoping to get in today that were going to be fairly short, but obviously when I knew that we were calling the DNA analyst at 4:45, I sent them home, told them to come back in the morning. So far we are pretty much on track from what I've been telling the court as far as where we were going to be.
How many more witnesses do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probably about 15.
15.
And which would include a couple. That number 15 includes one that's going to be called twice. So 14 people, about 15 witnesses.
All right.
So I think we are still definitely on track to turn it over to the defense on Thursday.
Thursday.
Not the first thing on Thursday, but I would anticipate that they could start putting on their defense sometime on Thursday.
Oh, I wonder how many
Possibly
witnesses the
Thursday
defense
afternoon.
has.
I think
But I want to
they'll
know.
be able to start
Yes.
Thursday morning, but I can give you a better update about that maybe
All right.
at lunch tomorrow, and also Mr. Wiggs. And we do anticipate rebuttal. If Mr. Wiggs has any sort of approximate time.
Alita,
I'm not asking
ADHD.
who witnesses are going to be or anything like that.
Rachel
But the approximate amount of time how long
Braxton,
it's going to take to put on
all of
his
y'all,
defense.
all of y'all.
So there are no
Karaoke
time restrictions upon you, Mr. Wiggs,
Braxton,
but if you can give an estimate.
out and
There
about
are
with
no
Diane,
time
all of you.
restrictions.
I listed Mr. Connor. Okay.
Thank you so much for joining me
Could be
today.
as well.
I greatly
I don't know if
appreciate
Laurie
it.
intends to testify or not. Travis, he would be called, Mr. Harvez. So we have like 5 witnesses, and they're going to be relatively brief. The longest one would be probably Isabel and Mr. Connor.
We have been on for 10 hours.
So
It's probably one
An
day.
hour and a half.
one day.
Yeah, I would envision.
8.5
So
hours.
it's unlikely that will conclude on Thursday, but unlikely that we will conclude Thursday, but potentially on Friday.
Yeah, this be Kelly Johnson. He was a lineup witness for the binding.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Also, just to
And again, Mr. Wiggs, take as much time as you need. No time restrictions have been placed upon you. So
Okay, thank you,
as
Judge.
much time as you need.
I would ask that Thursday, when we are
Unlike other
done
people.
with whatever is being presented to the jury, that we spend a little bit
Y'all,
of time.
please come back
with
if
the
you
chart
are
conference
interested in
office,
watching the
into a
debate.
final one until
We will be
Ms.
doing it
Shaver
in
makes her
ASL,
determination whether
even
or
though
not she's
you
gonna
will be able to
testify.
hear it.
But there are some
And
proposed
I really
instructions
hope and
by
pray
Mr.
you
Wiggs
join
that
us
we're
because
going
it
to have
really
to
helps boost
discuss.
the algorithm.
And I would just like to at least start that process at the conclusion of Thursday to keep us on track and on schedule. I will also say that I anticipate having a motion filed as it relates to Ms. Johnson's testimony probably tomorrow morning that I'll present to the court about those issues that came up during yesterday. I'll have that completed and we can discuss that at some other time outside the presence of the jury. Those are kind of just the procedural issues that I wanted to go through to just make sure everyone is on the same page. Kind of go from there.
All right. Is there anything further?
Nothing today, Judge.
Okay, we'll adjourn. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
7:30 my time. Woohoo! 7:30 my time. I'm a happy girl. I'm a happy girl. Okay, so I need to come back and see what it looks like. Oh my gosh, it looks that I gotta fix. Got to get fixed. But I'll fix it later. But it doesn't look too bad considering I just threw it together last minute, literally. I'll fix that. I'll move those up. But when I come back, I can sign and see, and everything's fine. Yeah, baby. I'm happy with that. Oh, I probably should lay a strip along the floor, which I can do that. So, everybody, thank you so much for joining me. I really hope and pray that y'all will come back if you're interested in the debate. We're going to have ASL on the side. It will be in the format of, nope, not that, of this, with the interpreter, her and I, and then over here will be the debate. So you can see it, hear it. It will have captioning, all of the good news. It'll have all of that. So, I want to say how much I really appreciate all of y'all. I really, really do. You are a blessing, and I really appreciate all the love and kindness you've given me over the last few months. We have reached some huge milestones. We're pushing 80,000 views. We reached 50 memberships. Woohoo! and we have over 2,200 subscribers. My goal was to be to 5,000 by the end of the year. Not too sure that's going to happen, but that would be my goal. So we'll see. We'll see. It will be what it will be. But I thank you very much. I hope y'all have a fabulous evening. I will see you guys again mañana. 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 Yep. We'll see you again mañana. Bright and early, too. I hope I get some sleep tonight because I didn't last night, and this is exhaustion talking. But with that, be blessed, be a blessing to somebody else who needs it. And remember, somebody's always got it worse than you do. So have a good night. We'll talk to y'all later.